Oh, have I been talking to myself this whole time? Oh my gosh. Why didn't you guys tell me you couldn't hear me? That is funny. I have been talking to myself this entire time. Wow. Okay. No wonder you guys were so quiet. Hello and welcome. Oh, wow. Yeah. So we're here to do live mini readings. I have pasted how to get your reading in the chat. It is also pinned. So if you would like to jump on the list, you can. And with a live one question mini reading, you can ask me to look at your chart, ask me one question, and I will provide the answer for you. Um, all the ways to do that and to participate are listed inside the pinned comment in the chat. And then as soon as you make your payment, you would be first on the list, as the list is indeed open. Yay. So the vent, I am super grateful to see you here. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I don't know that you heard me earlier, but my birthday is actually next Wednesday. It's not today. So thank you for the birthday wishes. I really appreciate it. Also, I'm curious, the event you had a major change happen at work, and so did you as well, Elvin. Elvin, I know your mentor left, and that was a pretty significant change for you. I'm curious what happened with that. And the event, I remember you had to take over the podcast for some very absent podcast host, and I'm curious what has been the impact of that. Have you decided you want to become a host? What's going on over there? And for everyone, I'm really curious how your new moon in Aries went last Friday, what the energy was like for you, how you experienced it, if there were things in the energy that you noticed, things that you felt. I'm super curious what the new moon in Aries brought for you. So you'll have to let me know. Let me come back into the chat. I had to close out. I was like, wow, how come nobody was talking to me? It was because I was muted for like the first 10 minutes. Hey, Hope, thank you. I really appreciate that. It's so nice to have you here. The A levels, thanks for letting me know you couldn't hear me and letting me know you can hear me now. Thank you, Hope. The voice has spoken. I was muted. It's not a false alarm. Listen, the vent, I don't know if you know any Aries people, but you need to understand it's our birthday all month long. Like, I understand you're a Scorpio and y'all don't roll like that, but technically, by the time it hits April, it is birthday month. It is birthday time. So let's be clear. It is birthday time. So thank you for the birthday wishes. I will take them. Oh no, there's fighting. I'm so sorry to hear that, Elvin. That makes me sad. Your current boss is the worst. Elvin, I'm really sorry to hear that. Okay. The hosting thing got put on pause but I'm supposed to be practicing though, but they want a lot. So yin to the yang, welcome. Quick hi and bye. Okay, I understand you might be at work. Okay, you have exams too. Good luck, yin to the yang. You got this. Sending you positive vibes. Valerie, welcome. Great to have you here as well. Yay. Okay, so I did see a couple payments come in. Let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to pull up the payment app so we can get the list together. Well, this will be interesting, the event. I'm really curious what they want you to do. And it sounds like they want you to do a lot of things. In other words, it sounds like they want to promote you before they give you promotion money, which is common, just so you know. I've seen that a lot. Um, okay, so we have Morning Glory. You're first, Morning Glory. I'm going to read for you first. And if you could paste your question, Morning Glory, and your birth details in one chat, that would be great. After I do Morning Glory, I'm going to do Elvin. And then I'm going to do Anita. Then I'm going to do Hope in that order. So that's our list so far. Cool. A levels says interesting, very tired. Okay, so your new moon made you tired. Okay. The event says, I am overstanding. Yes, very good. I'm mad I missed the first 10 minutes of what you said. I repeated it all, so you didn't miss anything. Everything that I said it a second time once I came off of mute. Um, okay, divine twin soul. You are now on the list as well. Okay. Where's Morning Glory? Who's okay? Thank you, Valerie. I appreciate you. Valerie, go ahead and type your question in the chat and give me your birth data, and I will hop into a mini read. So, just so you guys know, hey, Divine Unisouls 11, great to have you. Great to have you. So, let me go ahead and start the timer. I've been assigned to produce 3 podcasts and this hosting thing. They don't even have a manager for the department and no rights and clearance lawyer. Ooh, the vent. I'm like, nah, y'all crazy. Y'all gonna get too much. Yeah, I see. As much as I got to give, and that's it. Okay, funny. Hey, Didactic, great to have you. Okay, let me pull up Valerie's chart. September 11th, 58, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Okay. Yeah. You might want to find that clearance rights and clearance lawyer. There's somebody I might be able to connect you with the event if you need someone. She's not going to be cheap, but she's assistant and she would understand the mission of the project and how to support you guys well. She's very, very good, but she's not cheap. So if you need a reco, let me know. And I can link her here for you. Okay. Indiana. Fort Wayne, and there we go. 11, no, September 11, 1958, 8:32 a.m. All right. Cool. So there's a mismatch there for you. I'm so sorry to hear that. I wish it was easier for you, Elvin. Okay, VD, let me go ahead and do this read for Valerie. And as soon as I'm done with Valerie, I'm going to recheck the payment app and who's joined. For anyone who joins while I'm reading Valerie, if you could just remind them that the information to get a reading is pinned in the blue pinned comment at the top of the chat. That would be great. After Valerie, I'm reading for Elvin. So if Elvin, if you want to go ahead and get your question ready, that'd be great. Then I'm going to do Anita, then Hope, then Divine Twin Souls in that order. I'll check the payment apps and confirm who's after that. Let's get into Valerie's question. Valerie, what is your question, beloved? Just Chiron info. Okay, so you want me to interpret your Chiron for you? No problem. So just so you guys know, these mini readings are about 4 minutes per person for on the astro part. And then after that, if you have asked for a clarifier from the tarot, then that is additional to that 4 minutes. Okay, so Valerie, I have your Chiron sitting here on your fifth house, 11th house axis in house five. So there's your Chiron there. Chiron is speaking in direct opposition to the moon, which makes for an interesting energy. Moon Chiron placement gives a person a bit of a wounding around mom and having a mom who was absent, either because she just physically was not there. I've seen people with this placement have mom who has passed, or they were um, children who were adopted. I've also seen people with this placement have a mom who was physically present but emotionally not available, either because there was another child in the home who may have had special needs. Maybe mom had a physical illness that prevented her from tending to the child. I've seen people with this placement have mom have a like an addiction, or just in any capacity, just not be emotionally there for the child. When you have the Chiron moon issue in your chart, unfortunately, what can happen is there can be a little bit of an emptiness feeling to a person when Chiron speaks to your moon. There can be an absence internally and an abandonment internally that you can almost feel palpably in the physical body. And this can make it hard, in particular for you, to get what you need on the axis that this Chiron moon thing is sitting on, which for you is the 11.5. This is the axis of manifestation. On the 11.5, what we have going on is fifth house creativity, 11th house hopes, wishes, and dreams. Impact to 2 and 8, that's the axis of values, how you value yourself and how you let the world value you. This can create some injury to the ways in which you get paid in the world. It can have you constantly getting underpaid due to low self-esteem, rooted in the fact that you didn't get value from the family of origin, specifically from the mom, in the way that you needed to. She may have valued you in the way that she could have, but not in the way your soul needed. For your healing, because the ruler of your Chiron is the sun. Okay, you've got, ruler of your Chiron is Uranus. Uranus there is the ruler of Aquarius. You've got an Aquarian placed Chiron. There can be a lot of problems with friends with that placement, but you've got Uranus pretty much opposite. Interesting, that Chiron as well for your healing, Valerie. Uranus wants you to lean into the new, the next, evolution, quantum leaps forward, tap into your divine insight, divine energy. In the sign of Leo, this is all about new and creative ways to be self loving. And in the 10th house, this is about new and creative ways to be self loving when it comes to your career. So, where you feel inspired to take quantum leaps career wise, to evolve the company you're working forward with new ideas, working for with new ideas, create new ways of working in your industry that then can revolutionize the industry. This is what you're called to do. And it's by doing that that you step into valuing the self that never really got the valuing and validation needed from the external world. You give it to yourself because you do have that divine insight flowing through you in the world of work. But the second thing that you end up doing is winning friends that frankly would have been hard to come by without this, meaning you owning your revolutionary streak here. You're going to gain the respect and connections that you need in order to make it on your axis of manifestation. In other words, you'll gather the friends and allies you need to support and facilitate your dreams coming to fruition. So that's how your Chiron works, and that's how you heal it, babe. If you want to go deeper in any way, of course, you can always do that in a private reading, but that's the 4-minute drive-by on your Chiron energy there. You'll have to let me know how that resonated for you, Valerie. Thanks so much. Morning glory. Elvin, your next baby cakes. What are we looking at for you? What's your question? Okay. Let me come back to the chat there. Valerie, that resonates. My mother had to divide her attention between six girls and later had to work and left me in charge. Wow. Yeah, it's tough. That's tough. I mean, I've definitely get how that could have been challenging. But yeah, you own your creativity in the work world and your divine insights when they come to you, and they will come to you. You do that for you, you're going to find that you're in a much, much better place in the world of friendships, manifestation, and work, and some of the gnawing sensation inside of not being good enough will start to dissipate on its own. All right, Elvin, thank you so much. Let me go ahead and put your information in. And thanks for letting me read for you, Valerie. Adaparazzi for 1994, 6:14 p.m. Great. Awesome. Let me share a screen. Actually, let me quickly just recheck this payment app. After Divine Twin Souls, who's next? Vivian jumped on the list. Okay. Thank you, Vivian. I've got you, hon. Okay. Cool. All right, list is open. So I'm going to read for Elvin. After I do Elvin, I'll do Anita. Anita, if you could get your question ready, that would be great. After Anita, I'll do Hope. After Hope, then Divine Twin Souls. So Anita and Hope, please get your question ready for when I call you. All right, let me go here and pull up Elvin's chart. Let me share a screen. Cool. That is so true. Now, thanks again. You're very welcome, Valerie. All right. Let's see what we have here for Elvin. Yes, shout out to Indiana peeps. Great to see you, Flower and Forgiveness. It's so good to have you here. All right, the vent. I'll catch up in a minute. Wait, for some reason, Elvin, I'm not seeing. Oh, okay. Chiron wound healing. Got it. I was like, where's her question? It was 3 words. Chiron wound healing. Got it. All right, Elvin. I'm looking here at your chart. You too have Chiron on the 11-5 axis, but it's in the 11th house, not the 5th. So opposite energies, same impact and placements to Valerie. What's interesting about having Chiron there in the 11th is that there can be a bit of a wounding in the world of friendship. You can always feel just a little bit on the outside, on the edge of things, a bit of an outsider. You may walk into a room, people are already conversing, they don't automatically invite you. You kind of have to invite or insert yourself, and it can make you feel a little bit like, what's wrong with me? Why don't people see me? Why don't they get me? With that Chiron placement on the 11-5, as I mentioned, that axis of manifestation, it can make it very difficult to facilitate the fruition of your dreams and the things that you want. If you are challenged by feeling a bit like, you may be challenged and plagued in this lifetime of feeling a bit like the things that I want never really manifest for me, and I just got to take what life gives to me. There can be a bit of a hopelessness with that placement. Let's see. Is Chiron having any other major conversations? Early degree Sag, talking with Pluto, which can have some problems with you owning your personal power in this lifetime. Other major conversations. Ceres in the 8th, it can make it really hard for you to let go when it's time to let go of certain things. And that's it. Okay. For you, the healing process is going to be twofold because your Chiron is a Virgo Chiron. It's governed by Mercury and the moon. Oh, which is right there in Leo. Interesting. Okay. With that Mercury placement in the seventh house in Aries, this is a good one. And I think you've already been working on this based on what I know about you. Mercury, Aries, seventh house. This is about learning how to be yourself and speak yourself in partnership with other people, not withhold yourself or repress yourself or give up yourself. In order for you to reclaim the power that exists on your axis of manifestation and your self value, Alvin, it's so critically important to share who you really are on the inside with people. Not share your hopes, goals, wishes, and dreams or your ideals, but just where you're at, how you're feeling, what you want, what your goals are, what your experiencings are. And I know from some of the ways we've talked about in your communication with your person that there were times where you were on the cusp of sharing yourself, but what you shared instead was the way you thought things should be in general in life. And so, what this is telling you for your healing is required is deeper access to intimacy with yourself so you can share that intimacy and illumination with other people. Share you, not just your world view. The other piece of the healing has to do with Moon Leo 11th house as well. And that moon is about your needs and being really honest and transparent about your needs, being really open about what you need and what your emotions are. It's an act of self love to share what your needs are as you're working toward your goals, hopes, wishes, and dreams, 11th house. It's an act of self love to honor that you even have needs in the world of your friendships. 11th house is also friendships, as, in addition to hopes, wishes, and dreams. So the more you're able to do that, Elvin, the more you're going to get into a place of reclaiming your capacity to manifest your hopes, goals, wishes, and dreams. Have friends that are willing to support you and pay attention to you. Because I got to say, there are some other placements here in your chart, all them you can present quite a bit like an it girl, someone who has it all the way together. And so people can kind of overlook you as someone who's a real human and someone who has real needs. That's also one of the downfalls of that particular Chiron placement, as well as people kind of look at you as like, having it together, or they think you're always weird, or you have the experience of people thinking you're always weird as well with Chiron in the 11th. But it's not true. You're a normal human being with needs, just like everyone else. And the moon placement there talks about the necessity of revealing, hey guys, I have feelings and I have needs to the people you're connected to in your friendship circle, and revealing your true thoughts and who you really are there in relationship. And that's how you heal that Chiron. It's going to take some work. It's ongoing work, but you got it. You can totally do it. Thanks for asking, Elvin. And once again, thanks for letting me read for you. I always appreciate it. Anita, A levels, I think it's all you. You are the next contestant on The Price is Right. The vent, yes, let's be fake it girls together, Elvin. Oh, so you have that it girl thing going on too, do you, the vent? Alvin, that it girl is so true. Sometimes makes me tired. Yeah, you can get a lot of projection from other people with Chiron there in the 11th house. A lot of projection. Okay. All right. So we'll have Anita. And then after Anita, then I'm going to read for Hope, then Divine Twin Souls, and then Vivian. So, yes, let me take Anita and Hope. Anita, you can go ahead and place your question. Let's see, let me catch up what's going on here in the chat. So you're supposed to be practicing, got it. Let me see what else you're saying, the vent. Oh, okay, you did the communication scripts course in PDS. Very good. The vent, how did you like the communication scripts course? What did you get from that? How did you like it? Okay. And then the vent goes on to say, hey, Divine Union Soul, Unisouls 11, great to see you. Vent says, so boom, I've been assigned to produce 3 podcasts and this hosting thing. Oh, yeah, that's right. The lawyer. I remember that part. Let me know if you need a referral. This week has been crazy. Yes, the A levels, so serendipitous. The company's going to pay her. I'll ask them if they need the rec because they got us working backwards, which can get you in a lot of trouble sometimes with the communications, the FCC people. So, but the FCC is so behind. They don't know how to regulate podcasts. They could barely regulate radio. So we'll see what happens with that. And listen how they created 6 episodes and didn't mention they needed fact checking. And it's a documentary podcast. This is why they have you, the vent. This is why they have you. Kelly A, I'm adding you to the list. Thank you, Kelly. Okay. Okay. Let me just see what else. By the way, I found a good vegan pizza place to order from. Ooh, name it in the chat, please. Name it in the chat. Good job, Elvin, standing tall. Happy to hear it. The vent. Post your question. Yeah, where is Anita? I was hoping Anita would paste her question, but I don't know where she went. Let me tell her it's her turn here. Okay. Wait, hold your horses. I did the live session today. I have restarted the emotional mastery course though, but the live group was great. That is awesome, Vivint. Yes. And yeah, they have you to be their slave. I don't think they're trying to enslave you, Vivint. I think they're just trying to run a tight ship on a small budget, which can run a big ship on a tight budget, which can lead to a lot of problems, right? And so it's a matter of balancing priorities around, what consumers will take in terms of, what content is consumable and that will get paid for, and which things you need to back burner so that you can recycle your funds to other areas necessary in the business. But, obviously you're not the one to make those decisions, but if it were your show, the event, I know it would be a really well run, tight ship. I do know that. Okay. Interpret my Chiron. Okay. But also, where exactly is my Juno? 7,000 Libra or Scorpio? And how does that have impact on my transactional relationships? A levels, that is way more than one question, baby. I'm going to pull up your chart. And what I need you to do is decide which one is most important for you. Okay. A levels. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up your chart. You just let me know which one you want me to focus on, Chiron or Juno. Clean. February 1, 1977, 12:10 p.m. Okay. Yeah. So let me know which one you want me to do. So after I do A levels, Hope, it's going to be your turn. So Hope, please get your question ready so that when I call your name, you can just paste it and hit enter so that I can do you next. Do your turn next. And none of that sounds right, but you know what I mean. Okay. Let's see. A levels. Let's see. Okay, cool. Yeah, let me know. I'd be really curious about the pizza spot. Some vegan pizza might hit the spot. Although all I really want, I have this brand. I like this frozen pizza that is a gluten-free crust, but it is not dairy-free. And I really need to stick with the dairy-free. They want us to go to the Roots picnic, and that would be cute, but not when y'all already don't have resources and infrastructure. I agree with Kelly. None of that sounds right. Absolutely none of that. Okay, it is Chiron. Okay, so we'll do Chiron for you, no problem. All right, so let me find your Chiron placement here and share screen. There we go. Um, and he said, I'm trying to behave. Yeah, but Kelly's right. None of that sounds right. Your Chiron is right here in the 12th house. Okay. And it sits with your south node. So it's a wounding that's crossed over from a past life into this. What up, Kat? This wounding comes from the Aries area. So this has to do with being self conscious and constantly self conscious about yourself. Chiron 12th house Aries like that. I'm gonna be honest, it can make you a little paranoid. So I'm gonna strongly recommend that you do not engage in behaviors and activities that amplify your paranoia. I know some people get really paranoid when they smoke marijuana. Other people get really paranoid when they watch those kind of like unsolved mysteries kind of documentaries, Law and Order, SUV, et cetera, et cetera, always looking over your shoulder. I am going to strongly recommend A levels. You do not do that. Do not engage in those activities because you do not need help in the paranoia department. You already have an innate sensitivity to who's looking at me, how are people feeling about me, what's going on with me. Um, and so, all of that to say that spans into your sixth house of physical health and well being. Many times in this lifetime, where you have something going on physically, there's going to be a strong psychosomatic root that's happening at the mental level as well. It won't just be the kind of thing. Oh, thanks for letting me know, Kat. I really appreciate that, sweets. I checked my PO box yesterday, didn't see anything, so I'm glad to know I should look when to look for something. A levels coming back to you. Um, Physical stuff can have a root there for you in the world of emotions and the world of overthinking. With that Chiron in the 12th, there can be a bit of some of the overthinking, and that's only exacerbated by the fact that your Mercury is almost square to your Chiron as well. And that can leave you in a place of a lot of like self doubt, like doubting yourself is what this is really looking like to me, like a lot of self questioning, self doubt in every area of life. When you have Chiron in the 12th or the first house, unfortunately, it's not just local to one place in your chart. It can touch all 12 houses when Chiron is in the 12th or the first house. But the places of acute sensitivity are going to be on the 3-9 and the 12-6. This is communication and thought. This is also physical health, mental health, A levels. So I want you to be very careful with this. You've got the Mars ruled Chiron, which lets us know that the solution is in the house and placement Mars sits. Mars is about our ambition. It's about our goals and our drive and our capacity to strive and outward project and act on that which we desire. And so Mars is about taking action in that ninth house in Capricorn. Capricorn is about structure and boundaries, taking structured action and taking that structured action in the ninth house ways. Ninth house is about accessing your potential, about learning and education, continuing your education. And so taking action to continue your education, elevate your mind, elevate your thought processes and the ways that you are examining or experiencing the world. The more you're able to do that, A levels, expand your consciousness through classes, expand your consciousness through education, expand your consciousness through learning new perspectives on life, you're going to find A levels that this resolves a lot of that self-consciousness on its own, a lot of the paranoia on its own. It will begin to resolve and you'll be able to manifest that Chiron mastery, which frankly is just doggone intuitive in the 12th house. It is it is a placement of supreme intuition. So, yeah, stay on your education grind. In your case, it doesn't have to be school. You could take classes on the internet if you want, but that's going to help facilitate if you can be learning in a structured way how to act on the things that you want to create. You're going to find that this resolves a lot of the Chiron problems you have in every area of life. So you'll have to let me know how that resonates for you, A levels. And yeah, Anita, you have a card read to go with this. So which deck do I want to use for you? How can Anita heal? Anita, if you're okay with it, Anita, I'd like to use one of my oracle decks for you because I find for the kind of question that you asked, the answer is going to be more direct than what I could get from the tarot. Uh, A levels, can I use my oracle deck for your tarot pull? Let me know. So, okay, the vent says Italiano Vegano. It's on Uber Eats. Okay, I wrote it down. Thank you. If you think it's good, I'm willing to try it. Let's see, Vibe and Shine. Yes, it is your birthday today. Happy birthday. I'm so happy that I could be live on your birthday. I remember seeing that for you, that today was your birthday. Super cool. Okay. Okay, thanks, A levels. Okay, so let me just see, what can she do to heal her Chiron? Okay, card that came out for you was Medicine Woman. Oh, and I flipped like literally right to the page. That's crazy. This message must really be for you. Okay. Medicine Woman, you are flowing with what's natural for you. Waking path, attuned to nature. Sleeping path, controlling. Okay. Hope, please get your question ready because it's going to be your turn next. Hope, please get your question ready. Hope. Okay. Medicine Woman, all praises to the Medicine Woman. You can take something powerfully wrong and make it powerfully right with your understanding of nature. As a medicine woman, your divine work in knowing and providing natural cures for all that ails the soul has been known for centuries. We are often at your feet in soul pain, but you come to us in your glory, not with mercy, nor with self pity, but with compassion. To you, everything on earth can be used in healing. On your waking path, your soul is in sync with nature. You feel completely comfortable with what you are doing and where you are. As a medicine woman, you have knowledge of how to use what's around you. So be the herbalist. You know that when the soul is attuned to nature or in harmony with the environment, it is a soul that is well. And that's an interesting thing, too, because that Chiron in the 12th house placement can make it easy for you to fall out of harmony with your surrounding environment because there can be so much overthinking, so much self consciousness, so much paranoia, like we were saying. Okay. But you need to stay in tune with your environment, which in the light, that Chiron placement will let you do. This goes on to say people rely heavily on your knowledge of how to cope with the world around them. But a lot of the time, people will not take their medicine. People do not understand that their ailing souls are caught in what is unnatural for them. They're going against their nature. So you often see people struggling with life. You have great compassion for those who are constantly battling against nature. Okay. This goes on to say, let me find. The sense of not doing or being who you are can lead to soul ailments on the sleeping path. You can move towards some personal discomfort and agitation as you attempt to control the ailments. Yeah. And with that particular Chiron placement, it makes sense because when you feel so out of sync with things, just trying to get a handle on, okay, what's real is a big piece of the process. As you attempt to control, you can come onto your sleeping path struggling against nature. Control eliminates your attunement to what's natural for you. Control keeps you in the busyness of finding remedies for everything and everyone. Your selection of this card may signal that you have an acute need to find a remedy for every problem. You're not willing to face the fact that there may not be a remedy for all that ails the soul, and that some ailments or problems should simply be ridden out. This selection may also indicate that you have trouble coping with soul pain or negativity, so you are quick to find the cure. You may do the work of harmonizing the souls of others because you cannot tolerate your own discomfort of being out of step with your own natural self. So that's really an interesting thing, right? Because there's that energy with Chiron in the 12th where you can be so psychically attuned, so psychically sensitive, like this card is saying, to everything around you, that when other people are in disharmony, because you're so sensitive, it can throw you off. And then you want to feel like, okay, I can't live in this. So y'all need to fix this so that I can breathe. And so, what this card is talking about as a necessary piece of your healing, it's an additional message that's not there in your chart. Your chart talked about being really focused on taking action. This card is talking about also having the balance to that, knowing when to not act and let people solve some of their own problems, when to ride things out. Okay. Your soul revival is to find your way back to your natural life, back to the original you. Your comfort zone is with your natural self. You must recover parts of yourself that were covered up or pushed away to assimilate into life here on earth. As a medicine woman, you remind us that we have an infinite and resounding relationship to nature. Your presence in our lives brings peace and serenity. So that is the oracle card that goes, and the message that goes with your question around how to heal your particular Chiron wound. You'll have to let me know how that additional message resonated for you, A levels. Awesome. Thanks, Anita. It was great to read for you. Okay, Hope. It is your turn. If you could please paste your question, that would be great. After I read for Hope, then I have Divine TS, Divine Twin Soul, I think, and then Vivian, and then Kelly. I'm going to add some names now to the list from the payment app. So just give me one moment. Okay, we have, after Vivian, there's Kelly. Then I see Nikki came in. I think, Nikki, your vibe and shine. Are you not? I think your vibe and shine. Um, then Catherine B. Uh, and then Jessica B. Thanks, guys, for your patience. Hope. Let's have your question. Let me see what you're saying here in the chat. And then I also see Heather F came in. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, Vibe and Shine. I think I have you. If you are Nikki, I think I have you. Let's see. Vibe and Shine, great timing. Thanks for the B-Day wishes. You are so welcome. Your job sent you a trunk full of chocolates. I know you out here like, put this back in my paycheck, please. This cute. The chocolates are cute, but put it in my paycheck, please. Thank you. But it's nice that they took the time to let you know that you're really appreciated there at the event, which I knew you would be. So that's cool. The event, I just keep seeing you working at a network and then working your way up at a network, like starting on a show and then kind of working your way up through the network. If you haven't already looked, I know Wendy left her show. Sherry Shepherd's now on it. There's probably some shakeups in staff over there. I hate to see you leave your current job because I know they need you, but you might be a little overqualified for what you're doing. You might want to just consider having a look to see if they're hiring in that direction. Okay. Kat says something I've come across lately. What does it mean when a chart energies are mirrored? Yeah, it's a great question. Not for planet, but like one person has almost all planets and other points in house 8-1 and the other person has. Yeah. It can be a lot of mirroring things. Like when things hit your life, they hit that person's life too. Their planets are points mostly in 2 through 7. Yeah, it can be the kind of thing where there can be a lot of mirroring events in a person's life as the energies, as the transiting planets travel through the houses. So, okay, let's see. A lot of dualism and second guessing myself. Yeah, okay. So it did resonate for you. Chart with an upcoming transit, or is it just natal? No, Kelly, you can ask about upcoming transits too. Just know that, Kelly, it's one question per mini reading. So for one question, and I'll answer that for you. Okay. I'm producing, so I popped in and out, no problem. Cool, Kylie. Great to see you. Join as you're able. Thank you, Hope. I see your information. Let's get into it. Okay. Hope says her birthday is Pennsylvania, birth location, Pottsville, 7/6/1973, 10:30 a.m. Okay. Okay. Can you tell me about my North Node? Yes. Okay, let's have a look at your North Node. So later this year, I will have a class coming out about the nodes, how to work with them both in your natal chart and in transit. So North Node Capricorn for Hope. Capricorn is all about structure. It's about boundaries, tradition, the old guard, kind of institutions. It governs banking, it governs work, and the outer world of work, both the place and location, but also the people and the type of work you do. It's all Capricorn kind of governed, maybe not so much the people, but definitely the location and then the type. With Capricorn there on the fourth house cusp, fourth house is home and family and the identity given to us by our roots. North Node Capricorn, fourth house. The lesson of this lifetime, and this is the way I read the North Node. Everyone doesn't read the North Node this way, but I read it this way. The North Node represents the energy of what we're here to learn in this lifetime. And everyone has one, but as long as you're incarnated in the body you've got, with the name you've got, with the soul you've got, this soul, this body, this name is learning this lesson in this lifetime until the day you exit Earth. So it's good to know what the lesson is so that you can be in a place of at least paying attention when it comes forward. Our South Node, on the other hand, is our incarnated and inherent strength. It's the thing we already know how to do. It's the muscle we incarnated already being strong. So it's very easy to lean too heavily on the South Node instead of practicing building that North Node muscle. But the North Node functions a bit like a key. And when life gives us the most lemons, practicing our North Node lesson is what allows us to make lemonade. It's what allows things to unlock, unravel, get easier. You practice too much the South Node, unfortunately, things will get harder. North Node Capricorn, fourth house, is about bringing structure to your family of origin and your roots. It's about facilitating and keeping up traditions that matter to the family. It's about holding on to the things that allow the family to thrive, even in these times of big change, creating a bit of boundary and structure to create safety and a safety net within the family. Learning how to do that in this lifetime is going to help you get to a place of feeling like your life is moving in the right direction. Now, what's interesting about your chart is you do have what we call a skipped step here. You've got moon squaring your nodal axis. And when you have a planet squaring the nodal axis, this lets us know this isn't your first rodeo doing this particular lesson. And you also have a second one here. This is not your first time having to live out this lesson, North Node Capricorn. What's gotten in the way has been the South Node Cancer. And what's interesting about this is Cancer, as the South Node, is about your emotions and being emotionally in that 10th house, embroiled in the world of work so much that the family structure can fall apart. Or the home structure can fall apart. It doesn't necessarily have to be the family of origin. It could also be the home itself. And there can be a bit of a problem kind of settling into home without good boundaries around home, meaning, emotionally things just kind of happen and you end up living in places where the plumbing is always sideways. The neighbors are always batshit crazy. And so you have to constantly keep moving. It can be difficult to settle here on planet Earth. But once you deploy your North Node lesson, which is about learning boundaries and structure when it comes to the world of home, family, roots, tradition, both the place and the people, you'll start to find that you settle here on Earth a lot more. Interestingly enough, these skip steps, I'm not going to be able to get into these. That's like a whole other segment of information. We can probably do that in a private reading. 30 minutes should be more than enough. But just as a quick overview, when I look at these for past lifetime info for things that you've done already before, one of the things that's gotten in the way of you being able to integrate this lesson in the past has a little bit to do with some of your own ambition and a little bit to do with your own emotions in relationship, maybe some codependency energy. And this is your lifetime where you're meant to overcome that. I certainly see you can and you will. 2020 was a big initiation for you with a lot of energy, 2019 and 20 moving through Capricorn. And you'll have another big opportunity to integrate this lesson once we wrap up the Scorpio Taurus eclipse cycle and move into the Aries Libra eclipse cycle in 2024. So all of that to say, there's good stuff here. It would take me a little bit longer to really give you what you need on it. But the main thing looking at here is about bringing structure, Capricorn things, structure, tradition, boundaries to areas pertaining to home, family. It could be the place, it could be the people. So sit with that, kind of see what resonates for you, because it's as long as you're in this body in this lifetime, Hope, you're going to be practicing different iterations of what that could mean at different chapters in your life. You're never going to be done with this lesson until you're literally done with this lifetime. So there could be multiple ways to interpret this. And especially if I know your situation, I can work with you on how to deploy that North Node or employ that North Node at this segment of your life. Okay. And we can look more specifically at how to work with those skipped steps so that they're not running your show as much as they may have in previous lifetimes. All right, Hope, thank you so much for letting me read for you. You're going to have to let me know how that resonates. Divine Twin Souls, hello, hello, hello. Welcome. It is your turn. After I do Divine Twin Souls, then I'm going to read for Vivian. After I do Vivian, Kelly, then Nikki, then Catherine, then Jessica, then Heather. Okay. Um, LOL, that's so true. My neighbors are crazy. Yeah, I'm sorry. Your neighbors are batshit. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I know what that's like to have some batshit neighbors, but it's the kind of thing for you where it seems like that kind of circumstance can maybe follow you a little bit, where there's just like always issues in the house that has you feeling like you can't settle down at home. So as soon as we can chat about it, we can deep dive on it so I can give you better clarity. But hopefully, that's a good enough starting place to start your brain working on solving the challenge for you. Okay. Get your brain moving in the direction of how do I work with this? Okay, so Chicago 47. Hey, happy birthday tomorrow, 1972. Birth time 10, 20, 29 a.m. Okay, cool. Oh, is this Bertina? Bertina, you owe me an email and a scheduled time, girl. I'm trying to work with you. You told me you want me to come do a thing with you. I'm going to do it with you if you just tell me when. I did get your email that said that you are trying to figure out some things in the background. So just keep me posted, hon. I am here when you are ready. Okay. What do I need to do to heal my Chiron? Great question. Okay. So you've got Chiron in the 10th house. Let's share screen so that you can see. Okay. Here's Chiron in the 10th house. With that 10th house placement, we have challenges here in the first and or the fourth and the first and seventh. Chiron in this particular placement, 13 degrees Aries. We are talking to Uranus. Okay, so that can be a bit of a challenge. This can really make work problematic in this lifetime, which I know you've experienced, and trying to figure out where you fit in the world of work, what you can offer, what your mission is, what you can provide to people. That can be a bit of a challenge. And we've actually talked about this, Bertina. I remember we had some conversations about what you were trying to do and how you could work it with Mars there, though, in Aries. Fascinatingly enough, Mars being the ruler of Aries, Mars being over here in Gemini in the 11th, one of the biggest ways you can heal the issues popping up with your Chiron is to work Mars and Gemini energy. Mars in Gemini is curious, it's ambitious, it wants to research, it wants to talk. It wants to teach, it wants to learn, it wants to communicate. And there's a lot of verbosity with Mars and Gemini. Interestingly enough, what you're being asked to do, because this is an 11th house placement, is to kind of be in constant communication about what your dreams are, what you're trying to create with your friends. Interestingly enough, there could be some helpful friends that can facilitate you achieving all of the potential laid out for your 10th house by being in communication, sharing, being an initiator in the world of connecting with helpful people to get you there. Just like you initiated with me, you were like, hey, I have this dream for my business. You didn't tell me that, but you started to reach out and initiate collaboratively. And I was like, yeah, I'm down to support that collaboration. I just need to do it at the right time for me. And so we've now circled back around full circle. It's right time for me, but now I don't know what happened for you. You're trying to sort some things out, but that was the right step. That kind of action, that kind of like take initiative to collaborate with others, tell them what I'm looking to do, tell them what I'm looking to create. The more you can continually do that and know that there are going to be some people who meet you as they're ready and people who can't, but just keep going. Don't stop. Don't try to make this a solo act or a one woman show. Make this a community effort. That's another piece of Gemini energy is it crowdsources from the community. It's about that soul family, the siblings, the cousins, the neighbors, the tribe, really having the motivation, Mars, to involve the tribe, Gemini, in the fulfillment of your hopes, wishes, and dreams. That's the 11th house, is what's going to allow you to heal quite a bit of the problems that Chiron presents in the world of work. It's going to allow you to reclaim some of the wounding that happened, I see, in childhood about who you were and who you were capable of being. It's going to allow you to come back home to valuing yourself. And it's also going to facilitate you feeling like you have something to offer in partnership. I see here, given your Chiron placement, once in a while, because of the way things go for you in the world of work, Bertina, unfortunately, at times it can have you feeling really down on yourself in romantic partnership, like you have nothing to offer at times, but that would be wholly untrue. What's happening is just that Chiron wounding is up, and the way to heal it is to bring people along, involve people inside of the making and the creation and the facilitation of your dreams. Make it a collaborative and community effort. The more collaboration you can do, the more community you can involve, this is what's going to allow you to stop feeling so much like the Chiron is getting the best of you, and instead you start giving your best to the world. The final thing I'll say about the placement of the ruler of your Chiron there in the 11th house, in Gemini, it's interesting. Where is your Mercury? It's also in Aries. Yeah. It's interesting. Some of the dreams that you have been given that live inside your heart, these are things that are meant to help humanity, help further other people. And so the more you can start sort of stay focused on being of service to other people, helping other people, and focusing on what other people need more than just what you want to create. Trust that what you want to create is of service, but you also have to pay attention to how other people are going to receive it. It's one thing for people to need rubber. It's another thing for people to need rubber tires, and to formulate that rubber, because you love to farm rubber, into tires that will be useful for people. And so paying attention to the bridge with that Gemini energy, paying attention to the bridge between what you want to create and what people need, is going to help you bring your dreams to fruition here in the third dimension. All right, sis. I hope that was helpful. Vivian, it is your turn. You have to let me know how that resonates for you, Bertina. But yeah, the more you try to Aries this, the more you stay in the wound, the more the wounding gets louder and louder and louder. You're not going to be able to Aries your way through this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You try to Aries independent it. Yeah. Okay. Well, happy birthday. Definitely get back to me so I can be a part of your collaborative efforts. I'd love to support you in whichever way it works for you. Um, just keep me posted, and then yeah, bring people along. Bring people along. That's going to help you out a lot. Okay. Vivian, it's your turn, baby cakes. And after we do Vivian, I'm going to do Kelly, and then Vibe and Shine. So Kelly and Vibe and Shine, if you guys could get ready, that would be great. Cool. All right. Let's see. Thank you so much for being ready, Vivian. Okay, Hong Kong. Ten, 3, 1995, 10:30 a.m. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Let me share a screen. Kelly, go ahead and get ready because it's going to be your turn. All right, Vivian. Vivian wants to know why recently I feel very lonely. I always feel lonely, but recently it has become unbearable. Okay. Yeah, I see the issue here. I have a very hard time dealing with it. I hate my moon placement. What's your moon placement? Moon in Capricorn. Okay. I mean, we have talked about this some. I recall 2019, 2020 being very difficult years for you because of your moon placement, but you're coming out of that now. You're coming to the tail end of that very difficult period of time. When I look at for the loneliness piece, I think what's been going on, speaking of Chiron, Chiron's been going back and forth on top of your sun and specifically over you into your fourth house, fifth house axis. Fifth house, the 11-5 axis is that axis of manifestation, as I've mentioned. But the challenge there with Chiron there and the fifth house is it impacts the 11th house. 11th house is all the friends. That's where all the friends live and all the fun people. They're all the people who want to, the co conspirators for our dreams. When you naturally have Chiron in that place of the fifth house or the 11th, it can make it hard to have friends and to keep friends and to have friends that support you and accept you. Like I was saying earlier to Alvin, it can make you feel a little bit like you're always on the outside of things. But you just had Chiron land and lock into place on that 11-5 in the last several months. And so you've come into basically what people who have that placement their whole life, you've come into experiencing it just now. And so it does make you have to have a little bit of extra effort in the way that you connect with people. It makes you have to wrestle with your own subconsciousness, self consciousness about what you're capable of. Chiron rolling through the fifth can make you feel a little bit down in the dumps about your prospects, your potential, can make you feel a little bit less than and what you have to offer to the world. And Vivian, like I said, I remember we've talked about this, that you've received some messaging in your world from family about we've talked about this. They've told you you're being lazy. And I've had to tell you, you haven't been lazy. Doors have legitimately been closed for you, hun. And you're coming out of that period into a new season in your life where the potential can now be accessed and manifested. But with that Chiron placement, there's a little bit of recognition that maybe you don't fit where you used to fit. Let me see what you say here. I feel like I'm no longer aligned with my friends and I feel like they don't understand me. They don't, and you're not. I want new friends. Yes, you should, who are aligned with the new version of me. Abso-freaking-lutely. And that's it. It's going to take some time to cultivate those new friendships. But the way to do that for you is going to be to really acknowledge that you're a much deeper person than everyone else, especially given what you've just been through. And you have that Mars and Scorpio in the 12th. Girl, you are deep. There is nothing superficial about who you are. Some of the issue you've been running into is, I'm sorry, but being on the 20 something side of 30, some of this has to do with the maturity level of your cohort. Like you had to, your chart makes you more mature for your age, but then what you just went through in the last 7 years grew you faster than they would have had to have grown unless they had the same moon placement as you. And so, did you outgrow them? Are they not aligned? Yes, and yes. Is it time to find some new friends? Also, yes. And that's going to take a little bit of time. But one of the things with Chiron there on the 11-5 axis that will support you is starting to really go for it with your dreams again, starting to really be honest with yourself about what your dreams are, because there was a really big piece of this transit of the last several years that was about no longer pretending to be your the perfect daughter, the perfect friend, the perfect sister, the perfect student, and starting to become the real Vivian. And so the more you're able to do that, that was a big part of what that transit was supposed to teach you, how to value you and be you. Kelly, it's your turn. Please paste your question. The more you're able to do that, you're going to find that the people that are supposed to be around you will come around. And so that loneliness will resolve, but the only way it resolves is by you watering and you nurturing the real Vivian. The more you do that, you're like, you know what the real Vivian likes to do? She likes to make juices. Let's find a juice making meetup or juice making party. Or the real Vivian, she really likes sci-fi. Let's go to a sci-fi conference or meetup or find some sci-fi channels on YouTube and make some friends that way. Or what the real Vivian likes to do, she's into acupuncture and herbs. Let me go find some acupuncture and herbs to work with. So that's a bit of that for you. Okay. Awesome. I cut friends off recently. Sometimes it's time for that. Yeah, the event. Sometimes it is. Sometimes you outgrow certain connections, and that's okay. Sometimes you're growing in different directions. Sometimes the branch forks and the individual branches, they go in other directions. Yes, but it's kind of sad to let old friends go, and it's hard to accept that I am no longer aligned with my old friends. Got it. It is hard to accept that, but the faster you accept it, the faster you can get into making those new friends. The more you hold on to the sadness of it, the longer you will stay lonely, Viv. Okay. Kelly wants to know about the Libra full moon. Hang on one second. I just got a delivery and I need to go get it so the package thieves don't take it. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. You're welcome, Viv. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, I am back. Thank you for your patience. Whew. Package thief averted. Let's see what's going on here for Miss Kelly. Okay. Okay, thanks for letting me know, Kelly. I am back. Let's go here into Missouri. And Webster Groves. And September 22, 1988 to 22 p.m. All right, cool. Share screen. All right. Set the timer. Okay. Let me see. What's Kelly's question? Can you tell me about challenges I have coming up with the Libra full moon? Okay, let me go find the date to that, the date and time. 1 second. In my calendar. Saturday, 4/16, 2:54 p.m. Okay. 2:16, 2:54 p.m. Let me share screen again. Transits 2:16 2:54 p.m. Okay, there we go. Challenges of the Libra full moon. 4:16. I was about to say that's not right. That is a different moon. Okay. That is the Leo full moon. Transits, new transit date, 4/16. There we go. Now we have a Libra full moon we're cooking with. Interesting. This full moon is going to illuminate your Mercury, which is the governor of your 8th house of transformation. And it is also late in your 9th house of potential. It is also the governor of your 6th house, late 5th house. Okay. Who's dominant at this Libra full moon? 27. Juno is dominant. She's directly trine. And Pluto's dominant. Pluto is square. Okay. So for you, this full moon is going to be about bringing in a lot of your personal power in the world of communication in a feminine way. There's a bit of reintegration of the way of your of communicating in a feminine way with other people, but communicating from a place of feminine power. That's going to be what's necessary here for you. This is going to be impactful in the world of work. You're going to see that there might be some situations that come up between now and then where knowing how to say, what to say, when to say it, and to whom to say it, and using your femininity to do that is going to really allow you to be of greater service than if you tried to just muscle your way through it in a more masculine way versus, or if you skip saying anything at all, which I could see at times may happen for you. But engaging people through your feminine power is going to be a theme here. And having a bit of the courage to say some of the things that other people might not say, And saying those things at the right time at this full moon will go a long way in elevating you in the world of work. That's kind of the big theme, is saying what you need to say at the right time and in the right way at this upcoming full moon for you. The biggest challenge I'm seeing for you is with the Pluto square. I see for you there's going to be a lot of pain or fears that are part of this, at times feeling a little bit like, I don't know if I should say this, or wanting to hold back. There could be also just a little bit of like people having pushed you to your limit in certain ways and in certain places, and you feeling like about ready to snap on some people, Kelly. And you probably know who these people are already. But the more you integrate your feminine energy and your femininity, the more you integrate your Juno energy and that feminine power, the easier it's going to be to know what to say, how to say it, when to say it, and to whom, in order to get the best results. So you'll have to let us know how that goes, what happens with that. Let me see what the tarot wants to bring to you about this full moon. Seems to be a lot about communication, about thinking in creative and more feminine ways, advocating for a more feminine approach at work. What does Kelly need to know about the Libra full moon for her at work? Oof. Okay. Yeah. All right. So what came out in the tarot for you in the 3-card pull, we have the 2 of Wands reversed, the 5 of Swords upright, and the Fool upright. When I look at this combination, there's a little bit of an energy here, bottom of the deck, Queen of Pentacles, which kind of speaks to that, feminine piece. When I look at this energy, I see situationally at work, there may be a little bit of some challenges having to do, like there's some, damn, like I can see that you're in some positions sometimes where you don't feel like you have any good choices, Kelly, where at times the circumstance that you're in, it feels like you, either way, no matter what you choose, Kelly ends up getting the short straw, the short end of the stick. She gets short shrift and everybody else gets like something good. What's interesting is with that Fool card upright and the Queen of Pentacles bottom of the deck, that's about taking a risk to really trust that the feminine is what's needed there in the 3rd dimension at this time in that workplace. And that if you can really relax into operating from that feminine space and trust it, you're going to be in a position where you can elevate what's happening for yourself and in the workplace. 2 of Wands reversed, 5 of Swords upright. When I see that combination and it came out together, this is just telling me you've got shitty choices in front of you. You can choose between something that looks like shit and something that smells like shit. That's basically what this is saying. And I'm so sorry to see that. A lot of workers are in that kind of position in their workplaces at this time. A lot of people who work for themselves are in that position at this place in time. But if you can take the risk to engender what femininity in the workplace looks like, how feminine energy works in meetings, in emails, in communicating with higher ups, in providing instruction and guidance to people you're meant to lead. If you can engender what femininity looks like in those places, you're going to find that that's what opens up the realm of choice for you again. And this Libra full moon is going to really open that up for you, invite you to step into that. Okay. So you'll have to let me know how that resonates, Kelly. Let me see what you say here. Super interesting. I've been feeling like I'm starting this energy early. Yeah, because this kind of thing has been on my mind. Very good. Love a good Pluto square, don't we all? Crazy. This is all lining up with everything right now. I got to get better at integrating the femme for sure. You're welcome. You're very welcome, Kelly. Okay. Um, Thank you. Have a safe flight, Kelly. Nikki, birthday girl, it's all you, baby. Go ahead and place your question, vibe, and shine, and then we'll move on to Catherine, then Jessica, then Heather. Okay, in that order. Let me check to see if anyone else wanted to jump on the list. The list is open, so if you want to jump on it, you can. Okay. So we have Heather, and then the vent jumped on the list. Okay, no problem. No problem. Very good. All right. Okay. Kelly, you're welcome. You're very welcome. Okay. Um, all right, vibe and shine. And Tina, I don't know if I have you on the list that I just mentioned, but if you'd like to get on the list, you can jump on it. The way to pay and get on the list is above. Um, South Africa. South Africa. Joburg. Okay. Yeah, Elvin, if you want to jump in for a second cue, you can do that as well. 1979, 8 p.m. Okay. Ivan Shine, thank you for putting all the details and the question in one message like that. As the event said, that is the best way to set yourself up for a good mini reading. Thank you so much. All right. Ivan Shine says, what is the most meaningful info you can give me for what's going to be playing out over the next year? Girl, that is a weighty question. Not the obvious stuff that other astros say, please. I don't know what the obvious stuff they say is. You got a long list of demands put in some very short messages, Nikki. I have no idea what they say, but I'll tell you what I see. Okay. Hopefully that will meet your standards today on your birthday, your very special day. All right. So, major information for you that is of interest to me as we start your solar return year, the start of your solar return. This solar return is going to be colored. Interesting. All right, Nikki. This solar return is going to really be colored by this Jupiter Neptune conjunction in your fifth house. This really talks about that is some real Aries behavior. That's exactly what I would have said too. Vibe and shine. I get Nikki. I really do. Because my birthday is in 1 week. And I'm like, you know what? This is what I want. This is how I want it. I am clear. Okay. So yeah, vibe and shine. What I have here is this Jupiter Neptune conjunction really coloring your solar return year. And I'm clever with my choice of words, very. And that Jupiter Neptune conjunction, that's rare. You only see that energy happen once a year, and that it's happening on your birthday is significant because of the angles it makes, but also because of the fact that it's happening on your birthday. And so with Jupiter and Neptune sitting together, specifically, I'm seeing it on top of that south node. This is telling me that some of the issues that you've had problems with that you've dragged into this lifetime, which I do see have to do with the issue at hand here, faith, are what's coming up in this next year for you. You're going to need to have some more faith vibe and shine. Now, I don't know what you've been doubtful about specifically. I don't know where you've had the problem connecting to your belief in the unseen and really recognizing a higher power. I think it might have something to do with money, and your value here on earth, that you are a valuable being based on that placement, because I see the skipped step there in your chart. But this is telling me that the theme of this year, if you were to pull a word out of a hat and utilize that word, the study of this year for you is faith. And needing to really have faith and lean into faith and trust that even though things may have been hard for you coming up to this point, that really good things are in front of you. The other thing, I've been doubting my spiritual journey and the faith in the twin flame journey. Yeah. Another piece of this, but such a mind fuck. Yeah. I know, I totally get that. The other piece of this has to do with really recognizing for yourself, because I see you have the South Node Venus conjunction. Your love life has not been easy in this lifetime. You've had a lot of shit to deal with from past lives and past life people who want to make shit up to you in this life, and you've gone ahead and made appointments with them. And now you got to have faith that they're going to come through, that they're going to be real, that they're going to show up in this lifetime. This particular year is going to help you stretch into faith. And what's interesting about the Jupiter Neptune conjunction is that on the one, there's a fine line between being delusional and having faith. Yes, and you got it. I feel like it's been a great lie and I've been in delusion. Yeah, totally. And so there's a fine line between having faith and actually being delusional. And this year is going to stretch you in helping you understand what actually you can have faith in and what is it you actually need to let go of. Because in this period of time, you will start to have some illumination, some clarity. This year has Mercury and Sun conjunct, and that's really going to stretch you. You're going to get a lot of illumination about what there is to have faith in and what there is to let go of. Because are there some parts of the whole twin flame experience that were kind of spoon fed that's straight up fairy tale and fantasy? Abso-freaking-lutely. There does come a point in every journey where you need to let those things go and understand what the journey is in and of itself. It's an initiation into love. It's an initiation into the recognition of the power of love and what it can do. But love isn't dictates, mandates, obligation, control. Love isn't a promise. It's not a fantasy. Love actually, it really strips us and it breaks us down into the most real parts of who we are. And it shows us that love, what love can show us is how to be with it without ego when we are really willing to surrender. And it's going to be a bit of what this year is going to bring for you, is the illumination and the separation of the fantasy from what you can actually have faith in that's real. All right. So I want to prepare you for that. That's what I got. You will at times in the coming year scratch your head a little bit, Nikki, and at times be like, what the actual? And you want to, you in your head, you're going to be cussing out the divine and cussing out, your spiritual guides and team. You'll be cussing out yourself for what you've had faith in. But honestly, when I see that Neptune square to the nodes, like you had, faith is one of the things in this lifetime you actually came in to work with. It's something you lacked in previous lifetimes. And in this lifetime, you need to integrate it in order to be able to lean into and learn your North Node lessons. So there you go. There you go. Sorting shit from shiners. That's it. I'm glad that was meaningful for you. Very good. Yes. The vent, Celine Dion, the power of love. Yes. Exactly. I'm glad I could read for you on your birthday. Happy birthday, Vibe and Shine. Good for you, sweetheart. All right, Catherine B. Let's get it, girl. Cat B, it is your turn. Cat B, I think you might even be on a delay, if I recall correctly. Hopefully, you've gone out and come back in. Hey, Crystal, great to see you here. It's the crystals. I love it. Remember that one time, the vent? Do you remember that one time there were like three or four crystals in the chat? And I was like, what the heck is going on here? It was you, I think Crystal Aurelia, and I think like one or two other crystals showed up. It was like Crystal with a C and like another crystal. That was a funny moment. All right. Um, okay, so Catherine and then Jessica, then Heather, and then the vent. Let me see what's going on right here. Okay, Elvin. Do I have Elvin on the list? No, let me add Elvin. Thank you. List is open. If you want to join, you definitely can. The vent says it was madness. It was because no crystal knew who I was talking to, and each crystal had to use each other's like full name in order to be able to know who was talking to who. Oh, Crystal, so you remember that? Yeah, both of you remember that. That was a funny moment. Okay, so we've got Catherine B, then Jessica B. Jessica B, are you here? Because it's going to be your turn as well. Madness. Okay, while we wait for Catherine to roll through, I'm going to grab something real quick from the other room. Be right back. Let's see what's going on here. The event says, okay, let me start. Yes, I'm curious about that visit with his parents. I really do want to know what happened there. All right. And Jessica, I don't know what happened to Catherine, but Jessica, go ahead and paste your question. She may get refunded. She may come back. We'll see what happens. You make a note, refund her. Okay, Jessica, let me do this. Um, Quebec City. Oops, Canada. That country, right? 6, 19, 1982, 12:10 p.m. Okay. Cool. Yeah, it's the thing that's making dreams more vivid is that Jupiter Neptune conjunction in Pisces. That's what it is, flower. It's such a nice energy. It's so fucking dreamy. I love it. It's heightening people's intuition as well. Now, don't get me wrong, there's some madness in it too, where it's like we're all just going to believe lies. Some people, especially if you have Jupiter and Neptune square, the Jupiter Neptune conjunction in Pisces, Virgo, but or in Gemini, Sag, but it's otherwise a really lovely, lovely energy. If you can avoid some of the deception that can come with that. All right. All right. So thank you, the vent. I appreciate you helping her out. Let's see. Question is 6:19. Do I have it? 1982, 12:10 p.m. Do I have it? Yes. Can you tell me about Chiron and the impact of the different aspects moving Venus, Uranus? Yes, I can. So your Chiron placement is here. Conjuncture Venus. Look at that. But also your moon. Amazing. Amazing, amazing. Let's just clear that. So here's Chiron, here's Venus, here's the moon. And we have an opposition to Uranus. And we have do we have any other major conversations? No, no. Okay. So let me just suss this out. What's fascinating about that ninth house is the ninth house is what really governs our potential. It's the energy of what could be, the raw energy of what could be before it's manifested into anything in particular in certain ways. That ninth house is what we educate ourselves on, learn about. It's med school before becoming a doctor. It is mechanic school before we become a mechanic, auto school before we become a mechanic, right? And so that ninth house is where we go out in the world to learn things so that we can bring wisdom and information back to our tribe. In shorthand, we call it long distance travel, we call it universities, we call it higher education, but it's our capacity to reach out beyond us, get information we need so that we can become brighter stars or brighter divine incarnate here on earth. With Chiron in the ninth, we have problems having that, operating that mechanism, reaching out there. We can have problems with teachers, people who are supposed to guide us and lead us toward our greatest potential. We can have problems in the world of education and learning and coming into that potential for ourselves. Learning challenges, learning issues can be some of the issue here. There can also be challenges with figuring out Chiron conjunct Venus in this placement, what it is you want. There can be a sense of what I want just doesn't make any sense. I could never have that. What I want isn't even possible for me. What I want and what I desire, like, it's the kind of like, it gives you a bit of desire dysmorphia in the same way that we would look at a woman who's, in her teen, a young woman in her teens who's, maybe she's like 115 pounds and she's like, I want to be a ballerina. But when she looks in the mirror, what she sees is an elephant when she looks at herself. She's at 115 pounds. Girlfriend's nowhere near an elephant, but she's got body dysmorphia. So she thinks her dream isn't possible because when she sees herself, She doesn't see herself accurately with the same lens of potential that the rest of us see her with. And so, Jessica, what we're dealing with here is liken or akin to that for you with this particular Chiron placement, where you look out at what it is you want to create, what it is you want to do. And what you have is this sense of, but I could never do that because I'm this or I'm that, or I don't fit this way, or there's this inherent chopping yourself off at your knees, or having certain teachers do that to you, like capping you at the knees before you've even gotten started. Now, the way there is to heal that with Venus conjuncted in the first doggone place is to honor the fact that your desires are sacred. They are given to you by the divine. They're the divine's special way of communicating with you about what it is it's possible for you in this lifetime if you were only willing to reach, only willing to risk, only willing to nurture the desire. Taurus is the sign of nurture. Nurture the desire. Just no matter how crazy it feels to look in the mirror and see an elephant, the world doesn't see an elephant, Jessica. The world sees your potential, and many times exactly the way your desire has placed it inside of you. The second thing to do to heal this is to find teachers who do see your potential and who are willing to nurture and water it, and who are willing to nurture you nurturing your potential, which is a funny thing to say, because what you're looking for here isn't someone who's going to cheer you on. You're looking for someone who's going to cheer for you while you water yourself, while you show up to practice every day, while you go for it with your dreams. You're looking for a cheerleader who's going to champion you, championing yourself, self-love. That's Taurus, Venus and Taurus, nurturing that self-love for your potential and what it is. Now, ninth house, education, there's going to be no way around the fact that in order for you to manifest your full potential and overcome that Chiron hump, you are going to have to take classes somewhere, some way. You will need education. You're going to have to find a guide and a teacher. You're not going to be able to pull yourself through this by yourself. And the sooner you're able to start doing that, and the more ongoingly you can do that, because with Chiron wounds, the work is ongoing. It's never one and done. The more you can do that ongoingly, the easier it's going to be to find that your Chiron manifests as guidance and leadership for other people instead of holding you back in the world of self-doubt. All right, Jessica, thank you so much. It's so great to read for you. I really appreciate that, sweetheart. I love it. Hopefully that resonates. You'll have to let me know what resonates for you. And of course, if you want to go deeper, because there's other stuff there too. We didn't really get too much into the moon. It's about 7 degrees away, but we talked heavily about that Venus placement. We can look at that Juno placement as well as kind of what I would consider the ancient ruler of Taurus and of Libra. We can look at that if you prefer. We can do that in a private reading. I think 30 minutes would be enough unless you want to look at other stuff. Coming back, let me just see real quick. Yeah, thank you, the vent. Where is Kat? Where is Kat? Where'd that girl go? Let me go up here and see. Okay. So Kat gave me some birth information. I think I'm back. Okay, Kat, the ruler of house my Chiron is in the same house as Chiron. What does that mean for me? Okay, I got you, Kat. I think I follow what you want to know. I'll get into it now. Kat Bond, Taiwan, Taipei. This is going to make me work for it. I see. Taipei. Okay. Now her birthday is happy upcoming birthday. 5/24, 1985. You're an early Gemini, I think. It's rare that I meet a May Gemini. All the Geminis I meet are June Geminis. Okay, Miss Cat B. May 24, 85, 10:55. Okay, let me share screen. List is open if you'd like to get on it. I can certainly do a read for you. It would be my pleasure to do so. Let me share screen a different way. New share. I want to share the whole screen. There we go. Okay. How to work with the ruler of your Chiron. So, okay, very nice. So your Chiron is in Gemini, and we've got Taurus here sitting with your North Node. Yummy. Okay. With Chiron and Gemini in the fourth, communicating with family can be a real clusterfuck. It can be very difficult for you. With the Mercury component to this, communicate you must. Sharing who you are with your family is something that's non-negotiable for you, but it's about sharing who you are in a self-loving way. That Taurus placement, Taurus and Leo are really a lot about self-love. They're about being in a place where you can appreciate yourself and support yourself and give yourself permission to be who you are. It's an energy of how can I say it, in that fourth house, you will extend the love to them, but it's almost like especially if you came from a strict family or a family where there was just a lot of shoulding, like you should do this and you should do that and I should be this and I should be that and everyone should da 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 in order to be good family to one another. This Mercury Taurus placement is about acts of love, words of affirmation that validates people for who they are, where they are. And for you, that's starting with yourself. That healership. So remember, we talked about Chiron has the ability to bring leadership to the people of the house that it's placed in. In that way, once you heal yourself, apply that love to yourself, take off the shoulds and appreciate Cat for who Cat is. This for you is going to facilitate a way to honor, nurture, not just love yourself, but then model that out for your family. Model that out for your parents, your family of origin, your culture, your neighborhood. There's a real need to almost, just like sing to the wood. I don't know if, so there's this sci-fi fantasy series that I'm in the middle of reading, and there's this group of people who are known as the builders in this book. And the builders in this world have a way of, in order to build the things that people need, whether it's a boat or a house or an instrument or, whether they're building a tool for farming, what they do is they go to the trees and they sing to the wood in such a way that the tree then basically grows a branch that ejects exactly what it is that someone needs. And so there are songs for boats, there are songs for instruments, there are songs for different things, but it's that act of gently, lovingly, nurturingly coaxing people into loving themselves by the way you love yourself and the way you love them. That kind of nurturing is what's being asked for here, to give to yourself first. Feed your own, like put on your own oxygen mask. And then in doing that, you then become the model for your family to do that later. Okay. So it's a really beautiful gifting that you have here. It's reversing the flow of their energy coming and hitting you like arrows, chopping off pieces of your branches to just take what they need. Harsh words in the family that end up into harsh words with the self, You're reversing the flow of energy here. Kind words to self leading to kind words with the family, leading to kind words that the family gives to one another. So, hopefully, that gives you a little bit of clarity, my love. Um, a little bit of information, a little bit of extra insight. You'll have to let me know how that resonates for you, Kat. But yeah, it's this gentleness, like changing things and healing things with gentle words, with kindness. And where there's issues in the home as the place, not necessarily the people, what you're being asked to do in lieu of that is to start the process of thinking positively and acting positively with the resolution to whatever the home issue is, whether it's an electrical issue or, thanking the home and letting the home know, I'm going to take care of you. It's that kind of thing. Okay, Kat. So, my love, let me know how that resonates for you. That's what I'm seeing there as the solution and the healing for you. Okay, Heather, baby cakes, it's all you, girl. Let's do this. Is it possible that family includes current living situation? Yes. Yes, it is possible, Kat. That is absolutely great. I'm glad you asked. Thanks for the read the other day, by the way. Very enlightening, also maddening. Hopefully, it gave you some validation, Kat, as well. Actually, since you're reading, I feel like I have applied this. Downloads have been insane. Woohoo! I've been told that by people that they get like a reading from me and then something shifts in their energy field and their consciousness and their awareness, and they're able to move on a different path. So, thank you so much, the vent. After Heather, I'm going to do the vent. Then I'm going to do Elvin in that order. So you two, the vent and Elvin, get your questions ready. I see here that River has joined the party. What's up? Happy spring, River. I hope that you have there's been some good news and positive movement on the home front for you. And then if any of you want to get like a longer reading, of course you're able to do that um, through the by booking over on the website kmunastro.com. Okay, let's see what's going on with Heather. Yes, Heather is a Scorpio. The vent recognizes her people. She's like, my people. Ireland, Cork, 11, 12, 1965, 10, 25. Come on, 25 a.m. Okay. River, I got everything I needed and more. Really, River? I cannot wait to hear this Christmas miracle that occurred for you in March. I'm so pumped because River, when you told us what was going on last time, I was like, oh no, this girl's in a jam, but it must be divinely guided. I cannot wait to hear what happened, River. Mostly confirmation of what I've been working on. Good. Are you reading more or less told me that I'm doing what I should be? Okay, very good. Okay, let's get into this for Miss Heather. Heather's question is, let me come back up here, find it. I need to scroll back up. Can you read my Chiron, please? Of course, I can read your Chiron, beloved. Okay, so with your Chiron placement, what I have going on here, Chiron in the third house, Pisces, problems trusting your intuition in the world of conscious mind, thought, and communication. feeling like you can't trust what you are being shown. And with Mercury in the 12th house, square that Chiron, there's even more self doubt. And we have Pluto and Uranus, joy, directly opposite your Chiron, which are, on the one hand, it's giving you a lot of intuitive ability, Heather. Like, girl, you are intuitive. I don't know why people try to think they can lie to you, because they can't. You can see their energy coming before they even start speaking. This is the kind of energy, Heather, in your chart where it's like, you're in a bar, and out of 12 people who walk in, you can see the two who are bad effing news. And you already know that there's one of them who's going to make it so that you probably shouldn't stay in that bar, Heather. It's like a superpower, your capacity to read people's energy. The problem that you run into with the Chiron placement in the place you have is just so much self-doubt, because much of what you're picking up on are precisely the things that people don't want you to know. People aren't going to say out loud. People don't have any desire to reveal. Kat, oh, I see that. Okay, we'll come back to that, Kat. I'm gonna come right back to that for you. I'm sorry, sweetie. We'll do that right after I finish with Heather. And so because you don't get a lot of external validation for the things you're picking up on, Heather, it's the kind of thing where you may feel low-key crazy half the time, Heather, around why you're thinking what you're thinking, why you're feeling what you're feeling, why you're seeing what you're seeing, why you know what you know. And also because of this, you're going to be in the uncomfortable predicament of once in a while reaching for validation. And because it's the kind of thing that people don't want you to know, they don't want anyone to know, they're just going to straight up lie to you about it. And that's going to make you feel further crazy. The solution to this is to trust anyway. With this Neptune being the ruler of your Chiron here in the 11th house of hopes, wishes, and dreams, and there in the world of friendship, there's two solutions. Also, Jupiter being the ancient ruler of your Chiron there in Cancer in the 7th house, there's two solutions. One, I see here that there are certain friends in your life that have your back, Heather. There are certain people, I know you've probably checked in with them a little bit after the fact, and like a week after you had the interaction in a group of friends, you check in with that one friend and you're like, am I crazy? Because this is what I was picking up on. Did you see that? Is it just me? Am I a weirdo? And they'll tell you, no, 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 it's not you. That person has this, and this going on in their life. And your friends may supply the information you need to not feel completely crazy cakes with the person that you're picking things up about. You'll also find a lot of validation here in the world of romantic partnership, Heather. So people whom you're partnered with will have your back on your intuition more than the people you run into whom you're picking things up on that has you feeling crazy and them just denying it to the high heavens. What's interesting about this is that this, yes, it's a gift. It's meant to be a gift. You're meant to be utilizing this to help other people. As this Chiron sits here on the axis of communication, there is this way in which you can read what's going on with other people and supply to them exactly the right words and exactly the right moment to let them know it's okay. It's okay. You're not crazy. It's okay. Your life is going to work out. It's okay. Have you ever thought about this or that? I'm just getting the intuitive message to tell you this is what you need to know. This is what's going on. You have that kind of power within you where you could just be sitting on a bus stop or at a grocery store, and you just need to tell people a certain message, Heather. Trust that, because the more you do that, the more comfortable you're going to be with your intuition and the less crazy you're going to feel. Your intuition for you is something that's meant to be communicated with Chiron and Pisces there in the 3rd house, not kept to yourself. And the more you express it, the easier you're going to find that you find healing for yourself as you share your gift with other people, Heather. All right. But where you need to, in the meantime, find validation from your friends, find validation from your loved ones. Heather, you're going to have to let me know how that resonates for you. Okay, let me see what we see. Cat. Okay. Cat had the ruler of her Chiron in the fourth house, I remember. And she did get the oracle to go with it. Yes. All right. The vent, get ready. It's almost your turn. Let me do this oracle for Cat, and then I'm going to do you the vent. All right. Cat, is it okay if I do a interesting? Remember, we talked about praying, not praying, but singing the wood from the tree. So fast. This is fascinating. I love the card that just popped out for you. Um, Heather, I don't know if those laughing, crying faces mean that resonated or if it meant that I'm completely crackers. You're gonna have to give me more language than that to let me know. Okay. Um, it was death and despair last time we heard from River. It's true. Kat, let me know if I can use the Oracle deck for you, sweetheart. If that's going to be okay, because I see a message coming through here that could be really good for you. Let's see. This is a very nice message that's come through. Where's my water? There it is. Where's Kylie's ass? She said she was coming back. Okay. Kat, let me know if I can use that Oracle baby cakes. Kat might be on a bit of a delay again. Okay, cool. Thanks, Kat. I appreciate it. All right, here we go. The card that immediately came out for you as I had you on my mind and was shuffling was the prayer, meaning someone who prays. And it's funny because I have all my little personal notes in here. It says, you know, faith. And in parentheses next to it, I wrote, know your faith. The walking path is trusting, the sleeping path is fatalistic. It's ironic I read for what's her name after you, Heather after you, because even though I had my mind focused on you when I pulled this card, I feel like this message also is relevant for our girl, Heather. Interestingly, oh, okay. I got it, the vent. That makes a lot of sense. All right. Well, let's send some Kylie some good energy. Um, okay. The prayer says, you recognize and honor that which we cannot see. In the waking path, your senses do not have to be engaged for you to believe, trust, or have faith. You are the messenger of spirit. Yeah, that's that whole validation thing that we were talking about with the people you live with and in your family. Your sense of life is steeped in the philosophy that intangible things such as love, intuition, faith are often the most unexplainable yet influential forces in our life. Yeah, watering that within yourself, that self-love piece, and then you give that to other people as a model. You can be a mystery of sorts to people, but this does not concern you. As a prayer, you are sometimes misjudged for not being aware of the realities of the world. However, your divine work with the unknown is fundamental to your being open to new realities that may not yet exist in a tangible way. Yeah. So you had that Mercury and Taurus, and that's about calling stuff from the mental plane into that third dimension, speaking it into existence. And that's what prayer is. It's the capacity to speak into existence that which we want and know to be true. On the other hand, you can avoid reality if it seems too difficult to face. Yeah, Chiron and Gemini can totally avoid the reality of the family life. In relying on messages from spirit, you are often disappointed. These disappointments can leave you hopeless and joyless. Given our lives as Black women, we find it hard to have faith in a world that has not been kind to us. Now, like I said, this oracle deck was specifically written with Black women centered, but it doesn't mean that you won't be able to relate to it, especially as someone who's living the life of light here on earth in a very dark place. You may find that you quite frequently feel on the outside of things and relate very heavily to the messages that come through in this deck. The world may not have been kind to you. We may say to hope is futile as we still live under oppressive conditions. This fatalistic attitude can only lead to true soul sleeping. So giving up hope on of the people you live with, and that fourth house is one of the things that can happen. For your soul revival as a prayer, understand that faith is a type of knowing that involves an understanding of how you perceive your own life. Woo! Let me read that again for you, Kat. Faith is a type of knowing that involves an understanding of how you perceive it. How you perceive it is what it will become. Your perception of life dictates what kind of faith you embrace, blind faith or knowing faith. Blind faith is broad and vague and has no grounds for belief, but knowing faith involves a clear perspective of what you are trusting in your life. To be fatalistic is to not trust anything or anyone in your life, which can happen with Chiron in the fourth. That wounding from Chiron in the fourth can cause you to feel like you can't trust anybody. Reviving a prayer soul involves deciding what is real for you while remaining open to the unknown for any new realities to base your faith on. Okay. There we go. That's what we have for you, Kat. Thank you so much. It's a treat to have read for you. Thank you for allowing me to pull the oracle card for you. That is from, for anyone who's curious about that deck, it's from a deck called Black Angel Cards, a soul revival guide for Black women. Earthlyn Marcellian Manuel is the creator of that deck. What I love about that deck is she always gives the waking path and the sleeping path so that you can operate in free will, choice, and mastery. She doesn't just give you, here's who you are. She gives you, here's the light and the shadow, and you have choice. Here's how to get back in the light. And so, for anyone who's light worker here on earth, you can find that at times the earth realm can be extraordinarily oppressive. And this deck deals with that and draws you back into the light path in the moments where the sleeping path or the shadow has taken over because earth realms can be so heavy. Okay, let's see what Kat has to say. I made a resolution at solstice to trust my intuition and follow it without having to figure it out first. And I have done so. Well, damn. And joy has been a theme popping up for me. Okay, Kat, when you open in classes so that we can enjoy this, we can learn with you. Kat says, I have worked too hard to get where I am. If I wanted to be in the ground, I never would have tried to fly in the first place. Yeah, I have found my wings and I will not willing to walk in denser energies. Very good. I'd rather take to the skies to see things from a better view. Very good. Very good. I'm so happy to hear that, Kat. That's very inspiring. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Heather says, wow, I'm really interested to hear my intuition is that powerful. Heather, you didn't know? Totally resonates about doubting it and not getting validated by people. Super happy to hear I have superpowers. Awesome. Yeah. With your particular placements, unfortunately, you have the capacity to see the things that people don't want you to know. And so that can make you feel quite crazy when they just straight up are like, who, me? No, not me at all. When in actuality, yes, them, and you sussed it out, you saw it. Um, so yeah, your friends, they'll have your back, and so will your loved ones, Heather. But it's all about you having your back as well and just delivering on those messages of love, hope, and encouragement for people that it's been difficult for you to um, share with them because of your self doubt. But the more you can lean into that, the easier it's going to be. All right, the vent. What do we have? How to heal my Chiron? I don't know if we got to that last time because we touched on Chiron. If we did, then what's my role in my family? Because I feel like I'm the parent. Oh, the vent. Yeah. Okay. So your Chiron sits here inside house 7. And inside house 7, this can really pose challenges to relationships, romantic partnerships, and business partnerships. Honestly, it can leave you feeling like if I'm like, I need you to water me, foster me, feed me. And if you're not doing that, then I must not be loved. Um, and unfortunately, yeah, I see there's a Chiron sextile to your moon. So, where some of this came from may have had to do with a mom. She looks like she was either absent or critical in some way with that sextile placement there, or her approval and praise and love of you may have either been A, very conditional, or B, based on your behavior, or it can not, if not conditional, it could have been very like sporadic. You could have been going along consistently as a child, been doing the same things. One day that behavior gets you praise, the next day that same behavior gets you punishment. And so that kind of placement there, she is very damn present. Is she too present, the vent? Is that what's going on here? They do see you have the Pluto, not the Pluto, but yeah, Pluto trine your Chiron, interestingly enough. But yeah, that because of that placement as well, the other thing I'm seeing that could work out with your mom is parentification, which I think you mentioned with that moon Libra Chiron sextile, that moon. It's where your mom really makes you responsible for some of her emotions at times in your connection, where you don't get to be the child. You growing up may have felt more like her partner, and she made you as an she spoke to you as if you were an adult and responsible for the way she felt, as if she was in partnership with you, but she wasn't. She was your parent. So parentification can be a problem too with the placements that you have. Um, let's see, is over nurturing sometimes. Cancer sun. Oh, she's got the Cancer. Okay. I don't get to be the child. Yeah. Like I said, parentification, that's some of the energy there. I think Thais talks about this sometimes, but you can ask her about the impact of not getting to be the child in your relationship with your mom and how that impacts your romantic relationships. And Thais will walk you through how to start healing that with psychology. Um, all of that to say, the ruler of that Chiron here is the sun. The sun sits here in Scorpio. This is not funny, but it's funny. And it's square your Chiron, interestingly enough, at a 90-degree angle. And so I mean, the vent, you already know this about yourself, and that you have this way of being able to kind of see behind the scenes with people. You have this way of being able to see what's not being said, hear what's not being said, see what's not being shown, that kind of thing. And the healing for you, I mean, I know you probably don't want to hear this. You've already done a lot of it. You've caught a lot of flack for it in your lifetime, but the healing for you is to start naming the things. Yes, I'm laughing because I know that this has just been a long road for you, and you're barely into your 20s. But what I can see here is the necessary step for you. Or maybe you're in your 30s. Maybe I can't calculate correctly. Yeah, you're barely into your 30s. Um, what there is for you to do is to start. Oh, the vent, I hate to tell you this, but this is your superpower, is to start calling people out on their shit. That's all there is to do. When that's happening, and someone with so much cancer energy is not going to appreciate that from you, but the problem with dealing with someone with that much cancer energy is like we talked about, her making you responsible for your feelings, for her feelings, so that you can never be responsible for your own as an autonomous being. You have to be responsible for hers, and hers trump yours. Yes, bitch. And I have been very good, the vent. I am very happy to hear this. Very good. I am very happy to hear this. I know you have been. I can kind of see that in your nature, that you call people out on their bullshit. And so I tell him, her and him, I don't give a fuck. Okay, good. I'm happy to hear this. The way to heal what's going on in your relationship world is to do the same. And so I know you've mentioned that you've had that fearful avoidant relationship pattern prior to now, that attachment style, and you've been working on that. One of the common key ingredients that people who have the fearful avoidant attachment style find themselves having in common in their childhood is a parent who flooded them. They were overly attentive, made them responsible for their emotions. That can be the kind of thing the fearful avoidant really it has to work through in order to have healthy relationships going forward. And so with that Chiron piece, what you're being asked to do, Leo, self-love, Leo, kind of taking pride in yourself, caring for yourself, having creativity within yourself, having that sovereignty within yourself. Your mom may not care about your wounds because she's so worried about her own, and she wants you to then worry about her feelings. You have to be worried enough about your wounds that you are talking about them, that you are attending to them, that you are prioritizing them, that you are speaking to them, that you are giving them voice and air and stage time and a microphone. You have to be willing to speak up for your pain when other people aren't willing to pay any attention to it because they are in their own pain. And because that Chiron 6 sits in that seventh house for you, the vent, the necessity for you is to do that in romantic partnership, to do that with the lovers. And the more you're able to do that with lovers, what you're actually going to start to notice is that automatically, ironically, has a way of healing things with your own mom, because the validation you'll get back from lovers will help you reparent, but it's got to start with you. You got to reparent yourself first by validating your own feelings enough to share them, give them airtime. The validation then you could then get from your loved ones. Remember how your twin responded to you when you actually validated your feelings enough to share them? He had his own problems afterwards. He went back into DA land, but the first thing he did was he validated you. And so that validation piece, the vent, is what's going to help you spur you along to continue to do that self validation that you need to do. It's going to heal your relationships and your relationship with your mom. So that's how to work with the Chiron there in your chart. Okay. And again, because that sun is in that ninth house, it's going to take ongoing education, which, you're doing. I already know you're enrolled in PDS and you're working your stuff. So, ongoing education and learning will help you a ton. Let me see what you said here. I told her to start protecting us as her kids because we're tired. Good. Yes, I have to have super tact with the DADM so I can tell him off like I do with everyone else, but I got to do it nicely. Yeah. And it's not even about telling him off, it's just about being transparent. You can balance your candor with compassion. You don't have to be, disrespectful to be honest or a dick to be honest. You can be honest with compassion. And in that way, it turns the lights on in a way that other people can't turn them back off and go back into their falsities. And so that communication scripts course that you took is really going to help you with that. Okay. I also told my father off, but I blocked him because he's a narcissist. I looked up these two fools chart synastry, my parents, all negative, and I'm like, how in the hell, God? Yeah, it can be a real healing thing at some point to recognize that your parents had no business being together, but they were young enough and dumb enough to keep trying, and that's their issue, and you don't have to solve that. You can just let them be them, and keep moving with your life. Not everyone is compatible, and sometimes we come from incompatible parents, and that's not a bad thing. It's just sometimes we just needed their spiritual DNA to do what we had to do here on earth, and then we can release them from obligation, from being anything other than the providers of that spiritual DNA, so we can move on. Elvin, Sweet Pea, it's your turn. They had no damn business and they're still married. Yes, and I have a script for him to talk to him on Friday. That's DA friendly. Oh, the vent. I'm very happy that you have your scripts, you're taking the classes, you're doing what you need to do. You're on it. You're doing your healing. Keep going. It's going to be a lifelong process. And that's the hard part about Chiron for all of us, that it's never one and done. You'll do some classes here, you'll do this, you'll learn in this way, and then you'll move on to the next set of healer, the next way to heal this for you. So I'm happy to hear that you've done it, you're doing it, keep going. Thank you, Kay. I needed to hear that. Very validating. Good. I'm happy to hear it. Elvin, Sweet Pea, it's your turn. After Elvin, I'm going to do Crystal A, then River, then Andrea, then Celine, in that order. Let me make sure I didn't skip or miss anyone. Let me go back into this payment app and see what's what. Okay, Celine. River, you are funny. Girl, what are you doing? Oh, you have two questions and one question you want a tarot pull. Okay, I got you. I see what's happening here. It's like, what is all this going on from River here in my account? Okay, Crystal, Elvin, Crystal, River, River, and then Celine. Okay, I got it. Elvin, Crystal, River, and then Celine. Where did Andrea come from? I feel like something said Andrea, but then I don't see it here. Excuse me. So Andrea's payment on hold. Let me go over to activity. All transactions. No, there is no Andrea. I don't know where that came from. Interesting. Interesting. This is weird. Now, what is happening here? Oh, I see what's going on here. All right, River, I got you, baby. No problem. All right. Okay. I got you. I got you. I got you. Thank you. I was like, what is going on? Okay. I did not tell you to cuss everyone out. That is not what I said at all. Okay, where is though the vent? Okay, I see. Elvin. Okay, cool. All right, Elvin, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Um, Sweden, Malmo to 1987, 11:01 a.m. Okay. It's Chiron wound healing. Okay, let's have a look. I know. I know. Sometimes, you see the little notification come through and you got to go check, you got to go fact check what went on here. You got to do some fact checking. Um, I did not say cuss them out. I said fact check them, the vent. That's what I said. I said fact check these people. That's funny. I did not say cuss them out. You cuss people out at your own risk then. At your own risk. I didn't say do that. Take your life in your own hands doing that. All right. Now, let me get into this for Elvin. We have Chiron here in the 12th house. So, trusting his own intuition can be a bit of a challenge there. Um, I've been waiting all my life for permission. Okay. Chiron in the 12th house is intuition. So challenge is trusting it, but hyper intuitive nonetheless. Interestingly enough, this can pose some issues when it comes to owning his personal power. No, I digress and I lie. That's not what those issues are. Let me undo that. What is his Chiron speaking to, if anyone? Um, Hooray! An unexpected Chiron. Okay. And so sort of unexpected. What's interesting about this? No, I lie all the way. We've got Chiron square pretty hard, Mercury. Okay, with a Chiron square to Mercury, yeah, trusting intuition, especially with Mercury in, Mercury in Pisces and Mercury retrograde. Okay. Mercury retrograde can make it hard to say the things we need to say. We can get hung up on perfectionistic ways of saying things and not articulate fully what needs to be said. We can also get into places where we are struggling with saying things in the way that's going to actually help. And yeah, I see this is what happens with your person. Because if it's Chiron wounding, he doesn't trust his intuition. So he goes round and round and round and round in his head about what he's perceiving and if he's perceiving things accurately. And if he's not perceiving things accurately, what it could actually mean. And then he could get into a place of convincing himself that what he sees is not what he sees and what he knows is not what he knows. And then furthermore, instead of asking about it, he just goes round and round and round in his head about it instead of just being like, yo, this is what's going on in my brain. All kinds of leaps to conclusions, jumps to, um, kind of circumstances. None of it particularly clear. And so, fascinatingly enough, when I look at this, what I'm seeing is like an energy of once he works this out, like there's going to be some badassery in the world of intuition. But until then, there's going to be a lot of withholding and second guessing and assumptions and presumptions on his part with what's going on and the way he sees things in life. This and particularly impacts the world of his friendships, I see. It certainly impacts his relationships. I also see here there's some impact to, okay, right, family stuff as well, and his capacity to create and generate. Elvin, now that I see this, and this is probably the first time I'm actually noticing this in his chart, and you've had me look at his chart, I don't know how many times. I the per this is what you need to understand about this person. He will thrive in environments where he has to do zero guesswork about what's happening with another person. You need to be so foot in mouth with this person, so clear with this person, so like transparent about your emotions, what's going on with you, that he has no way to get into his head and tell himself a myriad of other stories. Like I'm looking at this and what I'm seeing is that this man's brain is a freaking fun house. There's the wavy mirrors, there's all kinds of mirrors that reflect things the wrong way. He thinks you're over there, but you're really over here. Nothing is really clear for him. And he has this way of talking himself out of the reality of the truth of a situation. The thing that's going to help him more than anything is when he starts to trust his intuition, Mercury and Pisces. Mercury is the ruler of that Chiron. And the more he can trust his intuitive hits and his intuitive insights, the faster it is he's going to be able to have better relationships in the world of connection. And with other people, he's going to be able to trust himself when it comes to manifesting his hopes, goals, wishes, and dreams on that 11th house axis. I'm sure sometimes you've heard him talk business, and it would be like, you would probably marvel at the capacity of his brain to think through plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and K. Like, and it's because his brain, he can't trust himself. That's why. And so what I'm saying here to you is that for him to trust himself, especially in these earlier years of his life on, the side of 40 that he's on, which is 30 something side, he needs to have a lot of validation for his intuitive insights. He cannot be gaslit by people. He needs to be around people who know themselves and know themselves well and who are willing to be emotionally vulnerable, honest, and transparent with him so that he doesn't have to go play those games in the funhouse of his mind to figure shit out. That's going to help foster and nurture his intuition, number one. But number two, he also has to be willing to do that for himself, where he is trusting his intuitive hits and communicating them so that he can get the validation he needs from the friends around him. Woo, that's a big one. Yeah, I know. Wow is right, Elvin. A wow is right. Wow is right. It's crazy. I never noticed that in his chart before. Okay. Crystal A, and then we're going to get into River. So River, get your questions ready. while I work with Crystal so that you can just paste them in the chat after I call your name. But Crystal, let's get into this. That's good, the vent. That's really good, especially in a moment like now where so many men are starting to integrate their feminine energy on planet Earth, and that includes their intuition. And so the more we can validate their intuition so they don't feel crazy, the less they will reject their femininity, that part of their feminine energy. Um, so it's important to not gaslight people on their intuition, right? It's important when people are picking up on something, even if you don't want to talk about it, you can say, look, I don't really want to talk about that, but you're right. I don't want to gaslight you on your intuition. You're right. You're picking something up here. And simultaneously, I have no desire to talk about that at this point because it's just such a sensitive place for me. So you can validate people's intuition without needing to you can validate their intuition without going to places you don't want to go. But especially with men on the planet right now, there's a lot, especially the divine masculine with Neptune conjunct Jupiter at this time in the sky, there's a lot of integration of their intuitive templates. And it's so critical to be honest when they're saying, I'm picking up this, or I'm feeling this, or this is what it seems like. They may not articulate it well. They may be fumbling with it here and there, but to not deny that for them, but to validate and say, yeah, you're right. And I don't want to talk about that. If you don't want to talk about that, instead of just making them feel crazy. Because we all know what it's like when we've been gaslit about our intuition, when somebody has just outright lied to us, like, this is what I'm picking up. And they're like, that's just not true. And you're like, motherfucker, are you kidding me with this? Yeah, don't do that to people. Betraying people's intuition is one of the biggest betrayals here on planet Earth at this time. So, okay. Let me see. Crystal A. Where's my Crystal A? 428 Providence, Rhode Island. Okay. Wow, Providence is in the house today. Strong Providence energy. I love it. Happy upcoming birthday, Crystal A. 11:03 a.m. Providence is in his house. Perfect prelude to our reading with our dear our lovely river. Okay, do you have any suggestions based on my chart, tarot, or oracle, whatever you feel called to? Wait, I think I missed it. My question is pertaining to career and purpose. Okay. I have so much I want to share, but I don't know where to start. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I see why. Okay. I'm struggling to narrow things down. I'm also petrified of putting myself out there. Yep. Okay. Okay. Let's get into this. With this placement here, Chiron, Aries conjunct, Aries here on the 10th house cusp. Mars being the ruler of your 10th house, but Mars being conjunct Chiron, the self-doubt is just going to be real in this lifetime, like really real. And I'm going to be honest, Crystal, it's never going to go away. So let's just get that out of the way up front. You could be, let's just say you were a singer-songwriter. You could have had songs, purchased from you by like Elton John and Bruce Springsteen and like, some leaders in the country music world, maybe Shania Twain, whatever. And you could still be like, oh my God, none of my work is ever good enough. I always feel like I let people down. Like you'll have self-doubt with you as constant company. your whole life. Um, and so all of that to say that you're going to have to learn how to thrive in the presence of self-doubt, how to act anyway. And that's what Mars is asking you to do. Mars is asking you to take action. Mars is the planet of action and activity. Um, I laugh at my own pain, the vent. I look at my own life and sometimes I crack the hell up. I fall out. I'm like, are you effing kidding me? Like, what kind of cosmic joke is this? My, I don't understand what this is sometimes. I laugh at my own shit all the time. Like, you gotta be kidding me. This is some real jokes. Like, you want me to do this and this is what you give me? Too fucking funny. And this is a similar energy here with Crystal. Like, really? Like, she wants to succeed in her life. She's got all this ambition, but it's riddled by self-doubt with this Chiron and Gemini. Like, really? How is she going to get there? Like, really? Yes, Crystal, I laugh to keep from crying, really, is what it is, because the plight of humanity is really stinky. With Mercury and Mars in mutual reception and sextile, there's a bit of supporting one another that they do. I love this energy for you because this is a fake it till you make it energy. It's a think it, see it, be it energy. It's a say it until it's real energy. It's an energy of acting as if. It is a make believe energy. It is a, well, I'm just going to pretend like I know what I'm doing here, even though I am riddled with self doubt, Crystal. And so, all of that to say, it's necessary for you to get into the space of being willing to get comfortable with the fact that for you, this journey and your success in life is always going to feel a little bit like the emperor has no clothes. It's always going to feel a little bit like you're exposed in some way, and narrowing it down is going to have more to do with what's going to be fulfilling for you than anything else. Because I see here with your placements, you can be a little bit overly concerned about what other people want, think, and need from you. Cut that nonsense out. Get into with the Aries midheaven yourself. Aries is the I am, and it's the sign of the individual. In the shadows, I mean, you take this down the spectrum a bit, you know, we Aries can be just a little bit plain old self-centered. We can be doggone selfish. We just think about ourselves. Our capacity to think outside of what's happening inside of here is absolute rubbish. And that's what you're being asked to do. Like, it's a real stretch in an Aries brain to think outside of themselves, to put themselves in somebody else's shoes. And nevertheless, you're being asked to operate in that way, to be like, I'm so centered in myself. I have no idea what you think. Why don't you tell me? Actually, on second thought, why don't you not? Because I don't give a fuck. That's kind of the like big dick energy you need to have here, Crystal. Is some real, I don't give a fuck what you think, because I'm already self-conscious. You want to pile it on, go for it. But I already know how to swim in this lane. I already know how to survive and thrive in self-conscious energy. I act, I think, I do anyway. And I just make it up as I go along. That's all it is, Crystal. That's how you heal this Chiron. Because otherwise, with Chiron and Gemini, you can get into like analysis paralysis on the right things to do, and you can stay there. But with Mercury and Aries, this is about just think it and believe it and do it. Just do it anyway. Faux show. Um, yeah, Damien, the list is open. You can definitely jump on it. And Anastasia, you too. You can definitely jump on it. Okay, let's get some guidance for Crystal on how to heal her Chiron. Is it okay, Crystal, if I pull from the Oracle deck for you find your message in the Oracle deck. After I do Crystal, it's River. So River, get that first question ready for me. Crystal says, thank you so much. Spot on. I've been telling myself to tap into the fire. Yeah, you don't even have to tap into it. You just need to make a plan to have like it's like choosing to get on a roller coaster for you, Crystal. For you, this is like the confidence is never going to be there, so don't wait on it. Just choose to do stuff while your stomach has butterflies, while your knees are shaking. Choose to do stuff when you feel not ready. Just schedule the date and do it anyway. Like, this is the day, it's going to be crazy. There have been so many times, because the ruler of my Chiron is also Mars. There have been so many freaking times where I have had to like basically put myself out there, like type up copy, create sales pages, because I've done a lot of marketing and copy stuff in my lifetime, and like create things. And I'm sitting there typing the stuff out and launching the program, and I am in tears. I am so self-conscious and so nervous. I am typing and crying. I am sending emails and completely shattered. I am doing it from my bed in 3-day-old stinky pajamas, because I am that much of a wreck while I act anyway. And that's okay. You do what you got to do, like just so long as it gets done. So I say that to say, it's however you need to get it done, do it, Crystal. Ooh, I like this card for you. This is a good card. Yeah, this is a really good card. It's kind of funny given what we were just talking about. This is the right move for you to heal that Chiron. You just do what you got to do to get through it. The card for you, my love, is the Queen. And it says, you are receiving and honoring all spirits, waking path, receptive, sleeping path, unworthy. All right, Queen, let's get into this. The Queen represents one who protects. Your protection is given by honoring all of human life. In this honoring, you too are honored. To be the queen, everyone has the right to well-being. By believing that all human life should be valued, you make it your life mission to encourage people to honor their own and others' spirits. With queen qualities, you tend toward philosophy and grapple with ways of sustaining life. You are seen as esoteric and private. You are often known for providing motivation and encouraging people to live life to its fullest. She says, fuck yes. Okay. You display an air of deserving all the attention you receive. In the waking path, you are able to receive everyone, as you can see beyond the physical presence and into the spirit. But on the sleeping path, you're often misunderstood and not trusted because of your dual task of honoring and being honored. Mommy, this is about to get deep, because we just talked about the need to honor yourself. The misunderstanding becomes of consequence if you forget the task of protecting, but look to be honored anyway. And this is like protecting yourself, but then not putting yourself out there. Ooh, somebody call it out. We have all seen this type of queen, the one who forgets she is only queen by virtue of the fact that there are people she must protect and honor. And this also includes yourself. You can suddenly acquire the stigma of an uppity queen when you move into a selfish state and forget about others. And this is some of what you need to do, is get into that selfish energy, but it's the inverse of what you're thinking. It's about being selfish, not overthinking what other people think, but getting concerned with what you think and protecting and honoring what you want for yourself in your life. Queens without a sense of others are not queens at all. You may start to get a sense that no one is interested in your well-being any longer. And this can happen when you're not putting out what God has placed in your heart, Crystal, to give to other people as your way of providing and protecting and offering service as a queen. When you sit on your gifts, but then wonder why you're excluded, This can put you on the sleeping path, Crystal. The sleeping path may also include your inability to access queen qualities because you do not feel you deserve to receive attention for your work in the family, community, or society. So you hide behind a nonchalant attitude when underneath you are longing to be more visible, more viable. As Black women, our invisibility is nothing new. So we may just sit with it in bitter resentment. And that can happen with that Chiron placement, where Chiron in the 11th can have you feeling like everyone else gets to achieve their dreams, but not me. When you feel a sense of longing to be seen as a queen, you might also be feeling unworthy as your role in your role of queen. Selecting this card could suggest your need to be seen and your work validated by all. But Crystal, in order for the validation to come, it is so necessary for you to validate it yourself and put it out there first. You have helped others over and over. You may have even found yourself stepping in front of the train for other people for no reason. And if you got hit, no one cared. This could have left you a harsh queen. Even in your protection work, you can hover over others, smothering their growth potential by doing everything for them, especially children. In your soul revival, you need to recognize that you have unwarranted expectations of others and need to give those expectations to yourself. You want them to validate you, but you got to validate you first. That is a note for all of us. Also, your perception of others can be clouded by the fact that your divine work of honoring and protecting can feel like a burden. It's only a burden when you have no desire to do such work. And your honoring and protecting of others, Crystal, there's something in your gifting. I'm telling you, I see it here in your chart that you want to give to other people that was placed there in your heart to be able to give. If you were to just give that, the validation would automatically come back. Okay. In your soul revival, letting people know when you are not available makes room for revival. In other words, tending to your own dreams instead of being the helpmate to other people's dreams. Being honored and respected is earned through your honesty and true honoring of the spirits of others and honoring your own spirit. You can't be adored and worshiped by others if you don't even know how to make room for that in yourself, in your own life, from yourself. Also, being seen can be frightful to you as queen, but it may be necessary. It is in order for you to receive what you deserve. You are going to need to learn how to get comfortable being visible. And remember, I said emperor has no clothes. Terrifying, knees shaking, tears streaming, do it anyway. Continuing in your queen powers with a purpose and mission beyond the self will bring you life's treasures. All right, Queen Crystal, there you go, girl. There you go. That is your message. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. Let's see what's going on here. Thank you so much. Spot on. I've been telling myself to tap into the fire. Absolutely. Yes, that has definitely happened to me. Fuck yes. Oh my God. I absolutely love that. Literally the perfect card. I'm so happy to hear that. That really speaks to my Leo moon in Aries midheaven. Yes. That's what I saw when that card popped out and I saw your chart. I was like, oh, this is Crystal. This was definitely for her. This was definitely for her. Wow, that whole thing was spot on. Very good, Crystal. I'm really glad that you chose to do an oracle card because that additional message provided more context and color to what we were seeing there in your chart. Well done. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Oh, right. So we're going to do River and then her friend Andrea, and then we're going to do Talene in that order. Let me just go back in the payment apps and see what else has shown up here. Okay. Damien is on the list. Welcome, Damien. Great to have you. Cool, cool. And then for any of you that wants to go deeper into the conversation, we can certainly do that through a uh, live reading over at kmoonastro.com. Okay. So we'll have river paste, and then we'll get into it. Let me just confirm what I'm seeing here. Okay. All right, Miss River, let's do this. Mm. Oh, I'm so glad that the shadow aspect was useful. Yeah, I love that deck for that purpose. It really creates a lot of clarity. Like, oh, damn, that woman, Earthlyn Marcellian Manuel, who created that deck, she's brilliant. That deck is a brilliant deck and illuminating what's in our blind spot so we can actually have self mastery and grow. I really love that deck. Okay. All right. Now you're in Newport. Yes, another Rhode Island. I said Rhode Island was in the house today. All right, so let me go here and let me pull up River's chart. Okay. The vent says there's always a theme in these lives, and it's cool. What's the theme today, the vent? What's the theme today? I don't know if I have picked it up yet. I noticed we have some crystals and Providence in the house. I have seen that, but I'm curious what the theme is today. You have to let me know. If anyone else is picking up on a theme for today, let me know. Okay. I would like to know more about my Chiron. Why not? Maybe it'll help me know what I need to work on for some smooth sailing. Well, let's get into it, girl. Your Chiron sits here, woo, in the fifth house. Damn. Okay, River. This should not be a surprise to you. Chiron, fifth house, Cancer. This is issues manifesting home, issues feeling at home, issues in the way of creating home. That's what we have going on here. Yeah, that's the situation. Issues with emotionality too, and having emotional congruence with your manifestations. It's like the effort is there, but the emotional belief in it and excitement about it or alignment with it is not. We have the ruler of your Chiron being Taurus. Now, this Chiron is impacting the entirety of the axis of manifestation. 11th house is hopes, wishes, and dreams, and helpful people to get us there. And then we have impact to the 2-8 axis, which is the axis of value, if I can draw a straight line. 8 is the way the people in the world value us. 2 is the way we value ourselves. The 2-8 is money and why. Hey, so good to see you, boo. All right. And so with that Cancer there in the fifth house, just not feeling validated enough and an emotion, struggling to get the emotional validation you need for your connections can be a bit of a problem, or your creations can be a bit of a problem. where it's like there's almost like this like reaching out and looking out outside of yourself for that emotional validation for what you're manifesting and bringing to the world, and seeing that the world has kind of like nothing but rejection for you. um, with Moon being in the sign of self love, Taurus, and self nurturing, with Moon being the ruler of your Chiron in that third house of communication, thought forms, written mail, soul tribe, siblings, cousins, and neighbors, short distance travel. There is this indication that to heal the Chiron wound for you, it's really necessary to almost, because Taurus is a physical sign, to have a physical practice of self validation for your creations. A physical practice, literally, of this. To me, if I were to translate this quite literally, it's literally writing your affirmations for yourself out every day, and then reading them every night, and then reading them, starting your morning with reading them again. And I'm not talking about affirmations, I am pretty, I am smart. No, boo. I'm talking about like hardcore, legit self validation, self acknowledgement. And so when I think about this for you, I actually used to have a practice at this that I needed because of my own Chiron placement, because I just didn't get enough validation in my family. And I was just walking around like a giant gaping um wound. Like I just needed constant validation because I didn't get enough. So I had a practice that I did back in the day where I had a gratitude journal. And so I went every day and I wrote down, for a while it was 10 things, and it would take me a while, but I would get through it. I'd write 10 things that day that I actually experienced gratitude for. Not 10 things I was grateful for, like, oh, I'm grateful for water, oh, I'm grateful for how. No, I actually had to track in my day. I had to get conscious of when I experienced appreciation, and Taurus is a sign of appreciation of the physical form. And so I had to track in my day when I experienced a moment of appreciation for what was happening in that life. And that was just the first set of 10. And I'd write down 10 of those things. Then the second set of things, I'd write down when I felt appreciated by others, so that I could see, because that's a problem I see you have here. You don't feel appreciated by others. I had to literally write down moments in time each day. And I challenged myself to do 10 when I felt appreciated by other human beings. And then the final set of 10 was 10 moments in time during the day when I appreciated myself. And this was the real kicker and the real healer, because I would struggle through that final set of 10 because I struggled to appreciate myself. And I see, if you can do that for yourself, that final set of 10 that I just mentioned, Moon, Taurus, third house, Taurus, appreciation of self, valuing self. Moon, emotion. And this is about feeling your connection to yourself. You are going to start to heal the process where you have that feeling like life just keeps shitting on me and I just get the short end of stick everywhere. It's a victim mentality, a victim consciousness with Chiron in the fifth. And so you can start the process of healing that by moving into some format of physical appreciation for yourself day to day. And it'll start to shift and reprogram what's going on in your brain there, River. And then it'll start to reprogram the quality of experiences you're getting from other people around your manifestations and creations here on earth. The money that you need to make on that money making axis, it'll start to shift that as well. But the key lies within you and you appreciating it. So that's question one, beloved. Did you want tarot with that or an oracle? Because you had two questions, one with tarot and oracle and one without. So let me know if this is the one with tarot or oracle. Let me come back here in the chat, see what happened. Okay. River's date of birth has always been cool to me. What is River's date of birth? Oh yeah, 11/22/88. Come on, talk about some numbers. That is pretty cool. Okay. So we have a second question for River, and then I'm gonna do Andrea. Or no, that is the second question is for River's friend Andrea. After I finish up with River, then I'm gonna do Talene. Um, did I lose the broadcast? Where are y'all at? Nothing is happening in the chat. Okay. 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 Okay, got it. Um, oh, thanks, MY. Thank you. I was like, did I lose everybody? No, you guys are here. Great. Okay. Okay. So, all right, River, let me use my Black Angel cards for you. Love the Black Angel cards deck. Okay. You're delayed interesting. You're delayed interesting. The event and I are same time. Interesting. Okay, what is River's? How does River heal her Chiron? What messages do you have for her on healing her Chiron? What messages do you have for River on healing her Chiron? What messages can we provide for River on healing her Chiron today? What messages do you have? I know the vent got that business internet at home. That's what's going on over there. The vent has that high-speed Wi-Fi at home. Okay, let me see. Okay, all right, fine. That's too many. Y'all, you need to pick one message for River. 2 cards want to come out, 3 cards want to come out. Okay, here we go. There we go. That's what we're talking about. 1 card. The sister friend. Sister friend. Let's see. All right, River. See what the sister friend wants to tell you about healing the Chiron. Ah, yes. This is a good one. I'm in a decent Wi-Fi location, I suppose. Maybe. Okay, sister friend says, you love and share the pleasures of life. Pleasure. I like that word for you, River. I have 1,000 Wi-Fi. Okay, cool. Well, you're not very far behind. There's always a delay from Zoom to YouTube to the viewer. There's always like that little bit of delay, which is fine. I'm so happy to finally have adult internet. River, adult internet don't sound right, girl, but I know what you mean. All right, sister friend, you love and share the pleasures of life. And I like that word pleasure for you. Waking path, angelic, sleeping path, hermit like, or reclusive. As a sister friend, you hold others close in their most challenging moments and provide as much nurturing as they need. I have heard some stories from you, River. You do tend to be a little ride or die for people. As a sister friend in the waking path, you are extremely caring. You hold friendships as sacred. Um, you are most often doing things that are about caring, such as cooking a meal, building a fire, praying for others, listening to stories, hugging lots of people. You invite people to join you in life's simple pleasures. To you, nurturing is all there is to life. Now, you're going to have to really lean into this to feel what's true for you. When you're on the waking path, you are relaxing in life's pleasures. You are an earth angel. And that's interesting because we talked about the ruler of that Chiron being an earth sign Taurus. Actually, leaning into some of what was just shared is what's actually going to help you. Being that earth angelic energy, leaning into life's pleasures. On the sleeping path, a sister friend can find that she rarely receives nurturing. Now, this I have heard from you. You may be doing caring work out of obligation, reputation, expectation, but rarely out of just because. You find yourself frustrated in relationships because you're the caregiver and others are receivers. Well, that was the thing. We've talked about this. You hunt everywhere for someone to hold you. You may even get angry and stop giving. You then become fearful of being, and she puts this in quote, sucked up. So you try to control your giving as if rationing candy, a little for you and a little for me. You may even hold back your loving nature and attempt to not feel or care anymore about others. While you're on this sleeping path, you can turn from a friend into a hermit, leaving everyone wondering where you went. Your self imposed isolation causes you to hide your angelic nature. So there is no need to respond to people. This seclusion only fuels your loneliness. In essence, you have locked and barred the door to your heart. And so my note, I put like a little note here. I highlighted the word hide because I've definitely pulled this card plenty of times. And then my little note here says, must learn how to receive. If you selected this card, then you might be feeling a little low on the nurturing scale. You may not be aware that you have not shown yourself to need any nurturing. And then my note here for myself says, or not told people who can actually fulfill what I need, only people who cannot. Now, that was a deep learning for me. I remember that. You've shown yourself to be quite capable of taking care of yourself when deep inside you really wish someone would do something for you. You wonder what it is that keep others from nurturing you. And then my note to myself says, or why I keep selecting people who cannot. You are often sister friends to each other because we ourselves are in need of softness. You may fear showing yourself as, quote, too needy. That's certainly an issue I have had. It can be embarrassing to need something. You may fear being perceived as, quote, lacking in some way if you need nurturing. This fear of needing something fights with the sister friend role that you revere. Therefore, you miss out on much needed care. Now, what's this note say? I can't even read my handwriting on that one. For your soul revival, you must show the same vulnerability you see in those you nurture. When someone can see and feel your needs. Now, that's interesting too, because the ruler of your Chiron was the moon. Moon does represent needs. Moon was sitting in the third house of communication in the sign of Taurus, third dimension. Taurus, earth, Taurus, nurture, Taurus, care. And so there is a real thing here, like the chart and this are mirroring pretty exact and revealing the necessity of saying, hey, I need care too. And when you can say that, you can receive that. When someone can see and feel your needs, the nurturing comes naturally. Most of us sisters are so used to being stoic, strong, and giving. We are afraid of taking this mask off so that our cheeks can also be kissed. You too are in need of attention. Trust that someone will be there for you when you are able to show how human you are. even if you are an angel. One of the lessons I've gotten from pulling that card repeatedly was that sometimes I need to show how human I am to people who can actually do something, not people who are incapacitated to support me. So that was a pretty big lesson for me. And that may be something in discernment for you to consider as well. All right, River, that's healing your Chiron for you. Thank you. Great question. It's a heavy one for a lot of us light workers, right? Because what can all of us, if we're here walking the path of light, bringing light to earth, it can be, it can feel like we are giving more than we are receiving everywhere. You got to act like the damsel in distress. I mean, tears work sometimes. Tears are not a bad thing. Yes, I find I ask for help and no one comes. People do not worry about me. It's so weird. Yeah, sometimes it's about asking from appropriate people, but also not letting myself be surrounded by people who are not vibrating at the frequency of giving at the capacity that I give. Because I can be such a giver, it's really important for me to be aware when takers come into my space. I have to be more responsible for knowing that there are people who just don't give as much as I do, and I am going to thrive around people who give in the way that I do, but also not give to people who are just straight up takers. Like, to limit that shit, cut that shit off. So yeah, there's an adjustment needed. I'm open to it, but I don't attract people who want to care for me. You might need to seek them, not attract them. Um, so yeah, it's a lesson. It's a lesson in vibrational management for sure. Okay, River, what's your friend's question? Give me your friend's information and your friend's question. Let's do her. We're going to do River and then her friend, and then we're going to do Talene. So Talene, you go ahead and get ready. The vent, my spokesperson. The event I totally missed. I think you put it out here somewhere. What happened with the parents? I should go back and see if it's going to let me go back and see what happened with the parents event. Yeah, it's not going to let me go back that far. I want to know what happened with the parents. I know they love you now. Um, yeah. And so part of the process is that self validation, starting there, because that's going to shift your vibration as well. It's going to shift your perception. Because my perception was precisely what yours were. That's a long scroll up. I know, I'm sad I missed it. I just scrolled up to see if I could get at the vent, but it's not there. It won't let me go back that far. So, um, but yeah, list is open. I'm gonna read for River's friend, then Talene, then Damien, and then it would be your turn if you decide to hop on the list. Okay, yeah, Damien's the last person on the list at this point. So we're going to read for River's friend, then Celine, then Damien. No problem, River. No problem. Um, you guys, what's the theme today? The event, you told me there's a theme when we do these. What's today's theme? While River gets her question, I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I will be right back. I should mute myself if I'm using, um, I should mute myself. Hang on one second. So you guys can't hear me tinkle and the sprinkle. Be right back. All right, I have returned. List is open for anyone just joining. If you'd like to jump on it, you can. Let me come back to where the YouTube is. Where is that? And see if River pasted her friend's info. Oh, Marie, how are you, sweetheart? Great to see you, babes. I'm so glad you stopped by to say hello. For those of you that don't know, Spiritual Baddie Live she is a kick-ass reader. Kick-ass. Kick-ass. So if you want a reading, you want to know what's really going on in your world from a straight up like, here's what your boss is thinking and what your boss is about to do next. Like, let me give you the legit to here's a message from the divine about your spiritual path and where you're going. And it's precisely what you're seeing and what it means. Yo, Spiritual Baddie will give it to you. She's the real deal. The real deal. I've never been read for filth like I have been read by Marie, Miss Spiritual Baddie here. So if you need coaching guidance, get on Spiritual Baddie Live. She'll tell you what's what. If you need information so that you can plan your next steps because your landlord or your boss or your cousin or your sister or your friend is not giving it to you, talk to Marie. She'll tell you what's about to go down. She'll tell you exactly what's happening. It's like barely legal, the kind of reading you give. It's so much information and so detailed and so up in other people's business. It is like it should be a crime. Okay, let me see what's going on with Miss Andrea. Okay, yes, Andrea, thank you. Miss San Antonio, Texas in the house. Texas. San Antonio. 1131983. I think this is the first Capricorn we have read for all day. No birth time. That's fine. In the next 90 days, do you see a move? I want to move closer to the beach. Well, goddamn, that sounds like a really nice option. Can I move closer to the beach? Do you have room in that house? What's that second bedroom situation like, Andrea? What's the rent? Let's talk. Let's discuss. Can I come to the beach? Shit. The vent, you should get on her channel. I think you would love Marie's readings. Marie, when are you going to be live next? It is juicy. Her readings are juicy. They're like spiritual and they're both spiritual and human at the same time. Okay. Marie, when are you going to be live next? When are you going to be live? I need to hear those high vibration light codes. That voice, though. Thank you, Marie. Okay. Andrea, let's talk about you in this move. Let's see what's what. Okay. Yeah, you can send whatever you want to my email. Okay, let me see. You're going to be live today at 8. Okay. At 8 Pacific. Okay, no problem. That's 11 Eastern. I'll be well done by then. The vent, I will see. That's exactly it. That's exactly her readings. Spiritual and dead ass. River says, I do. I got a 4-bedroom. Do you really, River? The vent and I will be for a visit. In terms of a relo, we have 4th sign from your sun being Aries, which is a Mars ruled placement. And yes, I do see a move with Saturn here coming to sit on top of that Mars. Let me give you a precise. The energy is already in flow. Let me take a look at the start of next month. Let me take a look at the start of the following month. Okay. So anytime from June onwards is what it looks like. I'm like a 1-mile ride from the beach and 2 scooters. Wow. Okay. Yeah. We're coming to visit you. since you got this whole new house. You came up in here talking about your bad situation, River, but I see you didn't want to drop no good news on your new situation. You told us everything got worked out. You got everything you needed and more, but then you said nothing about it, River. Uh-huh, I'm on to you. I see how you roll, girl, withholding good news. I see you. I see you. For Andrea, though, yeah, I totally see a reload for you. I see the potential of it. The window opens as early as late May and going into June. But the funny thing about this window for you is that it stays open, Andrea. It stays open until the end of the year. I asked multiple times, River. I brought the whole thing up. I made a whole conversation about it, girl. I see you just chose not to hear me. I see your selective hearing too. Fascinating. I'm learning more about your psychology, girl. The vent, did I not ask? I asked. Andrea here, you have a move that could happen anytime from now well into next year. Let me give you the next year information as well, because I see this window stays wide open for you into 2023. So there could be more than one move, is what I am picking up here. You could move once this year and then move again next year. The blasphemy is right. I am offended, River. My feelings are personally hurt. I feel most grounded near water. Perfect. I'm so glad to hear that, Andrea, because I do see that with this Jupiter movement through Pisces, it is calling you to water. But Jupiter leaves Pisces in June and it gets into Aries. Now, what's interesting about that Aries energy is that it does govern the bottom of your chart and it brings you the most freaking potential to find the perfect place for you. Perfect place for you. It's going to be not just grounded near water, but for you, there's something about this place that's going to allow you to feel very spiritually grounded as well, Andrea. And I love to see this for you and hear this for you. Like I said, there may be a stepping stone situation where you kind of move to one place and then that one place is the right place and then an upgrade comes shortly thereafter as we get toward the end of the year and into next year. There's like an upgrade that shows up for you into something even better than the first place. So yeah, May, June is the first opportunity. And then the second opportunity hits as we get into next year. So I love this for you, Andrea. This is beautiful energy, especially because I see 2019 and 2020, they were a bit of a shit show for you, excuse my French. And so now you're getting into a place where like you're due for something really good. And I see that this move is only the first piece of it. It's the first part. But let me just give you those dates one more time so that you have them. The window has opened. It gets stronger in May, June. You may have two different things. Let me look at the end of 2022. The second piece really starts to really show up for you. The option for the upgrade, if after you do the first awesome one, the upgrade looks like it comes in January of 2023. And then you've got all of 2023 where it looks like something really beautiful and really perfect lands for you in the world of home. So I love this. This looks fantastic. She says, thank God it was a shit show. All right. Well, you're due. You're due for some good news. And I certainly see it on the horizon for you, Andrea. This is fantastic. I love to be able to report good news for people. So, congratulations on the home upgrades. And definitely come back and let us know what you find, because this looks like it's going to be a like you are going to find the perfect place at the perfect price at the perfect time in the perfect way. It has that kind of vibe to it. Like it couldn't, like it lands in a like it couldn't have been more perfect if like a Hollywood director, writer, producer wrote it for you in a script. Like it's that level of miracle energy. that I see kind of showing up for you around the home front. So, girl, take it, take it, take it and run. Really happy for you, Andrea. Thanks for letting us share the good news with you and good luck. Not that you need it. You have the stars on your side at this point. Talene, it's your turn, baby cakes. Let's have your questions. Now, let me catch up on this headline that got buried with Miss River. See, River likes to bury leads here. Let's see. Okay. Let's see what's happening. River has a 4-bedroom. Okay, 4 bedrooms. I'm like 1 mile ride from the beach and 2 scooters. What? Okay. Very nice. Don't tell me I didn't ask. I fucking asked. I may have missed it. We are drilling holes. Who's we, River? I need to understand, River. Who is we? Who's the we that are drilling holes, River? I want to know who we is. I found a townhouse. Last minute, 3K a month. A townhouse. Girl, a townhouse for 3K a month, not 5K a month. You got a whole house? I see. All right. 4 bedrooms, driveway, garage. It was a divine nonsense. Sheesh, if you had asked during my reading, I would have answered. No, I wasn't going to waste your time with that. You wanted me to give you information during your reading. So that can go on your gratitude list that I did not try to make you give me information during your reading time. I gave you information during your reading time. Shame on me for being respectful. And I was being respectful too, to not make it all about me. It isn't, where is this card? Where is this card that River had here? Did I not pull this card? The sister friend, what does it say? For your soul revival, you must show the same vulnerability you see in those you nurture. Yes, be about yourself. River, I see. You just don't like help. I see. Let me see what else is going on. The vent. I'm selfish every time I come on here. River says, I just like to come for the ride. The vent says, everyone's reading is about me somehow. That's true. Where is Hope Glitterati? Yay! Christy, welcome. The gang's almost all here. Great to see you, Hope Glitterati. River says, you're the first person who ever called me lazy. River, I just want to know who's there drilling holes with you. Who's helping you? Andrea's here with me. Okay, perfect. Hey, Andrea. Hey. Okay. So Andrea is your friend. River, I don't like this. I dislike. I'm hitting the big fat dislike button. I'm telling you over here, you got to be vulnerable. You got to tell people you need things. And then you're going to straight up while Andrea is sitting there in your house helping you tell me the bold-faced lie that you tell people you need help and they don't come help you. And Andrea's sitting there helping you drill holes in your wall. You're kicked out. You're kicked out. I'm done with you, River. You're kicked out. You're no longer allowed to ask for help from me. I'm kicking you out, girl. I love that. Andrea, thank you for helping River. And River, receive that. That is awesome. I'm so happy to hear it. Okay, amazing. The vent says, I thought that too, K Moon. Yeah, see? Okay, yeah, see, I'm not crazy. River's over here acting out. I see how it is, River. I see how it is. We got your number, River. We see you now. We know who we're dealing with. Moving on to Miss Talene. Hey, Talene, happy upcoming birthday, baby. Okay, let's get into this. Canada. I just had to call you out, girl. I saw it and I had to say it. I was like, this girl's going to straight up sit here and lie to my face while giving me evidence to the contrary in freaking writing. This girl is bold. I cannot believe her. You caught this, right? The vent? You caught this? It's not just me. I cannot. I am done with you, River. I am done with you. Thank you for the laugh today, River. Thank you for the laugh. All right, let's get on to Talene. Right before July, I will have the opportunity to return back to live in my hometown. Okay. I feel my time in this current city has not necessarily run its course, though. Oh, okay. Let me see something real quick. What's going on here? We got a reload, hometown, July. Okay, I see. I see. But the did not run its course. Yeah, I see exactly why that's happening. Mostly because my twin flame lives here and we're not going through, and we are both going through a healing phase. I feel I'm not ready, healed to reconnect yet. And he's also working on self love. We're both aware of our connection. Yeah, the planets are going to do some fun stuff. Any general energies around this or any time this year, I will feel, quote, healed enough, comfortable to open up to reconnecting. Fascinating. Okay. Okay. This is really interesting. So, what I like about this for you, Talene, um, is that Jupiter is going to roll up on Venus as we get to the peak of Jupiter's advancement through Aries. And Venus does govern your house of home. And so when Jupiter hits that ruler, it's going to give you the opportunity to have a new house. But then what Jupiter does, the minute it hits it, it retrogrades right back. And it actually goes as far back. It goes back into Pisces before it crosses over that again. So it's almost like this energy of like, you get this new home, but you don't let go of the old home yet. You get this new home, but you have some attachment to the old home. So I don't know if you have like an apartment where you live and then you're going to move back home and it's like you sublet the apartment. Like this isn't a full reload. This is a partial, like dual residence kind of reload energy that I'm seeing, Talene. Let's get into timing around this so that you understand what's happening and when. Miscommunication, my fucking eye, River. That's all I have to say to you, girl. Miscommunication, my goddamn eye. I can't believe you had the nerve to fix your fingers to type that word out. Miscommunication. I cannot believe you. Oh, River, we see you now, hun. We fucking see you. Yeah. Okay. So here's Jupiter got out to that 4th degree, back to you, Talene, that 4th degree of Aries. Let's get out to the end of June and we get out to the 7th degree of Aries. Note here, the ruler of your house of home is at that 8th degree of Aries. There's Jupiter opportunity bringer, bringing opportunity for new home. It's in the house of long distance travel, no less. So there is a bit of travel indicated, certainly with that placement. Now, let's have a look at what happens in July, because I think July is when we hit that retrograde. Yeah. And so there we are. We only get out to the 8th degree before we get Jupiter retrograde. It hits that and gives you that opportunity for that new home. And then it turns right back around. It turns retrograde. Okay. Now, fascinatingly enough, right at that time, we also have Divine Feminine at 21 degrees Pisces having a conversation with Neptune at 25 degrees Pisces. It's a very spiritual energy and connection, similar to the Jupiter-Neptune connection now that's going on. Fascinating. And then, yeah, it's going to make for an interesting summer for twins. I'll have to get into that at some point. Let me go back. I don't know that you're going to feel healed enough until Juno and Neptune are done. Let's get out into September. So Juno backs off of Neptune and then comes back forward again. This is going to be a long-term process, my dear. Let's get into December. Yep. And then Juno is back dealing with Neptune 24, 22. She passes him up early early next year, Talene, is the answer. Early next year. Early next year is when I see you getting into a place where you start to feel differently about the way you're holding the connection, the way you're oriented in the connection, to such a degree that you're able to be in the connection without it being heavy for you. I see this passage of Juno crossing over Neptune is going to lighten you up a little bit in the same way it's presently lightening up divine masculine energies here on earth. It's giving them a bit more levity and having them tap in a bit more to their spirituality. The same is going to then happen for the divine feminine, but it's in the second half of the year. So it does, like I said, Talene, it looks like dual residence. You get to do the relo as early as June. And then it looks like the loop doesn't really close fully until we get into next year. And you might return to where you are. Let's see where we're at come January. Yeah, by January, it looks like there's a whole new conversation going on between you and Twin. Now, what I would say, because this is the peak of that union window come January, we've got Jupiter and Juno sitting together for you, and they're going to conjunct and sit together right on top of that Venus where home is. I see you kind of getting back into the location where Twin is at that time. But in between now and then, what I'm fascinated by as I look at this for you is this axis here lit up. The 3-9 axis tells me that there's some classes you need to take, some education you need to get, some kind of support you need to get in the world of connection to help you be in the connection in a way that's less heavy. There's some mentorship and guidance that this time apart is scheduled for, so that as you get the mentorship and guidance, mindset shifts, 3-9 axis, thought forms, mindset shifts, and the mindset shifting is what then allows you to be in the connection in a way that allows you to feel healed and not repeat cycles with this person as we move into that new chapter at the peak of the union window in January. Patience for real. But Talene, the one thing I want to say is that don't fall out of communication. Don't stop talking. Don't stop connecting. Stay connected. If you two can connect in healthy ways, that is like, I just care for you as a human being. I want you in my life. And it's yet to be written what configuration our puzzle pieces fit together. If you can stay connected, just stay connected. Don't disconnect just because you're moving. Stay connected. And in staying connected, what you're going to find is that it's a lot easier to work the healing process and see things move progressively forward because you are healing while you're communicating. You're not just communicating without being connected. Thank you, Talene. Damien, are you still here? Now, Damien paid a long time ago, and I have not heard hide nor hair from Damien. Is Damien even here? The list is open, and Damien is the last one on it. So if there's someone who would like to get read after Damien, you can certainly have your turn now. You can go ahead and make payment, and I can read for you. And we can have some fun, and I won't treat you like I treated River, though. River got the royal treatment there because I caught her in some bold-faced lies to herself. Hello, Damien. Welcome. All right. Okay, Damien, just paste your information. Glad to have you here. Okay. Let me see what's what. It is always fun in here. Yes, some patience, Talene. It is Wednesday. Hang on one second, guys. I need to take this phone call. Hello. Hello. It's okay. Oh, okay. No problem. No problem. No problem. Have a great rest of your evening. Bye bye. Oh, whoops. I meant to mute myself, but I didn't mute myself. So y'all heard the whole conversation there. Anyway, back to Damien. What's Damien doing? Okay, let's do this, Mr. Damien. 72873 Los Angeles. 728 1973 10:22 p.m. Okay. Let's see what I can do for you, sir. Share screen. Okay. Relationships, Chiron smacking me down. My return currently, patterns having to do with identity, loss, solitude, and head is in the clouds sometimes. Like I mentioned, that's going to be a thing right now for masculine energy, Jupiter conjunct Neptune. There is a little bit of head in the clouds energy for the masculine energies. That will pass as we get into June, July, but some of this is about getting spiritually attuned with some of your intuition. Okay, let's do transits. Let's see what's going on with Chiron Smackdown. You should be in your Chiron return, 1973. Yeah, you are. 50 will do that. Approaching 50 will do that. It'll give you a real what for around what you've accomplished in life up until this point and help you get to peace around what has happened and what has not happened. Okay. Identity and loss, solitude. Yeah. Okay. So that's a real function of Chiron there in Aries, as I'm seeing it, Damien. Chiron in Aries can make a person like a loner anyway, a lone wolf anyway. And Chiron in the first house can do that, but you get the double whammy with Chiron in Aries in the first house. So it's not like you were ever like, I see you have good friends with Jupiter in your 11th house. Like your friends are good people. But with Chiron in Aries, what I'm seeing is this like kind of ongoing sense of not enoughness, frankly, or just when Chiron sits in that first house or in the 12th house, it impacts the entirety of the chart, not just one sign or like the squaring energies like we've talked about. But when you get Chiron in the first or the 12th, you get master healer energy there. And so SmackDown is right. It's an energy of coming to terms, Damien, coming to terms with who you are and who you're not, and really giving up some of the fantasy of who you thought you might be and being grounded in the reality of what's real about you in your life up until this point. This is a transit of self-acceptance. It's a transit of kind of like recognizing, well, here I am. This is who I am. And letting that be enough to get you through life instead of trying to shapeshift and change and be something or be some version of yourself in your head. And so the more you're able to kind of surrender to that, the easier you're going to find it to make it through this transit. Let me see what else you wrote. I trust your intuition. Wait, Damien, I do have good friends. Okay. Trust your intuition with some help with a painful transition. Yeah. So what's interesting is the ruler of that Chiron does sit with the Chiron, and that's Mars. Mars sits directly with it. The only way out is through. And so what's fascinating about this in that first house is to give yourself permission to be more yourself, not less yourself. This is a taking stock kind of energy. So the solitude makes a lot of sense. Um, this isn't a hyper social time for you. The other reason why is because your 12th house is stacked, hun. When the 12th house gets stacked with a lot of planetary energies, we do tend to turn in, go internal, look within. Um, and so, all of that to say, for you, one of the giftings of this energy is getting to come, like, this is kind of a transit, Damien, where you really move in from prince into kinghood. This is a transit for you where you move from kind of knowing yourself to actually being yourself. And so there is there is some loss here. We move into the later part of our 40s and hit our early 50s, and the loss of collagen is evident in our face. The loss of muscle mass is evident in our body. The loss of stamina and power is real on this side of 40 for people. And so there is a real need to recognize that, okay, unless I'm planning to be 100, most of my life is behind me. And there's a real needing to come to terms with Aries first house. Who have I been with what I have been given? Who have I wanted to be that I have never become? And what can I accept about where I'm at and who I have been that's going to allow me some freedom to be who I am in my years that remain? Okay. And that's a bit of what this is. There can be some real departures from the cohort with this, meaning people in your age group are all kind of starting to peel off and do their own unique individual things that matter to them. Some are going to start thinking about retirement. Some are going to move to other countries or other locations. Some are going to start businesses. Some are going to their kids are long gone and off to college. They're downsizing houses. Others are going to get remarried after a long period of aloneness after a divorce. New chapters are beginning here for the cohort that are more aligned with the truth of who they are. And so that's all you're being asked to do, is to come to peace about who you have been, what it has been, where you are going, and where you are not going. Damien says, I love hearing this about myself. It really resonated because I've lost some, but gained myself, kind of thing. That's exactly it. That's the wisdom years, Damien. That's what separates a prince from a king. This is what allows a king to be a king. It's the energy of recognizing, you know what? I know which battles I have fought and lost. I know which aspirations I've had this entire time that I now can recognize are A, unrealistic, and B, not aligned with who I really am. I know who I am and who I'm not, and I integrate, accept that. And it's that wisdom that it makes aspirations more realistic and definable, because you know what power it takes to create certain things from within you. And so this is it. This is you coming into your kingship. This is you coming into your throne. This is you coming into the recognition of, your power and what you have in this lifetime to offer and to share with others, and what you don't. So, for example, in that healing with that Mars, there's going to be a real focusing, Damien, for yourself going forward. There's going to be a real focusing around, here's what I want to do, and here's what I am just not interested in anymore. And that focusing is going to help you sort in the dating world, in the friendship world, in the family world, what you do and don't do with your time. Some of the hemming and the hawing and the trying to be for other people that princes go through because they're just younger. You're done with that. You can wash your hands of that. You're done. You know what you're interested in doing and what you're not. And so some of the grief that you're experiencing here has to do with the recognition that there are certain doors that are now closed to you because the internal investment to make open those doors is just not there. And there's a real coming to terms with that. And so, I honor that in you. It's a beautiful place to be, Damien. It's a hard place to be. Women make the same transition into queenhood as they get into their wisdom years as well and hit their Chiron return. And, people on the spectrum in between, we all enter our sovereignty, is the way I'm trying to say it. It doesn't have to be based on a gender, but we all enter our sovereignty at that stage and at that Chiron return point in our life. Damien says, yeah, I've been trimming a lot out of my life, and I find that's how I'm healing the Chiron. That's it. It's quite a transition emotionally. Yeah, because you can't fake it with yourself anymore. The aspiration of, well, I can try is no longer accessible to you when you hit that Chiron return. Because you're just clear, even if I tried, it wouldn't be enough. So that's some bullshit. I can't bullshit myself. So now I have to be honest with this person, which means I could potentially let them down. And I have to be okay with their letdown. I need to have the bandwidth to withstand their letdown because I do not have the bandwidth to quote unquote try for them, to fake it with them anymore. And that's wisdom. That's maturity. So not an easy transition, but the trimming appropriate, the internal self-reflection appropriate, the isolation appropriate for now. You'll come out of that as we move into next year. But getting that clarity for yourself where you have energy and power to do things and where you don't. That's that Mars clarification. Where I have the power to do certain things and the ambition and the drive to do certain things, and where I am just flat out, plain old, not interested. This is a moment where you need to, the honesty about that is going to be palpably real for you in ways that you're not going to be able to fake it. You just can't fake it at this point. Way to get on that throne, King. That's all I have to say about that. Way to get on that throne. All right. So let me see who else is on this list. I did see somebody come in. Damien was the last person on the list. Okay. Okay, positivity. It's all you, boo. Miss Anne. Let me read for you. Anne, what's your question? The list is open. I'm reading for Anne now. And if you want to be next, then it will be your turn after I read for Anne. Damien says, yeah, I've been trimming a lot. I waste less energy. Yes, Damien, that is it with the Chiron return. It is about wasting less because you are being more real about what's so. Faking is exhausting. Hell to the yeah, Damien. I mean, there are some real gifts about hitting 50. And a lot of people we don't like to talk about this or, take stock of this, but the wisdom years are actually a real gift and they provide a lot of grace because there's a real, you're just out of fucks at that point. You're out of fucks. You can't give anymore. They're gone. You've used them all. You know where the fucks are and you know where they aren't when you hit your 50s. And that there's something beautiful about that because it's very empowering to not expend energy trying on things that are never going to be aligned to begin with. There's something real, there's power in that. And there's a real way in which you're owning your true power now. All right, Miss All Free, let's do this. Positivity. Let's do this. I love it, Damien. I love it. Okay. So all free, I just need you to confirm for me. Are you Anne Louise Boating Positivity? Let me see. Is that who you are, all free? Because that's whose turn it is right now. It is Annalise's turn at this moment. I wouldn't even want them if someone handed them to me in a bag. Oh, Damien. Yes. See that? And that's wisdom. That's wisdom. That's true personal power. Is you're not trying to extend yourself or reverse the clock or be someone you're not. Okay, all free. Cool. Let me get this stuff into the thing. Okay. Thank you so much for confirming, all free. Okay. I need a birth location, all free. This says a birth date, but it doesn't give me a birth location. And for a chart, I need that part. November 10th, 1965. 965, birth time. None, but I need a birthplace. That's fine. I just need the place. If there's no time, that's fine. Mm-hmm. Alaska, Anchorage. Okay. Cool. Okay, all free. Let's see what's going on. All free says recent divorce and cross country move to same city as my twin. All good. However, trouble figuring out where my focus should be. Business self relationship twin wants us to go all in now. But I feel like I want to tackle once and for all my lifelong self doubt and invalidation. Okay. Grow into myself first and learn that I can make it on my own with my business. I also vacillate, wasting time when I could be with my twin. Oh, yeah. Mm. All right. So, what's your question? Is your question, where should my focus be, Anne Louise? Is that your question? Or is your question, why do I have self-doubt? Is that your question? Tell me your one question and I will answer that for you. I don't know what the yes is in response to. Mm-hmm. Well, all right, let me set this timer because I forgot to do that last time. There's a bit of a both and here. And the both and is Saturn is asking you to apply some discipline. Let me share a screen. Kylie, welcome back. It's so good to see you. How did it go at work? You said the event filled us in. Some bosses came in. How did it go? Saturn here is about discipline and focused effort. And with it, you're about to hit your second Saturn return. Saturn is here opposing that 10th house of career. All free. I cannot just answer all of your questions about self-doubt. I can answer one question in a one chart, one question mini reading. So I'm going to answer the where your focus should be question. If you want a whole shebang reading, just book a 30-minute. That'll give you 3 questions with me, 3 to 4 questions, and we can go all the places you want to go. But I think you were joking because you put that little smiley face with the tears laughing there. Sometimes I can be a little literal, so forgive me. Yes, Flower. So good to have you here. Now, Saturn here is talking about focusing on the business, but Jupiter here hanging out in the fifth house, it just got into your relationship houses. It's about cultivating the relationship at the same time. So there's a bit of a dual focus. Jupiter is giving you the opportunity to focus on the relationship and start to build that out one step at a time. And Saturn here is pretty much demanding that you also figure the business out simultaneously. So, this joint focus is giving you this chance to blossom. They're both need attention at the same time. It's not one or the other. This isn't all or nothing with either one of them, it's both and. And so, this both and energy, it's interesting because both of them are both talking to your sun at the same time. I like that for you. Interesting. Jupiter speaking to your sun is expanding your sense of self. Saturn speaking to your sun is asking you to start to trim the fat from who you've been being and all of your self doubt, limiting beliefs, ways you hold yourself back so that you can become the person you're meant to be. So, this is an interesting time. I think part of why this has been so hard for you is because in order to focus on the business, you think you have to not have him in your world because then he would have to see some of the parts of you that are a little half baked, not ready. That's okay. He wants to see those parts of you. With Jupiter arriving here, sitting on top of your Chiron, I see. Yeah, it feels a little bit vulnerable. It's supposed to be all free. Jupiter hitting that axis of manifestation is going to give you the opportunity to manifest things in the business if you are vulnerable and manifest things in the relationship if you are vulnerable. Listen, I get it. I understand. I have a significant Scorpio placement in my chart as well. You've got the Scorpio sun, and vulnerability is really, it's not your bag. You're not good at it. I get it. But it's the vulnerability that's going to allow you to let him in, get the support you need for the business, and make the business work. You're going to have to get honest, open, real. And belying your question is this kind of like, well, if you tell me that the stars say focus on work, then I have an excuse to not let him in, not be more vulnerable, not let him see the hard things. All free, you're not off the hook. Sorry, baby. You got to let him in and you got to work on the business at the same time. The stars are saying both and, they are not saying either or. And so you're going to have to work on the vulnerability parts. And that's what this is about. The vulnerability parts are what's going to give you access to what you need in terms of getting the business to work, allowing the visibility to come to the business, sun being the ruler of that 10th house, visibility, Jupiter hitting the sun. This is your moment to get visible in the business, get visible with him, just get visible. Let's get visible, visible. This is your time, all free, to do this. Vulnerability for the business too? Yes. Ha, yes. Damn. Stars say I have to do both. Yes, they do. Yes, they do, baby cakes. Yes, they do. So go all in with twin and just say, look, I expect this to be messy. I'm a little half baked. You're going to see the real me. He said he wanted to go all in. Let him go all in. Let him get the whole kit and caboodle. He said he wanted to go all in. Let him have it. Let him have it. Let him see it. Let him see what he's working with. Meanwhile, work on the business. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be clean. It's not going to be smooth or easy, but that's what this time is for, is to take all the pieces out. You know, when you're putting together a puzzle or like a Lego something, you throw all the pieces out and then you look at the instructions and you try to figure out which pieces go where, and you reference the picture to what you got. It's step by step, but you don't do it by taking only all the white pieces out and leaving all the yellow pieces in. That's not how you build a Lego thing. That's not how you put together a puzzle. You got to take all of them out, lay them out, spread them out, be vulnerable, be real about what you're working with. So That's what we got. And let me do some tarot for you. I see you pulled the tarot. You asked for some tarot messages. Just say yes. Snow Patrol, just say yes. I used to love that song from Snow Patrol. Such a good song. Just say yes. Say yes to the business. Say yes to twins. Say yes. Just say yes. Don't overthink this. Because the two things are happening simultaneously for a reason. I love the Lego visual. Big pile of Legos on the floor. That's it. That song does say let's get physical to lean, but that was the remix, and that remix was just for All Free. All Free gets the remix. He's good with the mess. Then let him be good with the mess, honey. Let him be good with the mess. You're only holding yourself back by trying to hold him away, hold him at arm's length. How long is this time? This goes on for the next year, sweet pea. Okay. High Priestess reversed. 5 of Pentacles upright, 6 of Cups upright. Interesting energy. What's at the bottom of the deck? Tower reversed. Oh, I see. Okay, and 5 of Pentacles. No, these came out separate. Let me just sit with this. Oh, there's a few messages coming through here. Okay, one of these is that you kind of overthink this with this High Priestess reversed. That you're trying to like gain through intuition that which is kind of sitting in front of you in the face. This 5 of Pentacles in this, it's talking about a wasted opportunity. This particular 5 of Pentacles, like the key is right in front of you to unlock the door, but then you're just pretending like the key isn't there. So it's like missing an opportunity by being caught up in your own head, caught up in your own sadness from the past. 6 of Pentacles upright. So or 6 of Cups upright. There's a bit of overthinking. There's a bit of, kind of it's doing too much, being caught up in the past and caught up in your head. You're just doing too much in that arena. And that's causing a bit of wasted time, wasted energy, wasted resources. Could be financial waste here because you're not being vulnerable and letting support in. There's a lot of waste in this because you're too focused on the past. And this particular spread is really talking about, were there lessons in the past? Yeah. But there's something, this whole spread is also speaking to me about trying to do the right thing at the wrong time, or perhaps with the wrong person in the past. All free. You have to let me know if that part resonates for you. But then being fearful of repeating the thing that didn't go right in the past in the present, because of the fact that it didn't go right in the past. There's a part of you that's trying to really, like, you're constipated in your intuition, trying to figure out if this is going to repeat or go that same way. And it's not, because this is a new time with a new person with different energy. So it will go another way. But you have to be willing to come out of the past and stop holding your present hostage. Stop holding your future hostage because of some bullshit that happened in your past. That was a different time. That was a different person. You were different. You can't recreate the circumstances that led to that because there were too many factors that were different. And so you think you're trying to tower reverse this, like or avoid a tower moment with the tower in reverse by clinging on to the past. But instead, what you're getting is what's right behind that at the bottom of the deck, Lovers reverse, 2 of Wands upright. What you're getting is the delay of the inevitable, waiting on something pushing things out into the future. You're holding out on love. You're holding up you're holding up your own potential here by clinging on to your past like it's going to be a guard dog or a watch, like a protection in your future from pain. Pain's a part of life. Welcome to planet Earth. We can't avoid that, right? But what you can do is take the lesson for what it was, let go, and step into your future knowing you're wiser and you can never recreate the ignorance you had in your past. We blew it in our 20s and 30s. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But you're not 20 anymore. You're not 30. So stop holding on to that like it's some kind of shield for your future. It's not. You got way too much wisdom now. Like I was saying to Damien, you're in the wisdom years. Perceived mistakes, regrets. Yeah, I know. Look, anyone who's got significant Scorpio placements, I have a Scorpio moon. I get it. Trying to and wrestling with the past is a part of who we are. And simultaneously, you cannot let your past hold your future hostage. You can't keep holding your past over your future. And holding your future at bay because you're clinging to some negativity that happened in the past. You'll never be as ignorant as you were in your 20s and 30s, and neither will he. And thank God. You'll never have that level of consciousness again. And thank God. You know more now, so you can do more now. You know better now, so you can do better now. You can make better choices now. Thank God. There is something really beautiful about hitting your 50s and 60s, man. I want to say, I can't wait. I can't wait to be out of fucks like Damien is. I can't wait to have the wisdom that you do. Like there's a real kind of like no reason to hold back any more energy there for you that spread was talking about. And I just encourage you to get into it. Get into it. Get into it. Let's get visible. Visible. I want to get visible. Don't try to, don't make fun of me singing. Okay. I'm not very good at it. I never was, but you get the idea. Get out and get into it. That's the idea there. All right, who else is on my list? Oh, Anne was the last one. Are we done? Are y'all done playing with me? No more readings? No more readings? Oh, somebody just paid. Who just paid? Who just paid? Who wants a reading from me? Pause wants a reading. Okay, pause. It's all you. Let's get your question. Yes, gotta let that shit go. Hell yeah. Oh, thank God. We are so beyond that. Thank God you are. I do know more now. Yes, you do. Yes, the 50s are good. Yes, the 50s are good. And I want to get into that energy. Yes, thank you. Gonna sing that to myself. Very, very good. Okay, Elaine, cool. Your pause. Let's do this, Elaine. Hi, everyone. Welcome to K-Moon's Karaoke. Kylie, it's so great to see you here. The gang's all here now. The gang's all here. Flower's here. Hope Glitterati's here. Kylie's here. And the vent. Just so you guys know, the vent and Flower were holding it down while you were gone. I know the Flower had to step out, but it's been the vent. She's held it down. It was great to see all of my peoples here at one time. Let's talk about my self-doubt now, but we kind of did. Thank you, Kay. You're welcome, all free. We can do more in a private reading if you want, but I think the main thing is to not overthink this. Trust that you're different. You got new information and just make some new choices. Say yes. Just keep saying yes to life here. Stop saying no. Like I said, you'll never, thank God, be able to recreate the ignorance of your 20s and 30s and make those same mistakes, knowing what you know now. Okay, my question is about the conjunction you mentioned in your recent new moon videos that is also square the nodes and how that transit affects my natal. Okay. Elaine, where's your birth data? I don't see it here. Put your birth data for me and I'll get into it. Um, yes, say yes, all free. Like that Snow Patrol song. I don't know if you know that song from Snow Patrol, but called Just Say Yes or Say Yes. That's Jupiter in the fifth house is a say yes effing transit. I wish I was born with Jupiter in the fifth house because that is a transit. Like what you lay your hand to, anything you lay your hand to will manifest. Um, when you have Jupiter in the fifth house, that is a magical manifestation transit. So yeah, man, get into it. Just say yes. Okay. 11/29, 1984. But yeah, if I had to redo my life, I would be born a Capricorn with Jupiter in the fifth house. That's what I would have. Kylie says, I take my moderator Tom seriously. Yes, the vent does too. You guys are awesome. Ho Glitterati, did you say it was your birthday tomorrow? Happy birthday, sweetheart. Happy birthday. It's Nikki's birthday tomorrow too, or today. Um, why cap? Because the motherfuckers have work ethic out the wazoo. I got so much water and fire, you can't pay me to work unless I freaking feel like it. Thank God most of the time I feel like it. But then moments when I don't feel like it and shit's due, it is a problem. That's why I Capricorn. Because Capricorns just love to work for work's sake. I can't do shit I don't feel like doing. And that's a real fucking problem. Kylie says, don't get too excited about Capricorn. Me too. You wish you were a Capricorn too, the vent? That's funny. Okay, so Elaine wants to know about this conjunction. Let's see what we got, Elaine. Transit by will now. Okay. Venus, Junos, Mars, Jupiter. Okay. Okay, there's a few conjunctions happening here. So there's Mars, Juno, and Venus, and they're all hanging out together with Saturn. And then there's Jupiter and Neptune, and those two are hanging out together. It's Mars, Juno, and Venus that are square the nodes, and that's specifically the one that you wanted to ask about. Okay. And it's squaring your nodal axis personally. Interesting energy for you. Okay, let me come back here. Maybe there was one more asteroid in there. Vesta is sort of in there, but not really. Okay. So yeah, I like this energy. My dad's a Capricorn. I'm good. Where's Elaine? Y'all keep talking. Trying to see what Elaine is saying. Okay, so when I look at this for you, what I'm really seeing is, and we've talked about this in private session, Elaine, there's a bit of a transitional energy for you as you get into a period of time in your life where it's time for you to start doing some new things. You're closing out a bit of one chapter when it comes to your lifelong lessons, and you're opening up kind of the next chapter. This is like kind of graduating from undergrad and going to graduate school when it comes to that self-love lesson, which is your North Node Taurus second house. It's all about like self-love, self-appreciation, self-respect, self-worth. We also have this energy. This energy is talking about needing to do that in the arena, frankly, of what you're bringing to bear on earth, what you're manifesting. You need to value what you're manifesting so doggone much that you're and who you are so much that you're willing to let go. Scorpio South Node, eighth house, death endings, letting go. This is about letting go of that which is just no longer aligned with who you are. And so that you can start manifesting what is aligned with who you are. When you get Mars, Venus together, and they've been rolling together tight all year, this is heavy manifestation energy, heavy. But they're rolling through specifically in your chart, Elaine, the axis of manifestation in that house of wish fulfillment. Like this is about as good as close as it gets to having Jupiter on your axis of manifestation. Basically, just about anything you lay your hand to will manifest at this time. But in order for that to happen, you're going to have to South Node Scorpio, eighth house, let go of some things that aren't for you anymore, which we've talked about. You know what these things are. And you're going to have to step into valuing who you are enough to recognize what's no longer aligned for you. Again, which we've talked about. You already know. So, all of that to say, what you do with this energy is up to you. There's the potential for this to be wasted energy for you. There's the potential for this to be a wasted opportunity for you. And I really hope it's not, because these energies are going to shift, and they're going to shift pretty soon. Like we've had them December, January, February, March. It's now April, and they're starting to shift. As we complete April, we're going to be done with this and moving into a more self-reflective energy for you. But the thing that's going on here is the necessity for you to step into honoring and valuing yourself enough and having enough faith in yourself and the beauty of your dreams enough to let go of what just isn't a fit, girl. Like, let it go. Like that. Look, girl, the horse is dead. It's dead. Stop trying to beat that horse back into life. It's dead. There's no more juice in that juice box. You have got to throw that box away and move on. Get you a glass of wine, because we're done with juice boxes now. All right, let me see what's going on in the tarot for you. That South Node Scorpio is real. It's really, stop trying to think through this and there's no amount. Let me put it this way, Elaine, knowing your situation and then seeing what your chart is saying. There is no amount of personal development work that you can do to make what has ended come back to life. There's no amount of self-reflection. There is no amount of digging into your shadow. There is no amount of, therapy that you can do to bring back to life the chapter that has closed, hon. That's what's happening here, is these planetary energies all squaring your nodal axis is saying, baby, if you don't let go of this shit, I'm going to snatch your fingers off when I take it away. Don't get your fingers snatched off. Okay. Let's see what the tarot has to say for you. Okay. Yeah. 8 of Wands upright. Oh, Justice wants to come out as a clarifier. 8 of Wands upright, 5 of Cups upright, 4 of Cups upright, Justice clarifying, and 10 of Wands bottom of the deck. Yeah, this is getting heavy. 10 of Wands bottom of the deck. You got to stop trying to hold all of this with the 10 of Wands. There is no amount of personal growth that can bring back to life the chapter that is. Yes, Elaine, that is what I said. I said what I said. Now, 4 of Cups, 5 of Cups. When I see these two coming out, yes, that 5 of Cups is talking about letting go, but there's also in that letting go the recognition that there's more life to be lived. In this 5 of Cups card, this 4 of Cups card, It's cute because I see you with the Four of Cups and this Eight of Wands. Like I see you trying. You want, like you keep wanting or hoping or thinking. And I see life is offering you that fourth cup. Life is saying, here's the thing you want. Take it. Have four, not just three. And you're out here going, I don't know. I might like to stay in my misery. That might be okay to just be unhappy. The universe is trying to help you and you are rejecting the help. Elaine, cut it out. The universe is trying to bring in this justice card energy and get you with this 10 of wands to walk away, to drop the burden. And with the 8 of wands upright, this is letting me know you're well conscious of all of this. You're just not pulling the trigger, boo. Pull that trigger. Do what you got to do. Okay, Elaine, that's what I have for you, baby cakes. The vent talking about cuss them out. Not cussing anybody out. I'm not a cuss them out person, and neither should you be. Learn how to say what you need to say without cussing people out. But yeah, the truth can be delivered. Just deliver it with clarity and compassion. And that's really what it is for you, Elaine, is it's a compassionate letting go. It's a compassionate recognition that there's a chapter that's closed here and a new chapter is available. If you're just Four of Cups willing to take the fourth cup, girl, stop turning the other way. And that's in every area of life because we're on the wish fulfillment axis there. Yeah. If you don't walk away, life will make you. Flower. Flower knows a thing or two about that. She can tell you. She'll tell you exactly what life will do when something's done, but you keep holding on and hugging it. Flower will tell you what will happen. She's got her finger snatched off when she was holding on and she shouldn't have been. Flower knows. Okay, so that's what we got, Elaine. Thank you so much for letting me read for you, beloved. Elaine was the last one on the list, unless somebody else wants to get a read. Kylie says, life sucks. I understand, Elaine. You can go with me to space. This is why I love y'all. Yes, last time we were all together, Kylie was talking about she's going to Mars. She's done with Earth. She's talking to Elon, she's getting a ship, and she's freaking out of here. Elaine says the axis you keep mentioning, wish fulfillment manifestation, is that the 11-5? Yeah, that's the 11-5. And that axis is where you're getting that hard square to your nodes from Venus, Mars, Saturn, and Juno. They're all talking about manifest this new beginning. Please let go of the past. South Node Scorpio. Step into valuing yourself. North Node Taurus. That's what this is saying. Flower says, everything in me told me to walk away, and I asked the universe to help me, and it gave me exactly that. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so I have some chat to catch up on. Our girls are out here telling stories. Okay, what's going on? If anyone would like to join the list, it is open. No one is on it. You would be next. If you would like me to read for you one question, one chart mini reading, it is your turn. You just need to make payment. Payment details are pasted right up there in the blue pinned comment at the top, but I will repaste it here for you so that if you would like me to read for you, I can. Okay, yes, I see that email comment. That's exactly what I was going to go check because I wanted to know what was what. Let me see, Crystal, what did you say? Oh, his mama cooked for you? His dad shows me pics from the sister's wedding and he starts telling me these stories. So his dad asked me what Twin and I were, and I basically said, I don't know because, well, I have no damn idea. I just told him we talk and I have love for him. So I'm their daughter. Now they said I call them mom and dad too. That is sweet. Yes, location theme and hella April people, but that's a given. The reading theme is Chiron, but that's a given too. Excellent. Thank you, the vent, for catching me up. I really appreciate that. That's very sweet. I'm going to be in the next Challenger program. Elon and my one child. Y equals X. Kylie, is that what you're naming your child? Y equals X. Oh, Kylie, you really don't belong here on Earth, do you, baby? You so done with Earthlings. I can tell you just over it with us. Your child's name is Y equals X. Talene, keep staying in communication with him if you can. I think that's going to help support the healing, even though you guys can't be around each other. Okay. River says, not a lie. I feel like miscommunication. River is really out here doing the most today. I see. Haha, this bitch just wants a bedroom in my house. And we do too, River. Yes, the vent. We do too. That beach house in your two scooters, girl. That whole situation with River just, I could not. I can't believe she came in here with that nonsense today. I cannot believe her. Thanks for caring. Yeah, yes. Okay. You guys are hilarious. I love you guys. This was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I'm so grateful we got to kick it. You guys are amazing. It was in the discard bin of names with him and Grimes, but I liked it, so I'm keeping it. The vent says about to be 4 scooters. Wow, that was their discard pile of names. Oh my gosh. Doesn't Elon have like 7 or 8 baby mamas? Let me see. Grimes, birthday astro chart. So Grimes is a Pisces, March 17th, or she may be an Aries. What is March 17th? Yeah, late degrees of Pisces. And she's got moon and ice Pisces. She was born on a Pisces new moon and Mercury in Pisces. God, dog, bitch is intuitive, clearly, and musical. North Node in Pisces. Fascinating about Grimes. Oh, Flower. Yeah. River gave us the business today. You would not believe what River came in here doing today. She was really being extra today. Yeah, Liver was on one today, but that's okay. That's all right. We now know who River is. She showed her whole self today. Okay, talk to you later, Hope Glitterati. No problem. We'll talk to you later if your little one just called. All right, last call. If anyone would like a reading, we can definitely fit one in. I'm happy to do one. If anyone would like to do a reading. Yeah, River really. Wow. I see her for who she is today. River was like, no one helps me, but had a friend helping her all day. Had a friend helping her while we were sitting here in the live chat. Just mentioned it casually, but then had the nerve to just be like in the chat, nobody helps me. Ooh, that was funny. Yeah, Flower, it was hilarious. River was really she was really being special today. It was cute, but it was also like, okay. Yeah, it was entertaining to say the least. To say the least. Literally had a friend sitting in her house hammering holes in her wall and had the nerve to type in the chat in real time while her friend was probably hammering. Nobody helps me. Ooh. Yeah, it was sweet. It was sweet that she she had the nerve to fix her fingers to articulate that as a real thought in real time when she had someone helping her. Yes, I remember when she was in death and despair, and I tried to tell her there was a divine reason. And here she comes today, rolling up in here, burying the lead. Oh, by the way, I just got a townhouse for 3K in Providence. That's a mile from the beach with 2 scooters. I remember that. I totally remember. And I tried to tell her there's going to be some divine purpose to this. Just wait. It's going to work out for you the closer we get to April. Just wait. I remember telling her all that. And she was like, nothing ever works out for me. She went straight Eeyore on me. Is she a Scorpio? Sounds like my sister. No, she's a Sag. Which is very unsag like of her, but I think she must have a Scorpio stellium in here. Roll it in her Lambo. Exactly. Rolled in here in her Lambo. Sunglasses. It's not even just a Lambo, it's like a drop top Lambo. Wanted to pretend like we don't see it. It was a funny moment. For sure. It was a very funny moment where we were like, okay, River, we see you, sis. We see what's really, really going on. Okay. Yeah, the vent is very Scorpio, but the vent doesn't even do that woe is me act. She may do it in her mind, but the vent would never be caught dead saying some of those things out loud to people. Kylie is waiting for it to work out for me too. I'll rest in peace. Yeah, the vent has like 4 or 5 Scorpio placements. Like she's extra Scorpio. She's Scorpio enough for all of us. Oh man. Too funny. Too funny. All right, list is open if anyone wants to get a reading, going twice. But I understand why you said that about sis, though. Understand why I said which part. I said a lot of things today. I said many things. But I don't feel it really. No, because I think when you have that much Scorpio energy, it just manifests differently. It doesn't hit you in the same way. Oh, the other sis. Yeah. When you got that much Scorpio energy, I think it manifests a bit more like power than pessimism. Which is nice. When you have like just one Scorpio placement, you can take some long trips to pessimism land and it can take a minute to come out. Oh, it was to flower. Okay, no problem. The Vin says, I'm a Scorpio and that is not my behavior. And I am very Scorpio. You are very Scorpio. And you're right. That is not your behavior, the vent at all. You don't take extra long trips to pessimism land. For you, it manifests a bit more like power than it does pessimism. Jennifer H. Hey, you sent in a payment, Jennifer? I didn't see it come through. Let me look again. Let me see what I missed here. Welcome, Jennifer H. Jennifer, I don't see it, baby. Double check where you sent it because I don't see a payment here from you at all. My last payment came in like over 20 minutes ago. Um, yeah, when you have the more Scorpio placements you have, the more it can manifest like power than pessimism. I mean, you can take some trips to pessimism landia, but you don't really camp out there. I, on the other hand, okay, Jennifer, I see it. It just came through on my end. Um, I, on the other hand, with my one lone Scorpio moon, like I said, you can't pay me to do shit I don't feel like doing. That, like, that's, I fucking hate that about myself. But I also love it because on the one hand, I'm a bitch who'll keep it real. If I don't feel like coming to your shit, I'm not fucking coming to your shit. That's just how it is for me. I'm sorry to be cussing about it, but that's the real deal. If I don't want to come, I'm not coming. And that's just how it is. Now, frankly, some things can get in the way, like shame or fear or feeling like low self esteem. Some of those things can really get in the way and stop me from coming. And that'll be my reason for not, quote unquote, feeling like it. And that can be a real problem. But the rest of it is just straight up like, I'm real comfortable with not I don't know. I don't know what it is. Happy belated birthday, Jennifer. 3:30, 1982. No birth time. Okay. Um, cool. But yeah, there's this real kind of like, I don't wanna, and you can't make me. That can happen with me. And that's about just about all things going to the grocery store, doing work, having dinner, following through on plans that I made. And so, unless you tell me like straight up, this is important to me and I need you to be there, that's the only thing that would override my I don't want to and you can't make me, whether it's for good reason or shitty reason. Birth time is 6:30. Okay, I'm glad you told me. Um, yeah, that's the only thing that's going to get me to override that. You got to tell me like this is important and I want you there. And I'll be like, okay, I will overcome myself to make it happen. But if you don't tell me that and something comes up and I get in a bad mood or some shit happens to me, man, you ain't gonna hear from me. You ain't even gonna see me till after the fact. I stopped working today because I'd rather be on here. See the vent, you have the same Scorpio problems that I do. That I think that is a Scorpio thing. I think that's one of the reasons why people fear Scorpio energy and love it at the same time. You just cannot make a Scorpio do shit it doesn't want to do. Ever. Ever. It just does not work. Okay. Or an Aries either. The Mars ruled planet, anyone that's Mars ruled or has like a Mars related stellium or a stellium in Aries or a stellium in Scorpio, just forget about it. They're going to do what they want to do, period. All right. Jennifer says, I'm curious what is happening with Chiron at the moment. I'm receiving a lot of unwanted male attention and an ex coming back. Okay, let's get in your business. What is going on? What is this unwanted male attention and exes coming back? What's going on? It might not be Chiron. Let's see. Oh, I see what it is. What you have going on is Venus approaching your sun. And Venus having crossed over your natal Venus, which is the ruler of your seventh house of committed partnership. That's what's going on. Whenever Venus crosses over your sun or the ruler of your seventh house, you do end up getting a lot of attention that's like date, romantic, flirting attention. And this is a normal experience during your birth time of year. Venus is magnetism and the sun is you. And so Venus creates magnetism towards you when it crosses over your sun. And it happens every year right around your birthday. And so, what you have going on here when Venus is coming into the sign of your sun, it's coming to sit with your Mercury. This is something annual for you. So, I want you to start paying attention to it going forward. The unwanted part, though, now this has more to do with you. And this has more to do with where you're at and what you're manifesting and what vibration, energies, and frequencies you are putting out there, Jennifer. My twin is coming in hot too. Yeah. And so when you are putting out misaligned vibrations, confused vibrations, vibrations and signals that say, I'll take this and that, or vibrations that say, I don't know what I want. You're acting in one way, but you're saying something different. When you're putting out confusion to the universe will give you confusion back because the universe doesn't really know what you want. So it's just going to give you all of it. And so the clearer you can get about what you want and how you want it, the more you're going to get precisely what you want, especially during this time. The other reason why this is such a potent time for you is your natal Jupiter is in Scorpio and you've got a Jupiter trine Jupiter. So there's manifestation energy on the rise for you with Jupiter coming and Neptune coming to sit on top of your sun. You've got that Jupiter trine Jupiter. Jupiter is opportunity. And when you have opportunity, trine opportunity, there's just a lot of opportunity around. In other words, girl, you got some vitamin D to spare. I'm going to need you to help your sisters in a drought out because it sounds like you don't even want all the vitamin D that you got. Start getting clearer, Jennifer, about what you want and why you want what you want. And start being clearer about creating the void that allows the universe to fulfill it with only the right thing. It's basic laws of manifestation. The universe abhors a vacuum. It will always fill an empty space. And so if you want to guarantee that what you want comes to sit in that slot with Venus and Juno and Mars and Saturn all sitting together on your axis of manifestation, with Jupiter trine Jupiter, it is necessary at this time to learn how to give a good no and then learn how to say yes to what it is you actually want and not just allow things that you don't want to linger. Don't be a hoarder with this stuff. If there are men you don't want who are circulating in your space, let them know. I don't want you. I never wanted you. This ain't going on. Don't say that, but let them know, thank you, but this isn't aligned for me. I feel myself moving in another direction. Get clear, create the vacuum, and the universe in a transit like this will indeed fill it for you. And that's why you're getting this attention, and that's what to do with it. And that's how to work with this in a way that's more masterful so that you're not just getting, you don't want the universe throwing you like a storage unit, a mystery storage unit with all kinds of stuff in it, and you don't know what it is. You want to purchase a storage unit that you know in it there's a Gucci bag, a Tiffany ring, and a Lamborghini. That's what you want. So stop messing around with all this other stuff. Get really clear with the universe. Tell the men you don't want to go, and tell the men you do want to stay and start interacting. That will really help. Okay, got it. Yeah, I definitely did communicate all of that. Yes, it was a little triggering. Yes, and it should have been. They're supposed to be just a little bit triggering. You are working into owning some more of your power with a lot of that, and that's appropriate for you at this time. So Pluto has just arrived inside that axis of manifestation. Pluto is your power in the chart. And so where Pluto sits, your power lives. And with Pluto living on that axis of manifestation, exercising that power is a good thing. Very, very, very good, Jennifer. Well done. That's why it's happening, and that's how to work with it. Yay. Good question, Jennifer. Now, Jennifer is complete. Let me see if any other payments came in. If anyone else wants to ask a question, you can. I'm low-key like, Hook Glitterati says, wow, I'm catching up. And it seems like all the lessons are in here. Let me see. What is Pluto in retrograde going to do to us? Not much, the event. Pluto's in retrograde like half the time. So it's a barely noticeable transit. It can be a reversal of energy or a more spiritualized use of power here on Earth, a reversal in power dynamics between people, but it's typically not that noticeable because Pluto moves so slow. Let me see. Flower says, send them my way. I need male attention. Oh no. And then the vent chimes in, aren't you a Leo? What is wrong with y'all? Oh my goodness. You guys are too funny. Flower says, I can never have too much. The vent goes, we know, Flower. That's a Leo for you. Okay, got it. Yes. Uh-huh. And I have a Venus sun. Oh yeah. So you're charming and magnetic anyway. Okay. Hope Glitterati says, oh, what was that about the twin that you mentioned? I don't know. What was it about the twin that I mentioned? Jennifer, haha, have them all. I'm tired. Well, happy birthday, Jennifer. This is what happens when Venus comes to sit with your sun. Just makes you magnetic. I wish I could be more like that. Yeah. Too funny. I can never have too much. I'm unmotivated by this company to love. Not good. Kylie gets along with Scorpios. Yes, Cap and Scorpio get along really well. Flower's working while she listens. The vent stopped working. I'm really sorry I interrupted your work schedule, hon. Hope Glitterati says I can't get them to leave. You guys are hilarious. All right, list is open if anybody wants to get a read. I'm low-key like, do I post it on the main channel and let more people come in, or do I just hang it up for the night? What do I do? Decisions. You guys vote. Tell me, should I post on the main channel and let more people come in, or should we end here? It's up to you. If you guys want to hang out more, we can, and I'll post on the main channel. Otherwise, I'll hang it up. I interrupt my work schedule often. You see the vent? That's that Scorpio thing. Can't get you to do shit you don't want to do when you don't feel like doing it. It is not possible. I get tired easily. Yeah. Did you eat and drink? I've had a couple of shakes while I have been sitting here. I had one protein shake, one keto shake that was chocolate, and one keto shake that was vanilla. So I've had those, and I've had some vitamins, and I've had some tea. And now I'm going to have more water. Yes, thank you for asking me. I can't get, I'm a talker, no follow through. Girl, they got like 4 hours of my time. But I know you probably work harder than everyone else there, the vent. That's the thing. Scorpios may be quiet, but they got a lot of work ethic to them, I've noticed. Okay. When they feel like it. Kylie says I'm getting pizza. Yay, Kylie. What kind of pizza? You guys didn't even answer my question. Should I post on the main channel and let more people come in, or should we end the live stream here for today? You guys vote. You guys tell me, what are we doing? I'm happy to keep hanging out. I'm also happy to kind of wrap it up. Um, clip my nails. My nails are too long. Hope glitter out. He says, I mom everyone. But says, yeah, I know how to keep my job or whatever. I know how to keep my job. Cheese. I'm vegetarian. Nice. Well, do you put veg on there, Kylie? What else goes on your cheese pizza? Do you put like artichoke, spinach, mushroom, onions, peppers, garlic, olives? What do you put on that pizza, girl? Oh my goodness, post it. I want to hear more. Okay. So Flower's vote is to post it. Hote says it depends. Did you eat? Yes, I ate. Thank you, Hote. Okay. The vent, what say you? You're at work. I don't think you get a vote. You need to do some work. Um, Kylie, what say you? Kylie's about to order a pizza, but Kylie, what say you? Hope says, oh, I did banana peppers with spinach recently. Oh, yeah, I love banana peppers on pizza. That is like one of my absolute favorites. Banana peppers on pizza. Kylie says, I could leave my job. I hate all work. You want to work for me? And then says, I'm at home. You at home, but you got work to do at home. I know. Vince says, and I asked a question. When did you ask a question? What question did you ask? Oh, do you want to do this up until Marie's live? I was thinking about that because I really like hanging out on Marie's live. She's funny. Y'all think I'm funny. Marie will read people for freaking filth. She'll read you to within an inch of your life. I get all veggies except mushrooms. Yeah, no mushrooms for me. I'm not Mario or anything. You guys are cute. Okay, so I'll post it and then we'll hang out a little bit more. We'll see who else comes in. Let me go over to that channel and post. Switch account. Share. Create post. One Q mini reading, or just say hi. Happy face post. Okay. It has been posted. We'll see who comes through. Amazing. Let me come out of that. I don't want to do that anymore. And let me just confirm I'm still on K Moon Live. K Moon Live. There we go. Oh, my computer froze. Are you guys still there? Can you guys still hear me? Let's see. Oh, now it's unfrozen. Okay. Okay. Rental says, thanks for all you do, K Moon. Love your content. Marie is hilarious. I put her lives on sometimes for entertainment in the background. Yes, that is precisely what I do as well. I'll cook, I'll eat, I'll have like a whole show going on. And then I'll have Marie, I'll put the show on mute while I listen to Marie. Let's see. So I was talking about my issues in the communication scripts live, and someone basically asked me like why I wanted to keep the relationship with my twin, which they will. They're not going to understand it. Hoke Glitterati, the vent, so true. Someone asked me earlier, like they were making plans for me on my birthday. Okay, hang on, I missed some parts. I had to explain it without sounding nuts. Yeah, it's a tough one, the vent. I've had to do that too in the groups in PDS. Tell me about this Marie. Who is she? You guys, who is Marie? Earth Angel. Hey, Earth Angel, welcome. So great to have you here. What did I miss about Earth Angel? If you want a reading, you can go ahead and jump on the list. The way to do that is pinned to the top, but I'll also repaste it here in the comments if you want to jump on the list. That's how you do it. I can read one chart and answer a question for you. Readings are about 5 minutes, 5-ish, sometimes 7 minutes. If you get a tarot pull, it tends to be a bit closer to about 10 minutes. Hey, Test, just stopping in to say hi. I scheduled my first chart reading coming up in a week. Woohoo! I'm so excited to talk to you. Very excited. I ordered the Chiron workshop, but haven't watched it yet. No problem. Get to it when you're ready. We've got Q&A for the Chiron workshop, not this Saturday, but next Saturday, the 16th. So it would be great to have you there for that. Even if you only listen to the first little bit of the Chiron workshop, we've got a bonus Q&A that you can join. So I would love to see you there. But yeah, very good stuff. Very good stuff. Ren, great to have you. If anyone wants to jump on the list, you can. The way to do that is pasted above. I can do one question, one chart for you. And I can also do, thank you, Kay, but I'm heading out shortly. I'm okay at the moment. Ready for what's next. Oh, good. Have a great night. Great to have you here. Thanks for saying hi, Earth Angel. What did you say then? I was like, we have a spiritual connection and it's better if we work on it than not. Then thank goodness a person named Brooke put in the chat twin flames. I said, yes, I felt seen. Okay, good. All right. Very good. I'm glad that you've had the opportunity to feel validated and seen. Yeah. And her work really will help you anchor into love. Her work is really good about that. Okay. Let's see who else is here. Kylie says we can sing a song. I was researching MJ facts for works. Oh, so you're doing like a piece on MJ and you have to fact check some things. Okay. Good. Yeah. And for some people, the dance has been 10 years, 12 years. So yeah, it's crazy. But it's still good to be able to bring tools to materialize the connection in the third dimension. And I talk about that a lot, that, you know, doing spiritual work alone isn't enough to help bring the connection in the third dimension. You actually have to know the behaviors of love, the way love thinks, the way love responds when it's in pain, the way love responds when it witnesses somebody else's pain or someone else's triggers. And I feel like Thais does an amazing job of providing that roadmap for people, how to respond in love, even when you're hurting, even when you're challenged, even when you're triggered, how to interact from a place of love that doesn't erase you It allows you to be self-loving, and it also allows you to support your person or be connected without opting out or, burying things, sweeping things under the carpet, that kind of thing. She's really good about having you be connected to yourself while you're also connected to the ones you love. So, yeah, Hope Glitterati says I need to actually be patient. Yeah, and she is. Yeah, Thais is really wonderful about that. She's really good about operationalizing love in the third dimension. Um, so I will never not, I'll always say if you need help figuring out how to do that, she's the way to go. Her work is the way to go. Okay, very good. Yeah, so the list is open. If you want to jump on the list, you can. For those of you who are just joining, welcome. I'm doing live one question mini readings. And if you want to jump on the list, it's just 25, 25. I'll take a look at your chart. I'll answer a question for you. A lot of people today have asked, can you interpret my Chiron wound for me? Can you tell me how to heal my Chiron wound? So I can do that for you. I can help you understand any major placements you might have with your Chiron. Venus, Sun, Moon, rising with Chiron, Mercury, Mars with Chiron. If you're not clear about how to heal your Chiron, we can get into that. I know we've done a lot of work on Chiron on the main channel. So this is the perfect time to ask about it. I can look at your chart and help you understand it. Angel, mine has been forever, was 10 years. Yes. Physical union is from last year, still working on our communication, but living together and have found balance. That's awesome, Earth Angel. I'm really happy to hear that. Yeah, union window open, and a lot of twins started living together, came back into communication after long periods of silence, found themselves living in the same city after being, oceans apart. Like the pull is there. It's pulling people together. It's so worth all the pain and healing. Always more to come, but it does get easier. That's so nice to hear, Earth Angel. Thank you for sharing that. Um, okay, Jess Velarde. It is your turn, baby cakes. I got your payment. I don't know what's up with this. Sometimes I have this funny S key that wants to not work, and then other times it works just fine. Hey, JV, welcome. Go ahead and paste your question, JV, and I will read for you and your birth details. 5/21, 1989, Spain. Spain, Ardos. Did I spell that incorrectly? Oh, Torreon. Okay, my bad. Torrejon, Dardos. Okay. May 21st. Happy upcoming birthday. And 6:30 a.m. All right, let me share screen and then we can jump right in. Here you go. Torreon de Ardos. All right, so thanks, Earth Angel. That's very generous, super kind. Okay. Help me with my Chiron moon. It's got quite the aspect to my moon. Okay, yeah, let's have a look at that. Let me just set my timer so I don't fly off in the wind. When we have Chiron, let me move that out of the way. Here's your Chiron in Cancer. And oh, it's not talking to your moon. It's in conjunct your moon. That's not a direct conversation. And that's a good thing that Chiron is not talking to your moon. I like seeing Chiron in conjunct to your moon because that means, typically when you have those things not in conversation, for specifically for Chiron, the influence Chiron has on the moon it's not direct. It's not a big influence. Chiron does not have a big influence on it. I'm trying to find something that Chiron might have a bigger influence on to give you an example of what you're working with here. It's definitely not your Gemini. It's not your rising. We could say South Node and your Juno, but that's a harder energy to discern. I like seeing that these two are in conjunct. What does have a direct influence, not on your moon, but on your Chiron, is your Uranus. Uranus sitting with your Chiron can always make you feel just a little bit more sensitive than the average person. It can make you feel your wounds a bit more acutely. And with Chiron there in the second house in Cancer, this is a placement that's talking about having like almost kind of feeling like your emotions aren't good enough. Like emotionally, you are somehow, some way not as good as everyone else. Like you may feel emotionally deficient, like something's emotionally wrong with you at times, especially with so much air energy in your chart. You may have a questioning of yourself, like emotionally, am I stunted? Am I somehow different than other people? And at the same time, be very, very, very sensitive, more sensitive than the average person. With Chiron in Cancer in that way. Chiron in Cancer also makes you very empathic about other people's emotions. Like you can tell what other people are feeling even without them saying very much. And your mood can shift before you even know that you're not experiencing your emotions, you're experiencing someone else's emotions. Your mood can shift through osmosis almost. Girl, I'm working with Lee and Sherry now, also doing personal development school. I do feel very sensy. Yeah, you are a very sensitive person. You're more sensitive than the average bear. And so, because of that, it can have you question, like, is something wrong with me that I'm so sensitive? And in fact, during your childhood and your family of origin, that may have been some of the messaging you may have received. What's wrong with you? Why are you so sensitive? Toughen up, that kind of thing. But your sensitivity is actually a superpower and a gift. And it is part of what makes you sensitive to other people and thus able to help and support other people in a time of need for them. Because of that Chiron placement there in the early degrees of Cancer, it impacts and strikes the cusp of your 12th house, 11th house line, impacts and strikes the cusp of your 5th house, 6th house line. And it gives you a little bit of added insight and sensitivity into some of the people around you when you're in group settings, but it also amplifies your psychic senses with that 12th house. Like I said, you're clearer, your empathy, like your capacity to feel what other people are feeling is much higher than the average person's. You're just more sensitive. And then the other piece too is there can be a little bit of at times, in relationships, letting other people's feelings go first, unfortunately. The way to heal your Chiron with Moon, thank God it's in conjunct, Moon in the 7th house in Sagittarius. is to get really clear about your needs. Moon represents needs. Moon also represents your feelings, your emotions. Get clear about your needs and your emotions. And in partnership, when you're one on one with people, start to communicate the truth about that. Sagittarius represents the truth. Seventh house is our one-to-one connections. Start communicating the truth about what you feel, the truth about what you need. Start communicating the truth about what you see as the highest potential between you and another person. Like, if I had it all my way, this is the win-win I would lay out. With Moon and seventh house in Sagittarius, you do have a natural inclination for win-win solutions with people, but most people don't think win-win. Your sensitivity has prepared you to think win-win. And so because of that, there's this opportunity for you to step into leadership and guidance with other people, but it all starts with acknowledging your needs and your feelings well enough to yourself to be able to bring those to the table with another person and then cultivate and co-create the solution that is win-win for both of you. The more you communicate truthfully and honestly about your needs, about your wants and desires, about your feelings specifically, the greater the opportunity is for your Chiron to manifest in mastery in a way that makes room at the table for everyone, not just one person and not just you. So that's how to work your Chiron wounding, JV. I hope that helps. You have to let me know what in that resonates for you. Okay, thank you, Jennifer. It's great to read for you. List is open. If somebody would like to get a reading, you certainly can. That is how you do it. Just pasted that information there in the chat. And we can look at your Chiron stuff. JV says, this is so affirming. Thank you so much. So beautiful. Good. I'm glad to hear it, JV. Very nice. Okay, so if anyone wants to get on the list, you can. It is open, but we might pack it in shortly if nobody wants to jump on the list. Let me see what these ladies have been talking about here in the chat. Kylie's got a man who smells good at work. She has yet to find out if he is available. Okay. Yes. Good smelling men are it's a powerful thing for the hormones for a woman. That is for show. Faux show. Oh, Jess, you asked for a second question, I see. Jess, I have 2 payments from you. Did you want to do a second question? Oh, okay. You want to do one for your guy. Okay. Whenever you're ready, sweetie. Paste the information we need and we will get on it. Let me see what else is happening in this chat while she gets that. I'm so glad that so many are looking at their Chiron now. Isn't it encouraging, Hope Glitterati? It is nice. Kylie says he's cute and all, but he smells wonderful, very fresh with a small hint of musk. Ooh. I know Hope Glitterati made that face that I'm thinking right now, like, ooh, girl, you in trouble. My brain just totally checked out and into men. Yeah. The vent wanted to go to the spa on Saturday, but doesn't think they can go. The hormones, exactly. The hormones. Oh my goodness. I know it's been a real thing, even though I deny it sometimes. Okay. Very cool. Oh, Glitterati, the vent is supposed to be working. I'm working, but the vent is over there chilling with me. Miss Hope Glitterati, I want zero to do with the men, but this guy comes along with his damn Wolverine smell. Oh, Kylie, don't we get it? man walks past you with a certain scent and you just lose your mind. Lose your mind. I get it. I totally get it. I love the spa. When is it not a good time to go? um, I'll have to settle for some live jazz instead of the spa. Why can't you go to the spa, the vent? What's the problem? Go to the spa if you want to go to the spa. Oh, Clitorati says, yeah, I totally made that face. I'm reading more MJ stuffs. Oh, yeah, okay. No spa for you. You need to do work. you have research to do. Okay, so he's from Oregon. Thank you, JV. Portland. And we have 10, 28, 1988, 12:52 a.m. Okay. You want me to do his Chiron tell me about his Chiron? Okay, no problem. So he has Chiron in the 11th house of friendships, hopes, wishes, and dreams on the 11th 5 axis of manifestation. When you have Chiron in the 11th house, it can be really hard to feel like you belong with people, and especially in friendship groups. In childhood, bullying can be a big problem, but also in adulthood, it can feel like even when you walk into a room, you're a little bit on the edge of things, a bit outside, and you have to kind of self-insert or invite yourself in because people don't normally invite you in on their own. Especially because your person has that Chiron trine, his Pluto Sun conjunction here in Scorpio. Your person has this little bit of vibration where they are, gosh, Jennifer, they're really, people project a lot of stuff onto them. Anytime you have Pluto sitting in a prominent place in your chart, and your person does, Pluto sitting right on top of your person's sun. This is the kind of person people project a lot of stuff on, and they walk into the room with a lot of big dick energy, Jennifer, or sorry, Jess. That's the best way I can put it. They just have this charisma and this presence and this power. It's not even charm because they don't have to say anything. And charm typically requires it's about the way you interact. And this person could be quite charming, but they don't have to say anything for them to walk into the room and gravity to just shift in their direction. And that's a Pluto Sun thing for sure. And that Pluto Sun energy, when a person has that, the first thing that they tend to experience from other people, or that other people experience with them, is that power and the recognition that that person has more power than them in the room. And people tend to defer to them. What you see happen for a Pluto Sun person is their first interaction with them is never with the person, it's always with their response to power. And so your person may have had the experience of being highly projected on by other people, in particular friends, and have this kind of real head scratcher about why people treat him the way that they do, especially people that are supposed to be friends. Because there's this kind of sense with the placements that he has here in his chart, including that Chiron. Oh, he can take it. Oh, he can handle it. And with that Chiron in Cancer in the 7th house, he can't. He's actually a very sensitive soul. And so the problem that your person runs into with this Chiron placement is probably feeling very deeply misunderstood in social circles, quite a bit excluded and left out. A lot of mistrust when it comes to whether or not people are going to have his back, because I do see with that placement, he needs friends. Moon there in the 11th house, he really needs friends, and he needs friends that are going to have his back. He needs friends that are going to be supportive to him. But unfortunately, until he's come to terms with his own power, and that sometimes people have strange reactions to power when they experience it, until he's come to terms with that about himself, and that other people have to get over whatever it is that they have around power, two things can happen: a lot of projection, or he can find himself giving away his power and trying to make himself smaller to fit in, to show people that he's safe, which is not what he needs to do. With Moon there in Gemini, the only thing he really has to do, Moon being the ruler of his Chiron, is communicate about his emotions, communicate about how he feels. When this man opens his mouth to open his heart, oh my gosh, I'm telling you, people melt around him. And there's this way in which people feel very naturally like they just adore him with the Leo rising. But that type of vulnerability is hard for someone with a Scorpio sun conjunct Pluto. So if he can find the wherewithal within him to just start to communicate, share about his emotions, he's going to find he melts hearts, he wins friends. It heals up the woundedness in Chiron that has him always feeling a bit on the outside, a bit abandoned, a bit like the odd man out. It'll heal that up. So he has the ability to connect. He has the ability to manifest and have people around him that will have his back and support his dreams. But unfortunately, as long as he keeps the emotions pressed down, he withholds them, he doesn't communicate or share them, he doesn't talk, he keeps very silent and stays on the edge of things, the worse this Chiron wounding gets, the more exclusion he ends up feeling, the less included and the more misunderstood he becomes. So JV says, yes, he's definitely going through a dark night of the soul. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so there's that. That's how that Chiron energy works for your person. So when you two are in conversation and you hear him talking about like a difficulty or a challenge he's having with the people in his world, my strong recommendation would just be to support him by saying, have you said that? What you just said to me? Have you said that to other people, or to the person you're talking about? Have you said it just like you said it to me? I think they'd be willing to hear you if you were just as honest as you were with me about exactly how you feel and where you're at. Because with that, it makes, when you have strong Plutonian energy in your chart, you walk in the room like a giant among dwarfs. And you don't realize that you're a giant to these dwarfs. And the dwarfs are all going, oh my God, the giant's going to eat me. It's going to beat me. It's going to step on me. The thing that will have the dwarfs realize this is actually a friendly giant is if he would just open his mouth. And so that's how that works. Kylie, I must be the drunk one in K Moon's karaoke. Why am I the only one singing? Kylie's got all the musical references today. JV, he can be very, very quiet. You're welcome, JV. I'm glad that was helpful. Hi, the Vents mom. We love your daughter. She's amazing. She is so cool. We love hanging out with her. She is funny. Your daughter is a natural born comedian and she doesn't know it. Okay. So list is open. If anybody wants to jump on it, they can. Otherwise, I think we're going to wrap up here. You're welcome, JV. Hey, Yosef. Thank you. A fan from New York. You're welcome, Yosef. It's so great to meet you. Thank you so much for being a part of the channel and for letting me know and just for saying hi today. It's nice to hear from you. I'm curious, how did you guys find my channel? Like, what happened that had you guys find the K Moon YouTube channel? I have to know the answer to this question. I am so curious. Indulge me. Waiting to see Vent's live act. Yeah, me too, Flower. She's hilarious. And then if anybody wants to jump on the list, you can. The list is open. No one is on it. So if you were to make your payment now, it's all for you. I can read you next. I just pasted in the chat precisely how to do that. Okay. Otherwise we might wrap up here shortly. Welcome, welcome, Yosef. Yeah, I'm curious. How did you guys, for those of you who've already had your reading, I know several of you have already been read. We said hi to your mom and we want your mom to know that she raised a comedian and we can't wait to see the live act. Okay, Moon, when do you think you're going to have another live? Probably in a couple weeks. It's on my calendar to do it in a couple weeks. So Glitterati. I wasn't planning to do one next week, but the week after. Glitterati, I need to book another private. You're welcome to. The calendar is definitely open. I think there's just a couple more spaces left for the end of May. If you want to book in May, there's like a few 30 minutes. Yeah, so how did you guys find me? Flower says she found me through Allie. Okay. Kylie says she found me through Charlotte. Ah, yes. Okay. Joseph, I'm curious how you found me. The vent, how did you find me? I'm really curious how you guys found me. Joseph, bumped into your YouTube channel while searching for readings like yours. Okay. Were you looking for astrology readings, twin flame readings, monthly readings? I wish you could actually hear you. Thank you, Kay. Yeah, you had to go back and see what we said about you for your mom. We told her that we really love you, that we're so grateful. Hope Glitterati says she found me through Made for Love. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. I'm glad I did some partnerships then. Shoot. Because most of you didn't find me through the algorithm. It's not, other than Yosef. Yosef may have found me through the algorithm, but the rest of you found me through partnerships. You've done a great job with partners though. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying. I am trying because partnerships are the way you grow, especially when you have a Libra midheaven. It's what you got to do. It's what you got to do. Yosef twin flame and moon readings. Okay. Gotcha. Very cool. So Yosef did a search, but the rest of you found me through partnerships. Fascinating. Hookler says, well, twin is Trini. That's probably how I got into her experience. Yes. I think Made for Love is Trini. Yes. The event, my humor would only come out if I have a live radio show podcast. That's what I want. Oh my gosh. I would love, you know what? I would love for you to be a regular, the event. I would love for you to be a regular on the Breakfast Club. Oh my gosh, you'd be an amazing guest. I want to talk shit as myself and be a coach or something and make money. Yeah, you'd have an amazing podcast or radio show. All Free says, I found you through Allie's Tarot, or was it the other way around a long time ago? Katie Donner says, yes, I found 1111. Okay. Very cool. Then says, I think maybe I was searching twin flames and I thought you were genuine and great. I got hooked. Thank you, the vent. Flower says, I've been listening to your channel since 2020. Because of you, I learned I was in a twin flame relationship. My forgiveness journey started with you. Wow. I don't know, Flower. I think you were already well on your way to forgiveness. Well on your way to forgiveness. Because you had a lot of stuff to forgive and you've been through it and then you've handled it. Like when you told me your story, I was like, wait, what? What? Your sister did what? So yeah. Oh, Glitterati. That's really sweet. Thank you. Katie says, I had my 30-minute free session with Lee today. Nice, Katie. How was it? How was your session? I'd love to hear about that. HG, I have one, but don't use it. Okay. So you're on Clubhouse, but you don't use it. Girl, why aren't you using it? Make that podcast. Let us hear your voice. Let us hear your funnies. But yeah, for those of you who are just joining, list is open. If you want to jump on it. Hope Glitterati wants to partner with the vent. Kaylee says a hidden gem. Yes. So Yosef, is that what you were saying, Yosef? You want to start a podcast too? That's cool. The vent, me too. Okay. Katie says signing up for camp. Yes, Katie. Good. Oh my gosh. Lee and Sherry will change your life. If you give them the chance, they will change your life. The vent says, I've been on your channel since the beginning. Says, I know you have. You have been here. You're one of the OGs for sure. For sure. Okay, so Rosalina made a payment. Let me go ahead and read for her. Thanks, Rosalina. Thank you. Thank you. Rosalina, if you want to go ahead and paste your birth details, I am happy to read for you. Okay. Hello, Rosalina. Welcome. Happy to read for you. Just paste your birth details. I need a location and a date. And if you have a time, that's useful, but it's okay if you don't. And then paste your question after that, or you can put it all in one. That's also very helpful. Katie, thank you for showing them to me. Oh, you're welcome, Katie. My pleasure. I love introducing and making the connections in the collective. Love, love, love that. Yes, you're welcome, Rosalina. I got your payment. Whenever you're ready, drop your question. As a vlog, I'd rant and post them. I think that's genius. I think that's genius. But I also think a lot of your humor comes out conversationally. Like you need somebody to vibe off. Like in your innate response to things in life is hilarious. The vent, hilarious. Like just the way your thinking naturally works is hysterical. Because it's just like you hit with so much truth event when you're talking about things that it then ends up it's so truthful, it's funny. So yeah. All right, Rosalina, go ahead and paste your details. I think Katie wants to get on the list, and Katie has 2 questions. Okay. Oh, there you are, Rosalina. Okay, I was just about to paste in the chat. Please paste your question. Okay. All right. Rosalina, I need a more specific question. What about your chart do you want to know? So there's 12 areas of life. And the 12 areas of life, I can tell you about past, present, future. I can tell you about what's happening, tell you about your personality in those 12 areas of life and what you need to be successful. I can tell you about a circumstance. I can tell you about so many things. I need you to be just a little bit more specific for me, and then I can read for you. Okay. 10, 28, 19, 65, 5:55 p.m. Okay. Oh, you're not allowed to start a podcast while you're working on the current job you have? You're not allowed to start any kind of podcast? The event? Just one. The other was just gratitude. Oh, Katie. Thanks, sweetness. That's really kind. Well, I tell you what, you've got a minute before we get to you. So think of your first question. And if you decide you have a second question, then by all means, let me know. We can do you a second question. Thank you, Katie. Hey, Tamala. Welcome. Great, great, great to have you here, Tamala. When will I be a millionaire? It's a great question. Kylie, that is not a question I can answer, which you already know, and you are a moderator. Stop leading people in wrong directions. All right, we're gonna, Rosalina says, sorry, I want to know why my love life isn't going going my way currently, and will it be better in the future? Okay, let's look at your love life. Thank you. That's a beautiful question. Okay, part of the problem that you're encountering with your love life in the current moment has to do with like a shaping up and a trimming of your love life. We have this Uranus transit over your ascendant descendant line. And it is causing you to need to be more vulnerable, more transparent, more open with people. It's requiring a lot of vulnerability and expression. And you have four major Scorpio placements. And so this can be a little bit hard. The other piece, too, is that you're changing so dramatically. There's with Uranus opposing your sun, there has been a lot of change to who you are and who you've been. You're becoming a far more spiritual person with Uranus in Taurus. And this is allowing you to open up to spirituality. It's allowing you more clarity about who you are, what works for you, what doesn't work for you, Rosalina. And that this energy is giving you a gift. It's giving you the gift of being able to have divine connections, but that comes with some change. When Uranus brings change into our life, what we have to do first is do a bit of letting go. And after we've let go, then we can let in and receive. This is being helped and aided along by Saturn here in Aquarius. They're making last couple of years. Last year, Saturn made a hard square to your sun and to your eighth house cusp line. And so I see you were married for 36 years, then you got divorced. And what this is telling me is that you're in a new season of your life. And much of it is because you've become a new person. You've moved from caterpillar to butterfly. And this movement is allowing you to have new hopes, wishes, and dreams. It's shedding the identity of who you once were and the way you once used to view love. You don't view it that way anymore. You have a higher level perspective on love. You have a higher level perspective on what's possible in relationship. And if a romantic partnership dissolved during this time, it's in part because the higher level perspective that you have gained, this person that you were in romantic relationship with for 36 years, they weren't going to be able to go there with you. It was time for you to make space for someone who could, and it's time for that person to go on their way. So any removals that happen during a Saturn transit are removals that are meant for our benefit. The things that go away are things that were compromising our ability to be ourselves. But things that come in during this time are coming in because they allow us to be ourselves. There's probably a little bit of recognizing that bigger boundaries might have been needed, some things you couldn't continue to do, ways you couldn't continue to be anymore as Saturn moved through Aquarius. And because you might have been being that person before and you couldn't be it later, that relationship depended upon you being that old version of you. And when you couldn't be that version of you anymore, it was time for that relationship was no longer manageable for the other person or for you. That's a signal that it was time to let it go. That's a signal that it couldn't go with you in the way you were growing. It was a signal that you guys had outgrown what the relationship could hold unless that person was going to grow with you. And because they got separated from you during a transit like this, it was for your betterment that they have been removed. I know this can be hard. It's hard after 3 years. I can't imagine after 36 years how this must feel like tearing a limb from your body, removing your own arm with your other hand. But I'm telling you that if you can make it through this, you will find that that higher perspective of love that Uranus has allowed you to glimpse, and that higher perspective of potential in relationship that you have sensed as possible but didn't yet experience, this is what's going to allow that to start to come in for you. And this is what's going to allow that to start to take place. If you can accept that at all roads at some point fork, and that when they fork, not all people who've been on our road are going to continue on that road with us. And when we can release them in love to their highest good, it allows what's for our highest good to come in. So that's what I had. That's why it's been hard. It does get easier. And I want to confirm that for you. As soon as we get into the second half of this year, things do start to look a lot better for you post June. But the healing after a 36-year marriage, Rosalina, I just want to confirm this is going to take some time. Just like they say that in order to get over a relationship, it takes half the amount of time you were in the relationship. So if you're in a 6-year relationship, it takes at least 3 years. You were in a 36-year relationship. I don't know that it's going to take 18, but what I do want to confirm for you is that it won't be overnight. Even though this marriage, it looks like the beginning of the end was probably some time in 2019, and things really progressed toward an end through 2021. I want to confirm for you that it's going to take a little bit more time. So be patient with yourself, but trust that you were given a vision of what love is, and that vision is now manifestable, given that you have trusted the path placed in front of you, and you've allowed this ending to occur, and you're moving into your new beginning. All right. So hang in there, Rosalina. I'm sorry it's been so hard, but I do see new beginning on the way for you. You're gonna have to do a little work, take a little time with the grief and the completion of this process. Yes, I see. I can imagine it's very hard. You're welcome, Rosalina. Katie, it is your turn, beloved. If you want to go ahead and paste your question, we'll go ahead and read for you next. Katie. I used to have a show on the actual radio in Australia called The Conversation. Wow, that's cool. I didn't know that, the event. Yeah, I can see you would have you'd be really good at a talk show. Okay. We've been apart for 2 years and then divorced last year. Thank you. Yeah. I don't, Katie. So if you can place the information there in the chat for me, that would be wonderful, sweetheart. You place it in the chat and then I can create a chart for you in real time. Yeah. Rosalina, give it another year or so. It'll be all right. You're coming along. And I do see that love will happen for you down the road, but this fork, this departure was necessary. And you just have to keep reminding yourself, it was for my benefit. because more is coming. This isn't the end of my road. Okay. Katie D. Let's see. Katie was born in New York. She was born in Brookhaven. And she was born on November 14th, 1988. She was born at 8:17 a.m. All right. And let me share screen. Okay, Katie. What do you see as the most important or striking part of my chart? Oh, that's not a great question for me, hun. Ask me something more specific because when I look at each chart, yes, a lot of Scorpios in the house tonight. When I look at each chart, they're all so unique, Katie. It's like looking at a thumbprint or a snowflake and saying what makes this one different than the other. They're all different. There's nothing about one that makes it more special or more different than the other ones. Don't get me wrong, you are a special snowflake. We all are. And for me to be able to read for you, this is like a giant encyclopedia. I do my best when I'm given a specific place to focus in the encyclopedia, a volume and a topic to look up, and then I can provide you great information on it. Okay. All these Mars people. I know it really is all you. Yeah. You guys are fun. Podcast producer stuff is a stepping stone. Aries was daytime and Scorpios at night. It's true. It's true, the vent. There were a lot of Aries while the sun was out, while it was daylight. And now there Scorpios have come out like, hey, let's see what's going on over here with Kay. It's funny. You could maybe ask about what's coming up this year or summer, about money and career. Great, great thoughts, Hoke Literati. Or if there's anything going on in your life where you're like, why is it this way? Or what is going on with that? What is, what was this pattern or what was that moment about? You can ask me about any of that stuff too. And I can help you look into those items as well. After Katie, I'm going to do Graceful River. Graceful River, are you here? Shit, can we come back to you? Katie, we can come back to you. This no problem, sweetheart. No problem. I can't think, too much pressure. Well, Katie, let me ask you this. You said this year, boom. Okay, yeah, we can look at that. We can look at this year. And Graceful River is here. Awesome. Great to have you here, Graceful River. Graceful River, if you would be so kind as to get your question and your birth details ready to paste them. As soon as I'm done with Katie, I will read for you and we can look at this here. Okay. Thank you so much, Katie. And thanks for being open to a little bit more specificity there. That's super helpful for me. Katie says, damn, I'm always great. It's okay. It's okay. A lot of people don't know what to ask. It's totally okay. You're doing great. You're getting your feet wet in astrology. This is a very friendly crowd. We are a very interesting and fun, kooky, hilarious bunch of people. We come with a lot of sass and smart assery. You're going to have a great time, Katie. All right. So this year, what do I see as important for you this year? Just taking a look here. Oh, hallelujah. You're coming off a 7-year shitty stretch. I'm glad that's done. That's really important, Katie. And then Katie. Katie. The vent, we are friendly. Come on. It's a judgment-free zone. What you talking about? Okay. Oh no. Okay. Yes, there it is. Okay. Saturn square your sun. This is an important one. I'm tarot new astrology. Okay, no problem. So with Saturn square your sun, I love this transit. This is going to open up some new doors for you by closing up some old ones. I do like to see this. I also like to see Saturn coming out of your second house of earned income. Hallelujah. There's been some financial cash strappedness in your world, Katie, where there has just been like, I can see that you've had to be really disciplined about where your money was coming and how it was going and pay attention to every red cent because of the Saturn placement there. You're now coming out of it. No, Jennifer, jump on the list. Um, you're coming out of that now, which is a really nice thing to see because it's giving you the opportunity to feel a little bit of sense of relief around money. And I see that between 2019, 2020, 2021, their money got tight. It got real tight. But that's coming to a close now. Hallelujah. And you're coming off that bad stretch. Now, one of the things that I'm seeing from the challenging stretch that you're needing to do at the tail end of this is really get into a place, Saturn square sun, of being honest with yourself about who you are and who you're not. And get into a place of not faking it with yourself with other people, Katie, where you have tried to be what other people needed, give to what other people have asked for, show up and support people who may not have been able, willing to give that back to you, where you have had to give less than you got, Katie. This little stretch is asking you to cut it out, bring it on home, rein it in, balance this stuff out, be more pro Katie, be more pro what do I need, and be Katie first about certain things. And there's going to be some shedding going on. I can't lie about that. I do see that there's some exits here for some from some humans that needed to go anyway. I see some exits, but that's okay that they're departing because their departure is meant to assist you in making more room for the real you to be here on earth. Now, I don't know if you were trying to move, but I see a relo opening up here in the next 90 days. That relo energy stays with you well into next year. I'm also seeing that there's an expansion in the world of career for you that's happening, giving you the opportunity to make some new money, do some new things, get some new visibility. And I love this for you. Coming off of that transit, Saturn transit moon, Sati Sati. I love seeing that all this new expansion is possible for you. I just want you to remember the key. The key is really letting go of what other people need from you and being pro Katie first. Okay? That's how this works going forward. I want to make sure I've said that and been really clear about that. Now, Katie, thank you for being so doggone generous. I'm going to pull you a little Lightworker Oracle deck card to go with your reading. I'm going to give you a Lightworker Oracle message for today. Actually, this doesn't feel right. So I'm going to do the tarot for you. I'm going to do a 3-card tarot pull. Okay. Jennifer, I'll have a look in one moment, baby. Let me finish up with Katie, and then I'll have a look for you. Okay. Yes, Katie, Katie, Katie. That's it. We're all cheering for you, girl. All right. I love seeing that for you. That Saturn square your sun. That's going to clean up any overgiving. Yes, thank you so much. You're welcome. What does that mean, the vent? She is not the CIA. The fuck? Katie says, do you have access to my computer? Oh, Oh, that's funny. Okay, so it felt really accurate, is what you're saying, that I've been spying on your life. Yeah, the Lightworker Oracle deck is cool, but I just didn't feel like it was right for you. Yeah, okay, this feels like right energy. Yeah, I needed to tell you this. Queen of Pentacles reversed, King of Swords upright, the Magician, sorry, King of Swords reversed, the Magician upright. Um, you are coming out of a period of time where your pentacles have been reversed. And I do see, you're not bad with money. I don't see you having a money problem here in your chart, really. And I've seen people who were born bad with money. You are not there. You are not that person, but you did come through a shitty money period of time. And I want to triple confirm for you, a shitty money period of time is over. It is over. That's done, girl. And I love seeing this for you. Queen of Pentacles reversed, King of Swords reversed. When I see these two in combination, this is telling me that in order to save yourself, you have had to go dead silent on some people. Like you've had to straight up close up shop, close the blinds, turn the lights off, pretend like nobody was fucking home. And I like that for you because you had gotten to a place, yeah, cups were empty, but I'm seeing so too was your bank account, your energy, your time, like your resources, the resourced Katie that was over here and available for other people, doing the most for other people. That Katie could not continue to operate in the way she was operating. So she literally had to close up shop on people. She had to shut it down. Like, ain't nothing over here. Go away. I ain't got nothing for you. Crumbs, see, pockets empty. Nothing. Cupboards bare. And so I like seeing that for you because that's what's actually going to turn your Queen of Pentacles from upside down to upright. And this is also letting me know in the way this spread ends, Magician upright, that this is precisely the energy you need to be in to manifest your new beginning. This is the energy you need to be in order to create that magic that's going to allow your pentacles to flow again. But when these pentacles start to flow again, with the King of Swords as part of the spread, the one thing I really want to remind you of, Katie, is the importance of using your head, not your heart, when you're interacting with people when it comes to your resources. Use your heart when it comes to loving them. Use your head when it comes to loving them with your resources. When you start to use your head to think through, okay, time, money, and energy, what can I give? If the head says we ain't got nothing, don't give nothing no more. That was part of the lesson of this transit, is that your generosity you can't overdraw from the bank account to float other people. That was a bit of what needed to happen right here, is you needed to get to the place of recognizing, okay, for me to manifest, I have to first manifest for me. And then I have to have good boundaries and clear articulation about them in order to be able to serve other people and give from a full cup. That's your message, Miss Katie. Thank you for the more specific question. I really appreciate that. Hopefully that provided some clarity for you. Let me come back to the chat and see what you had to say, my love. The vent quoting DMX. Oh my gosh. Sorry, it gave me DMX. Katie says she's dead. Okay, Katie, you got it. Okay, good. I'm glad you got it. I'm glad you got the lesson in there. Katie's an accountant. She wants to know if I have her computer, if I'm seeing what's going on in her life. Hope Glitterati says that moment when Kay tries to pretend she's not into it. I know. I pulled a river, didn't I, Hope Glitterati? I straight up pulled a river. That's funny. Okay, so that resonated for you, Katie. Yep, happened 2 weeks ago. Thank you so much. Okay, really cool. Fuck yeah. Okay, good. I'm happy, Katie. Good. Katie, do you have a second question for me? Did a second question occur to you while I was reading for you? because you paid enough for 2 questions. So if you want a second question, let me know. Let me see what else is going on here. Graceful River is next. Yes, it's friendly in here. We don't bite. So I have Graceful River, and then let me just check my payment app and see if anyone else came through. If not, we might wrap up. Jennifer. Okay. And Sarah. I see Sarah here as well. Okay. So we have Katie, if she wants another question. No, you can give it to someone. Okay. Thank you so much, Graceful River. I'll do something for the collective when we close out then. Katie, I'll do like pull like some collective energies and messages for people as we close out. Thank you, Katie. That's very kind of you. Thank you for your generosity. All right. Graceful River. Hello. Okay, let me see. Jennifer, I do see yours. Sarah's right before you, and then I'm going to do Jennifer. So we'll go in that order. Graceful River says, better really be graceful this time. It's a different river. Stop giving her a hard time. It's a totally different person. Graceful River says, any advice about relationship, love life, where I've been versus where I'm going, or just love life moving forward? Hi, Graceful River. Great to connect. Graceful River, hit me with your birth details and I will let you know. Oh, there you are. October 13th, 1983, Wausau, Wisconsin. Okay. Let me get into it. Thanks, the vent. Crystal, now I have DMX shouting in my brain, and I'm going to have to listen to some DMX tonight to get him to shut up. Oh my gosh. Thanks so much. I have DMX stuck in there now. Wisconsin, Wausau. My S key out here playing like she don't know how to work. 1983 to 36 a.m. Okay. Love life coming up. Let's see. Let me share screen again. It's a very loud noise. Yes, DMX is a very loud noise in my brain. I know, Kate, just friendly sass. It is friendly sass. We are a friendly sass group. Awesome. Well, Graceful River, you will find that we are a fun loving bunch. The vent is a comedian. Kylie and Hote are wonderful cheerleaders. Flower will come back momentarily, and she is she's the mama for all of us, but she also keeps it really real. We're a fun group. He was probably shouting when he was going to heaven. Graceful, it is a fun group. And Jennifer, you can be here for all the sass because there is a lot of it to go around. Oh my goodness. All right. So, okay, Graceful wants to know about love life coming up. No, this is interesting. I want to know what the heck happened here for you, Graceful, as we closed out last year and got into this year. I want to know, what were you doing? Because I'm seeing at the tail end of last year and into this year, I'm seeing that there's just a ton of love energy for you. I want to know what you did with it. Hopefully you got into some you got some love in because you're in a love transit right now. And you've been in a love transit. Let me see if there's anything that would have prevented. Nope. Nope. I do not see anything that would have prevented love from coming through for you. So what happened? Did you put yourself on the sidelines? Did you stand away? Did you hold on to something that needed to have been let go of from a long time ago? And now you don't feel like you can have love? Like, were your beliefs getting in the way, or were you holding on to someone who was gone? Because you just came through a love transit, and it started, I'd say, about the final quarter of last year, graceful. So what did you do with this? Oh my, having a bit of a breakdown after a breakup, but coming into self-love more than ever. Okay, so you had a breakup. Ah, dog it. Why did that happen? Saturn and Scorpio and nothing in Cancer. Why did she have a breakup? Oh, okay. I see. Okay. It's this Saturn transit approaching your seventh, and it was Saturn square. Okay. Okay. I see. I see what happened here. I was holding on to someone who left. Okay. Okay. I get it. It can be difficult to let go. Let me see how you're fixed in your chart. What's your fixed energy like? Okay. You're not terribly fixed, but I get it. It wasn't okay. So, a couple of things. This is telling me that if you went into your love transit still holding on to someone that had walked away, the relationship was over before it ended. And it was time to let it go a while back. Actually, I'm seeing like 2020, but it was probably the pandemic that may have kept you guys together. You tried to fix it through the pandemic, and then on the other side, um, it didn't, you were still trying to piece it together, but through 2021, it just became more and more evident that it wasn't working, at this time, at least. So all of that to say, graceful, haven't been fixed yet. Yeah, I was looking for fixed energy in your chart. Thankfully, you don't have a lot of fixed energy. Fixed signs can hold on. Past the horse being dead, they're holding on to the skeletal bones of the horse. The horse has been dead, it's been beaten, and now they're holding on to the skeleton, thinking they can make it live again. Thankfully, you don't have that kind of energy in your chart. You walked away, and I let it go physically at the end of 2020, but then believed it was a twin flame. I let go. Got it. And graceful, it may have been. I can't confirm or deny that for you. But what I want to say is that given the transits you had here through that period of time, what I want to confirm for you is that the transits would have forced it to go away, so that you can get to a place of recognizing what's right for you and getting to a place about what's aligned for you. When relationships end during Saturnian transits, they end because there's a self that we're trying to be that relationship can no longer allow us to become. Something about the configuration in their energy and our energy causes us to be less of who we are. And so during a Saturnian transit, if a relationship goes away, it's time, because there's more of us that we have to become in order for life to move forward. And so I see that it was a Saturnian ending, given that timeline. Hey, Jennifer, I see there was a Saturnian ending to that relationship, given the timeline that you laid out, that was letting you know that the timeout is needed. You go to your corner, I'm going to go to my corner, because both of us have more us we need to become. I don't have your person's chart, but just looking at your chart, I see that that's what's required here for you. There was more you that you needed to become. Twin flame or not, the initiation from love will keep your heart connected So that, because there's a lesson that's still active. And so when the lesson is still active, whether it's a twin, an ascension partner, a karmic, a soulmate, call it what you want. If your heart is still tethered, there is a lesson still to be learned. There's more eye opening to happen. And so what you're doing is just mining it for the lesson until you come to resolution and resolve within yourself. Now, I can't get into this here, Graceful, because we don't have the time to do it. It's time for me to go to the next one. But there's if we were to look at the date of this person's arrival into your life, we could get into why that person came in the first place, what it was you were supposed to learn, so that you can have more peace about this completion and give yourself more space around having the distance between the two of you, whether this person comes back or not, regardless of the label. So if you want to do that, we can do that in a private reading. We can do like the 30-minute. That's all we would really need is the 30-minute private reading. And you don't even need to book the twin flame reading if you don't want to know about the person. You can just bring the date of when you met the person. Private reading, we look at your chart and we can get into what were you supposed to learn, Graceful? How are you integrating it? And the timing of the exit, what was it meant to give you that validation and compassion for yourself, that the ending wasn't mistaken, it wasn't wrong, it was just appropriate for the lessons of the moment. Could it come back around? Potentially, but at least knowing the lessons will allow you to be prepared for that comeback around, should you decide to have that happen, and should they be in agreement and alignment with that. All right, Graceful. So, will love get better? Yes, I'm seeing that there's a period of healing going on right now, where you're coming into more oneness with yourself, with that Jupiter Neptune conjunct through the 8th, moving into the 9th. It looks like next year things get better, but at this moment, this is a time of healing and alchemy. This is a time of mining for the gold and looking for the treasures that are in kind of the wreckage here. And as you come into 2023, there's a whole different vibration going on that's going to give you the opportunity to be open, but it is going to require that you let go more fully of what just happened. Okay. Graceful, you'll have to let me know how that works for you. Okay, I understand. It confirms things I've known and gained from this all. You're welcome. Okay, good. Thank you. You're welcome, Graceful. Oh my God. What are you guys doing here in the chat? Graceful, sending you a lot of love. And clearly with this group here, I'm sending you a lot of comedy too. I'm sending you, some entertainment, sis. This is the group where we all laugh because it's easier than crying in this group. All right. So Jennifer added, did I just read for Jennifer? No, I read for Graceful River. Okay. Katie, then Sarah was Graceful River. Okay. And now I'm going to read for Jennifer. No, wait, I'm confused. Sarah, are you Graceful River? I'm so confused. Yeah, Graceful River. Okay, good. Okay, so we did Sarah, Graceful River. Cool. And now we're going to read for Miss Jennifer. And then we're going to read for Catherine. Miss Bond. Catherine Bond. Catherine got a second reading, it looks like. No, wait. I'm confused. Catherine, did we read for you earlier? I think we did, but did Catherine come back with some new questions? Okay, Catherine did come back. No, wait. I'm confused. What is this saying? Yes, Catherine came back with some new questions. Okay. Um, Let me come back here in the chat. And we are going to read for Jennifer and then Catherine. Okay. Jennifer. All right. This is what I'm talking about. Big Capricorn energy. Let's do it, Catherine. You and me, let's start a business. Tennessee, Knoxville, 12/29/1985 to 48 p.m. Okay. Okay. Katie, nah, you're just new. What are you? Don't mess with Katie. She's new. Katie says, I annoyed myself today. My jokes were so lame. I usually think I'm hilarious. Oh no, don't be down on yourself. We tell corny jokes in here all the time. Okay. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything here. Okay. You're in good company, Graceful. Don't worry. Katie, you're in great company too. Kat, okay, good. So I'm going to read for Kat after I read for Jennifer. Very good. Did we break out the wine yet? How did you know? How did you know? I mean, I'm sitting here drinking water because I'm working, but this is that group and this is what we do. Okay, so let me see. Jennifer wants to know 12/29/1985, got it. 2:48 p.m., got it. Knoxville. What in the absolute hell is going on with my career financial situation, specifically my career? Everything has been such a struggle. Does it have anything to do with activism? Jennifer, I would use a sunrise chart for you if you don't know the birth chime, and that still gets a large degree of accuracy. Okay, so what's going on for you, baby cakes? Um, uh, my career has been a dump in the dumpster. Okay. 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 Well, welcome to the chat, Jennifer Ziff. Welcome to the chat, boo. Jennifer, what's going on is a Saturn transit being followed up by a Plutonian transit. There are some major changes that you're meant to be doing in your career life right now. So recall how we were just talking to the last person about when changes happen at the behest of Saturn. There are removals that happen, and the removals that happen because they are for our own good. And what I'm seeing happen here in your chart with the specific transits that you have, there's some discipline. Yes, you could move into activism with Aquarius at the midheaven. Advocacy work in general is going to be something you need. The problem that I'm seeing your chart has when it comes to money and career that you're needing to pay more attention to is, what is that sun? It's in oh, you love people too much with that Taurus rising. And that Leo, okay. Yeah. Yeah. You love people way too much. And so what this transit was trying to do was it was trying to bring into alignment how much you have been giving with what you're receiving back, literally financially. It was trying to bring into alignment your compensation for what it is you do. And where those things have been out of alignment, Saturn has been trying to yank you, pull you, shove you out of a role or a job or an organization that did not have the capacity to love you the way you love people. They ain't got that money, they got to go. And so if you've been trying to hold on, let me see, are you a holder honor? Yup. Okay, so you've been trying to hold on to some shit that's been trying to tell you to get lost. And it's been trying to tell you to get lost because there's more money for you in places where people can value you in the way that you value people. And so that's the problem that you've been running into here is the necessity for you to let go of jobs that they don't love you. They don't love you. They don't love you the way you love people, the way you want to take care of their people. And it's been trying to get you to step into a a new way of operating in a way that allows you to receive what you are giving. That's what this has been about. And so, yeah, I hold on for dear life. Cut it out, Jennifer. Cut it out. This is an ending. It's an ending, and that ending started all the way back in the first quarter. It started a year ago, first quarter of 2021. They was trying to break up with you then, and you keep holding on. Stop it. Let it go. Kick them to the curb because there's an opportunity here for you to make more money elsewhere in a place where you could be deeply valued for who you are. If you let this Jupiter in Aries and Pisces work for you on that axis of wish fulfillment, Jupiter has an opportunity waiting for you, but you have got to get your hands off of the dead opportunity. That's not an opportunity. It's now a liability to your bank account. You need to let go of the liability so you can grasp the opportunity, boo. This is an ending. Yes, you can move into activism, but you're at a place in your career at this juncture where you can no longer work for free. You can no longer get paid in trade. You are not allowed to try to get underpaid anymore. You need a livable working wage and salary. And this transit was meant to help you get that. But in order to get it, you got to let go of what's not it. Let me know how this is resonating, Jennifer. I feel that this resonates. Yeah, I'm getting better at letting certain people go where I'm working for free or super cheap. You are right. Yeah, man. Cut it out. So, will the new opportunities not come? Let me say this again for the people in the back, specifically the Jennifer in the back, the Jay-Z in the back. If you cannot let go of what's not serving you with the holding on to it with the two hands you got, you're not going to grow a third hand to grasp something new. You got to work this manifestation energy, Pisces on that 11th house. You got to create a void. The universe abhors a vacuum. It will always fill an empty space. You got to let go of what's not working. Let it go. Let it go. I don't know how that song sounds from Frozen. I never heard it. I'm probably one of the few people never heard that Frozen song before. You got to let that shit go, boo. And as soon as you let it go, you're going to find that the universe will fill it with something much better. But you got to have some faith. That's Jupiter conjunct Neptune. You got to have some faith that something good is going to come if you can let go of something bad. You have one plot of garden, and right now, all you got is weeds in it and a few straggling tomatoes. What you want is to have some tomatoes really grow. You want some squash, some zucchini, you want some herbs. You are going to have to stop holding on to weeds and let them weeds go. Okay? Make some space. So that's how this goes. Jennifer's like, oh shit, here comes the sass. Give it to me. Call me out. Okay. That's how it is. That's how it is. The universe has got you, but this is time sensitive. And I can't under stress that. Like you're going to move by the end of this year into a place where the opportunity that you have now will go away if you don't use it now. This is a use it or lose it transit. And frankly, it began last year at this time. So you were a year late. So you're going to have to really start the process of creating better boundaries, demanding that people rise to them. This is my new rate. Oh, you can't pay it. That's okay. Because you know what you can do with the free time when you are not working for somebody else for free? You can spend your time creating. You can spend your time on your own projects. You can spend your time finding people who can pay you when you aren't working for free. Stop working for free, Jennifer. Cut it out. It's not a good look. Not in 2022 with gas prices what they are. You can't afford to work for free. Okay. The phrase of today is cuss them out, okay? I do reject it, but it's comforting to me. The vent. Yeah, free your time up, Katie. Jennifer, free your time up to do things that you love by letting go of people who aren't even going to pay you, who aren't going to resource you. And you're going to find that even just working for yourself, you make more money than you would if you were working for these people for free. So liberate yourself. You need to cut them chains. But like I said, this is time sensitive, very time sensitive for you because this opportunity does go away shortly. Okay, Danielle has gotten on the list. Jennifer, I am going to do a tarot for you. Do you want a tarot, Jennifer? Or do you want a light worker oracle deck? Or do you want, what do you want? Where's Jennifer? Yeah, I'm dying monetarily. I'm gonna liberate myself. Please do. Please do. Please do. Like, we have enough energies on the planet trying to enslave other people. Please don't volunteer yourself for free labor. Please don't. That's not cute. It's not a good look. All right. We've been using the Black Angel Oracle cards today, so we're just gonna stick with that. I hope it comes in. It will come in, but not if you're holding on to that which doesn't work. Jennifer says, I'll take a tarot on this. Okay, tarot it is. Let me get that deck together for you. So we're going to go straight, right, or wait. Now, listen, I got a story to tell you while I shuffle. One of my best girlfriends, she was on here earlier. Late last summer, she had a similar energy going on, and she had been accustomed to poverty consciousness because she had been a struggling actor for a long time. She'd been acting since the early 2000s. Here we are in 2020, and she had to do a lot of stuff to make ends meet. She had to do a lot of hustling, a lot of jobs that had nothing to do with her creative path. She's been at this for 20 years, and Mama loves to act. She loves to write. Now, last summer, she came to me and she had this job that I'll just tell you guys, we live in New York. So she had this gig come to her that, like, what she wanted to, the woman wanted to give her a role. And she wanted to say yes to the role. But the problem with the role is Mommy lives in Midtown Manhattan, and the role was like in deep Brooklyn. It was the middle of summer. It was in an apartment that had no air conditioning. And the changing room was going to be one bathroom split between 5 actors. Now, just to get there for rehearsals, it was going to take her 45 minutes and take her 45 minutes to get back. Now, my friend here, she's on the brink of, she got invited into the union last year. Now, this is a big deal, getting invited into the union. When the union comes to you and says to you, you're working too much and making too much money, you need to join the union if you want to get paid any more or get union jobs. Now, union jobs for actors pay. If you're making union money, you're making a livable wage as an actor. But she was doing a lot of non-union work, and the union came to her last year, saw what she was doing, and they were like, you've been working on too much stuff, getting paid too much money. You kind of need to join the union so we can give you benefits and protection. All of this to say, this job shows up midsummer, middle of hot ass July and August, no air conditioning. And she's like, should I take this job? And I'm like, Mia, hell no, you shouldn't take this job. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, you write, you direct, you've got your one woman show that you need to edit, that you want to resubmit to film fest or to festivals. Like, no, you shouldn't take this job. You get paid work. This is somebody who's asking you to basically do student film work for free. No, you don't get to take this job, honey. Cut it out. The union has come to you because you're already making enough money. Stop with the madness. She was like, but what if nobody hires me for anything else? Because you never know if you're going to get more work as a creator, as an artist. And I said, that's true. You may not, but look at it this way. You're going to get your time back. And with your time back, you're going to be able to audition more. And if you audition more, you can find roles that are actually suitable for somebody with your 20 years worth of experience, the union up your ass trying to get you to pay dues and actually be able to create. You're not going to be able to do that if you're trying to hustle to Brooklyn in freaking 90, 100-degree weather in the middle of summer to share a changing bathroom to do a student film. Stop this. This is crazy. So she took my advice. And within 6 weeks of that date, she got booked on a show on Stars. And because she had a good audition, and she wouldn't have had the space to do a good audition if she was hustling back and forth to Brooklyn on a student film, trying to memorize lines in a sweaty ass bathroom with half of her energy gone. That show, when that show aired, it's season 4 of the show. When that show aired, it was the most watched show on that network in the network's history. She got invited back for a second fucking season. And not only that, she was able to make and pay her union dues because this was a union job. And on top of that, let me tell you, she wasn't just acting with other slouches. She wasn't doing student film work with people who weren't known. On her first day on the job, the director came to her and said, Mia, this is your coworker, Omar Epps. Mario Van Peebles rolled up on the scene and decided to introduce himself to her and all the other actors. That's who she was working with that day. She was working with A-list actors and directors on set for the weeks that she was doing that film or doing that project. And so I say all of this to you to say you need to be more mindful about how you utilize your resources because they are precious. Energy is money. Energy and money is time. They're all the same. You cannot keep giving them away. If you want to be well resourced to do powerful work, you have to be able to have boundaries around that stuff and get what you're giving. All right. Jennifer says, this makes sense. I quit performing altogether in 2020 because of the pandemic and then realized it never made enough money if there even was any to begin with for how much energy it took. There it goes. Okay. So sounds like a billionaire transit. That's it, the vent. The vent is nailing the lesson in this story. Clear your space so you can get your blessings. All right. So let me get this. Jennifer, I'm going to do your tarot pull for you. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, this is it. 5 of Cups upright, 10 of Swords reversed, 5 of Swords reversed. This is telling me that the energy that you have been in is thinking only about the opportunities that have been missed. 10 of Swords reversed, coming out of pain around missed opportunities. 5 of Wands reversed, coming out of internal turmoil and conflict about those missed opportunities. If you can come out of that turmoil and conflict and let go of pain around missed opportunities and turn around 5 of Cups and see that there's 2 cups behind you, not worry about the 3 that are spilt, Jennifer. Bottom of the deck, you get the Emperor. That's what you become. You become the emperor on the throne. You become the ruler of your life. You become resourced and then able to decide and dictate how you want to utilize those resources and what to create instead of begging and bleeding all over the place because you're under-resourced. All right. So that's the tarot and the anecdote to go with that. All right. That's what I got for you, Miss Jennifer. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. I hope that that anecdote about my friend was useful for you and gave you some insight into how this works. Jennifer, they are hilarious in the chat. If I don't speak, it means I don't F with you. Just Bridget, welcome. It's great to see you here. Very nice. Thank you for joining, Bridget. Jennifer said this really gave me the insight I needed. Very good. I'm so glad. My bitch is all bad. Oh, yeah, all the baby needs is some light worker. You guys are funny. All right, so now I'm reading for Catherine. Catherine has 2 questions. Danielle has a question after Catherine, and let me just see who else has joined the list. Anne is on the list. So Anne, I will read for you after I read for Danielle. But first, Catherine. Catherine has 2 questions. What you got, Catherine? Let's see, hon. You're welcome, Bridget. Great to have you here. We're a fun little group. Everyone's a little cheeky. There's a lot of smart assery and sassery going on here, but hopefully that's you too. You're in great company. All right, Kat, let's get it. Let me get into this chart, pull it up. Loveland, Colorado. Colorado, Loveland. That sounds like such a nice name. Loveland. 9/6/2005. Okay. Oh, thank God this is your son. I was about to be like, girl, don't ask me to be out here reading for minors like this. It dawned on me that I'm gonna need to put this on my site that I don't read for minors. If a minor is your love interest, come back when they're legal. But I'm so glad this is your son that I'm reading for, not some love interest. Share screen. Okay. My empathic son is starting to see his alcoholic father with painfully clear eyes. Yikes. I'm sorry. Okay. What strengths do you see in his chart? I want him to know he already has everything he needs within him already. Okay. All right, Kat, let's get into it. I'm glad that your son is getting the eyes wide open on it. What would be causing this, just out of curiosity? What is the Saturn transit here? Because Saturns represent the dads. Oh, okay. Yeah. It was Uranus square Saturn and Saturn opposite Saturn last year. Okay. Got it. Okay. So your son does have a lot of strengths. Your son's massively intuitive. One of the things you can encourage your son around is to really trust his intuition. If things don't feel right, they aren't right. And in that way, you really foster his capacity to honor his feminine intuition, and you foster his capacity to honor his massive insight. Your son has a real capacity to see what's not being said and shown, and to hear what's not being said. Oh, yeah, your son is, ooh, he's not just empathic, he's just straight up psychic. Just straight up psychic, Kat. Like, he has the ability to tap in ways that really, and he's compassionate too. That's the other thing about him, Kat. So I think one of the things you can support him with is to find language and understanding for why a person moves all along on an addictive path, that there can be a lot of pain or an inability to be with feeling when it comes to addiction. There can be a real avoidance of sensation when it comes to addiction. And what your child is witnessing is an adult who's not comfortable with their feelings. And so the inverse of this for your son is to let him know that what he's feeling around this is okay. What he's picking up on this, he's not crazy. And that he has no reason to feel like something's wrong with him just because he's witnessing a person deal with pain or sensation in the way that he's dealing with. his father's dealing with it. Um, the fun thing about this for your son, that I love seeing, is that your son has good boundaries. In the world of relationship, he really understands how to be good to himself, even though he's got a big heart. He told me about another personality he hears in his head. He named him Walter. All right, that's interesting. A couple of things, Kat. I'm glad you said that real quick. Get him an SRT, because if there's any disassociated subpersonalities, and specifically get it with Pink, let me link her for you right freaking now. Because if there's any disassociated subpersonalities going on for him, if there's any type of compromise for him when it comes to um, spiritual sovereignty, if he's dealing with a disincarnate being or any type of, energetic vampire, that kind of thing, it's going to help him to get cleared. He needs to have some spirit release therapy and get cleared. So check out Pink Healing Light, get an SRT. She's legit. She will help with this. The other thing that I would say is SRT is like a spiritual shower. Just like you wouldn't take a shower on Monday and call yourself clean on Friday, you need to, especially as your son is coming into his gifts, give him the support to take spiritual showers regularly. He might even be really good in an SRT class. I don't see in your son's chart the potential for anything like schizophrenia. Actually, I kind of do. And this would be the age in which it pops forward. Uranus opposite Mercury, it's the genius energy. And one of the things that like Einstein, Elon Musk, like a lot of these like really incredible inventors have, is they do have these persons in their head that they can talk to that can facilitate clarity for them or madness. And you want to get your son in control of his radio dial, so he's standing on the side of clarity instead of on the side of madness. We talked about DID a couple days ago. Good. Okay. Yeah. So SRT will help. If you can get him into SRT training, that's going to help even more, so he can work with his mediumistic abilities. Because I do see your son has mediumistic abilities. And some of what he's seeing from his father may be a father who was deeply sensitive, deeply intuitive, that didn't have a way to deal with him, had no tools. And so if you can prepare your son and arm your son with tools earlier for his psychic senses, learn how to be in mastery and control over it, he won't need substances to mute a lot of it. He can work with it instead of needing to be in a place of needing to drown it out. There's only one time a week ago where I would have said he wasn't acting like himself. Yeah. And so that's a real need for SRT. When you can sort of really see the patterns in yourself aren't yours. It's like, this is just not me. And he's too young to have that level of discernment. But as his mom, you've known him for too long and you know for sure when he's not himself. And that tends to be a sign of spiritual compromise, when a person isn't acting like themselves. And once he's learned the process, he can clear himself and he can get clearings in a way that works for him. And he can start the process of developing his mediumship via an avenue that allows him to feel not crazy and allows him to feel like, oh, there's a place for this on earth. There's a way to use this on earth. I can turn this up, turn it down. I'm in control. One of the reasons why we reach for the external substances is because we don't feel in control of what the information is coming in sensorially. We're not in control of the emotional information and the way it feels. We're not in control of the physical sensations and how that feels. We're not in control of the psychic information coming in and how that feels. When we need to reach for a substance, it's our internal intent to put up a barrier between us and the information that's coming in, because the information coming in is overwhelming. But if you start to arm him with tools now of how to make sense of what's coming in, he'll be in a much stronger place to handle what he's seeing from his father and handle what he's perceiving from the world, because his psychic senses are indeed turning on, and there's no going back to who he was and how he was before this. So giving him tools now will really support him. Okay. He actually reminded me of how his father acts when he's drunk out of his mind. Yeah, it only lasted a second. Yeah. It's amazing. When I first called out his empathic nature to him, we talked about it, and he has never had a problem owning it. Yeah, he's at that age though, Kat, like coming into his late teens, where there's a lot of strong messages from his external world around masculinity and manhood and what it means to be a man who's also very sensitive. He's at that age where socially he's going to experience a lot of pressure to try and hide that. But if you can get him on the path now of leveraging the strength in that and showing him the tools in that, more to than just you, Kat, because he's at that age where it's more important to him to have the social approval than to have mom's approval, to be able to socially connect with girls or boys, if that's his preference, than to be able to socially connect with mom. So it's one thing for mom to say, no, you're okay, nothing's wrong with you. It's a whole other thing to find a community and a tribe of psychic, sensitive, intuitive kids his own age who are exploring their gifts and exercising their power. That's going to serve him and ground him far more deeply than you being the only one to approve. He needs the social approval, the socialization around his gifts at this time. Okay. It is inspiring. Find tribe for him. Find some tribe. Okay. So that's the answer to your first question, Kat. He needs some tribe to deal with what's going on without batting an eye. He didn't fall into peer pressure at homecoming dance and stayed sober from weed and alcohol. Yeah, because of what he's seen. And simultaneously, he may have the capacity to say no because of what he's seen, but that's very different than having the capacity to navigate and utilize his gifts without his gifts utilizing him. And this is why a separate avenue is needed to develop and cultivate that. Okay. Catherine, what's your second question? And then after Catherine, we'll go to Danielle and then Anne. Thanks for letting me answer that question for you. I hope that was useful for you. I'm also getting a strong sense to introduce you to True Insight for your son. I think the classes with Carrie will help a lot. And she actually just has one starting now. She just called me about it yesterday, and it doesn't work for my schedule. It's 2 in the middle of my workday, but it might work for your son's schedule. That's meditation 2, though. Meditation 1 is where he'd have to start. Let me just, first of all, did Pink's link appear in the chat? So that's where to get the clearing from. Yay! Awesome. Okay, so I'll probably wrap up after Anne then. And then we'll go hang out with Marie. Okay, good. Okay, good. You get a clearing for your son with her and get it soon. And keep getting them. You're going to need to get them on a regular basis and enroll him in training if you can. You got the link for Pink. Okay. Let me give you the one for True Insight, because this is what's going to put your son in a bit more control. Is the meditation series classes there. They're all done virtually. If he needs to work virtually if you're not anywhere near El Segundo, California. Carrie's the meditation teacher there. She's my meditation teacher. I still work with her to cultivate and develop my gift. She takes people of all ages, but what the meditation series does is it's not like TM meditation and it's not like Buddhist meditation where you're trying to clear your mind. It's an active form of meditation where what you're doing is working with your energy, working with your chakra system, working with your grounding, working with your auric field, learning how to read your own aura, heal and clear your own aura, heal and clear your own chakras, and return to spiritual sovereignty, create energetic and metaphysical boundaries for yourself so that you're not at the mercy of whatever wants to come in because you happen to be a medium. And that's what your son is. He's a medium. It looks like he has the capacity to be a trance medium. The problem with that is until he controls it, other entities can piggyback and jump into his space and utilize his body for their own wishes as a trance medium. What Carrie can help him do is facilitate an understanding of when and how and permission and boundaries and the knowledge, discernment, and sovereignty to prevent that from happening against his will and again without him even knowing. Okay. So that's really important, Kat. And I strongly recommend that you call True Insight. You can say, look, I spoke with Kay Moon. Carrie knows me. We just spoke yesterday. We actually just spoke earlier on this live. She accidentally butt dialed me. Call there. I pasted the website, call there and say, listen, I spoke with Kay Moon. She mentioned it would be really important for my son to get into some classes. Can you just tell me more about the classes? You'll see there on the website, the intuitive development program. It's Sundays at 3:30. Oh no, intuitive meditation 1 begins Sundays at 3:30. I think your son would find it fascinating because it's going to help him make sense of some of the information that's coming through for him that he's not getting any clarity on from classes, from family, from friends. So it's this one, the intuitive meditation 1. And this is the phone number you need to call. And you and your son can do it together. And it's going to help you really support his gifts so that it doesn't, again, like I said, that Uranus Mercury thing, it is like super crazy inventiveness, intuitiveness, or it's straight up madness. But you have to be willing to learn how to work with the gift if you've got that placement. All right. So Kat had some other information. I'm sorry we took so long on that, but whenever I hear like a miner's like in trouble spiritually, I'm like, okay, here's everything you need. Take it all. I want to make sure you had what you needed. Okay. Kat had another question. Let's see here. Colleen. Okay. 5368 Santa Monica. Call Carrie tomorrow and tell her Kay Moon said to talk to you. Talk to her. Okay. Michigan. Livonia. 5/3 1968 9:35 a.m. Okay, cool. Let me see. Let me share the screen. Okay. Hey, Blu-ray, great to see you. I hope you're well, Mark. I hope you're having a good spring. Okay. Now, what is the question about Colleen, how to heal a Chiron? Okay, let's see what's going on with Colleen and how Colleen can heal her Chiron. We get to the bottom here in the chat. Okay. Okay. Colleen's Chiron is in the 10th in Aries at the first degree. Fascinating. So, this is a bit of not good enoughness in the world of work. It's a bit of feeling like there's something maybe just a little bit deficient for her in the world of work, and a little bit of like she may feel like she really needs to prove herself in work. She's also got the Uranian opposition to Chiron. So she's a more sensitive soul than most with that Uranian opposition. Um, so it's an interesting energy. So for her to heal her Chiron, it's going to take Martian energy. We've got Mars and Taurus in the 11th. This is about having the ambition and the chutzpah and the courage and the willingness to just water her dreams, water what it is she wants, what her desires are, having the willingness to go after her desires, know what the desires are and go after them, and give herself that space to really know what she wants and make room for it in her life. That's the real lesson here, for Colleen, is she needs to give her space for her desires, give herself space for her desires to flourish and prioritize them, in the way she spends her time. I see Colleen can be an extraordinarily giving person, almost too giving. Cancer rising, Cancer moon, Aries stellium, Taurus stellium. She can overgive, and that can really leave her feeling depleted. I can also see that because of that depletion, sometimes Colleen really wonders, do I have enough of what it takes? There's sometimes like nothing left for Colleen, um, to go after what she wants. And she's the kind of person who would just turn around and say, oh, it just makes me happy to give to other people. It may, but Colleen, sometimes you need to also give to yourself. It's about learning how to receive. And specifically, it's about learning how to receive from herself. Um, it's one thing to receive from other people, but when we haven't built a mechanism for receiving from ourselves, we have no capacity to recognize when we're actually being given to. Um, yeah, she doesn't always know what she wants to do. That's exactly, yeah. So, Kat, my recommendation, in your interactions with her is to encourage her to think through what she wants. From the simple things like, is it Italian or Chinese or tacos tonight? To the bigger things, do you want to live on this side of the river or that side of the river? The houses on that side of the river are more expensive, but that's okay. We can find a way to pay for that, but you need to know what you want, what's going to make you happy. She needs to find ways to give to herself what she wants and not just wait for other people to acknowledge that her cup is empty and then fill it. She needs to be willing to get up and go get the water herself and fill it. And so that's a really beautiful energy for her, in this lifetime. The more she's able to do that, the more energized she's going to feel and more capable she's going to feel in the world of work. It's also going to facilitate for her identity in the world, because I see that identity in the world can feel a little stunted. She can feel a little like she hasn't reached her full potential, but her full potential is what's going to be accessed once she actually has the ability to fill her own cup. It has to start within her. And that's that Mars ruled Chiron, is giving yourself permission to go after that 11th house Taurus, what it is she wants and what it is she desires. Okay. So that's what I recommend for Colleen, Kat. So hopefully you can just continue to encourage her along with what it is she desires and figuring it out. Sometimes I can see she's going to say her placements are going to have her say, "Oh, I don't know. What do you want?" When she knows what she wants, she just doesn't want to. She can feel like she doesn't want to take away from somebody else having what they want, but the healing for her is going to come when she's encouraged to know what she wants and encouraged to have it. Okay. So that's what I got, Kat. Now we're gonna do Danielle, then we're gonna do Anne. Um, and then we're going to wrap. I think that's going to be it for tonight. We're going to do Danielle, then Kat, then Anne. So Kat, hopefully you got those resources because I see True Insight and um, Pink are really going to be able to help. Your son's at a crossroads. You need to get him some support so that he goes down the highest path and not taking the long route, because he can take the long route to get there. He can go through the higher path now. You're welcome, Kat. Yeah, I think so. I mean, if Elia, Stacy, if you want to jump on the list, you can, Elia. I'll do take one more and then we'll wrap. We'll close out. Um, After Elia makes her payment, we'll consider it, we'll call it a night. We'll do Danielle, then Anne, then Elia, if Elia wants to jump on. Let's do Elia. Let me, Elia, Stacy. Nope, not Elia. This is Danielle. Miss Danielle, Idaho Falls. Eight, 11, 1974, 3:26 p.m. Fascinating. I think my friend's mom has that birthday. I know she's August. I think she's August 11. She might be August 6th. Danielle, I can answer one question in a one question, one chart mini reading. So of those that you listed, pick what's important to you. The second thing is I can't get into the label. My guides have told me to leave that to you and your divine knowing. So if I don't know what that label is going to be, but I can tell you that you'll know when it's time. Okay. So the first two, what the label is, I can't tell you, but if you want to know where you're at in love, that's one question. I can answer that. If you want to know where you're at in business, I can answer that. You let me know which is most important to you, and I will read on that for you. Thank you for calling me a great teacher. That's really kind of you. I don't always feel like a great teacher, but I appreciate that. Mm. Okay, Jennifer, it was great to see you. Thanks for hanging out with us, learning and laughing, even though we can't see each other's faces. To us all becoming billionaires as fuck and receiving the love we deserve. Yes. Thank you for the well wishes, Jennifer. I appreciate it. Very good stuff. All right, let's have a look at love for you, Danielle. Thank you for clarifying what you'd like to know. After Danielle, I'm going to do Anne. So, Anne, get your question ready. I'm going to read you next. I don't have a Venmo for this today. Sorry, Elia. PayPal it is. Okay, so and that's okay. I might do Venmo a different day, just not today, sweetheart. Okay. A cult leader. I'm a cult leader. Oh my gosh. I didn't never wanted to be a cult leader. Shit. I don't know if I like that, but all right. Love. Seventh house of love and partnership is a Gemini ruled house. Gemini is governed by the planet Mercury. Mercury is here in Leo at 12 degrees. Ooh, you got some changes. We got a Uranus activation to that Mercury. Uranus wants to bring in, of course, Kylie. Of course, Kylie, add yourself. That's fine. Um, what I'm seeing here for you is a beautiful energy of divinity activation to your relationship house. You are now conscious, Mercury consciousness, of a higher level of love and relationship that begins with self love. That is Taurus and Leo, self love signs. Self worth, self respect, self value. That's Taurus. Nurturing yourself in the physical body and the form. That's Taurus. Appreciating your creativity, having pride and respect for who you are, sovereignty about yourself, your boundaries, and your power. That's Leo. Uranus from Taurus, squaring that Mercury in Leo, is bringing in a level of consciousness about what's possible in the world of relationship if you start with self-love. Ooh, I love this. There's this energy of divine knowing, divine insight, divine awareness, and a recognition that if relationships are ever going to work for you, you have to love you first. And that's what Uranus has been trying to teach you in relationship going forward. Now, with that Gemini seventh house, unfortunately, in the world of relationship, there problems that can arise include things like cheating on people, being cheated on, having two where there should be one, the exploration of open relationships, which isn't a problem if everyone's being honest, but sometimes with Gemini, there can be a little bit of duplicity. Where that's been a problem for you in your own behavior, Uranus is cleaning that up for you. Where that's been a problem for you in dealing with other people, Uranus is saying, no mas, new boundaries, more self-love. We are not going to tolerate lies, illusion, not fair treatment, people being squirrely about what it is that they want to give us, or whether or not they're in or they're out. Curiosity is fine. We can explore things and take things step by step. We don't have to rush or push. But what's not okay is actually being in the realm of being completely avoidant or being wishy-washy about what we're doing. And so this Saturn transit opposite your Mercury last year, Uranus square to your Mercury this year, these squares have been forcing you to do some deep diving, look deep within, examine your subconscious mind. What in you has been the root or the reason of having some of the experiences in love that you've had thus far, and how do you clean these up so that you can be in a place where you can have higher level experiences. In other words, this is telling me, Danielle, you have glimpsed the promised land and you will go there. You are not interested in anything else other than that higher level love. And I love to see it. I love to see it, Danielle. This is great. Now, in terms of what's happening in a specific relationship, that's going to depend on the level of communication and consciousness you and that person are working with. But what I can see from your chart is that you are charting a course to really healthy, really happy, loving relationships where the other person is allowed to value themselves and where you are allowed to value yourself, so that you can be in a place where you can be in relationship without needing to give parts of yourself up, shut parts of yourself down, shave parts of yourself off in order to be connected to the other person. That is we're at the end of that chapter in your life at this point. And so I'm excited to see it. I'm grateful for you that you've got it going on in that way. And I just congratulate you for coming through this difficult period of time. It has been challenging. If anyone exits during this time, I just want to let you know it's because they're not going to the promised land with you. They might meet you there later, but they're not coming with you now. Saturn would cause them to exit toward the end of this year. But what I'm going to tell you for now is, in the world of love, you can trust that both Saturn and Uranus have your back. They're forcing you to make certain changes. And those changes are all about having a level of love that allows you and another person's world to get bigger together, not smaller. So big, beautiful gifts there from Saturn and Uranus. And the Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle. Look, change isn't easy, but it always comes with reward if we're willing to submit. So that's what we have there. Okay. Yeah, I'll do the collective. I have that, the vent. I'll do it. Let's get these cards together for Miss Lovely Danielle. What does Danielle need to know about her love life at this point? What are the messages for Danielle where she's going in love? Move that thing out of the way. What's going on for Danielle in love? What can you tell Danielle that would encourage her and bring to her some clarity about what choices she needs to make? What kind of energy is surrounding the changes Danielle needs to make? Yeah, buddy. All right. I love it. Oh, I love to see it. This is really good. Four of Wands upright, Six of Cups upright, Justice reversed, Ace of Pentacles upright, the bottom of the deck. This is letting me know that you have this really interesting moment in time. Normally, if we would see Four of Wands and Six of Cup in traditional tarot, we would see this as a commitment to somebody else from the past. But with the Justice reversed and then the Light Seer tarot, the Justice card has this interesting energy of a woman seeing the reflection of herself and balancing out her own energy, who she's been in the shadow and light. Justice reverse is telling me that there's an examination of shadow at this time, because shadow is the energy that's on top. When you reverse the card's in mirroring energy. You're in the process of investigating your own shadow so that you can integrate it into the light. This is what's telling me that for now, this commitment is to yourself. There's a higher level love commitment to yourself that's going to facilitate a new beginning in the third dimension, Ace of Pentacles upright, around your love life. Things will not be the same in your love life after this, but it's specifically because you've implemented some new ways of loving yourself, being there for yourself, honoring yourself, some new boundaries for yourself. And I like to see this because this lets me know that because you're being different, so too will your love relationships. Coming or going, I don't know. But what I can say, like I said, is if somebody is going at this point, it's because they're not aligned with where you're headed. You're going directly to the promised land. They may need a detour, and that's okay if they get there a little later than you. Have some patience about that and some grace that they may have some other lessons to learn. But it does look like you're ready to go now, honey. So enjoy that trip to the promised land. Let us know how it is when you get there, Danielle. Looks amazing. Looks amazing. Okay, Anne, it is your turn. Miss Anne, let me know what your question is. Now, wait a minute. Was Anne? Oh, yeah. Anne is the last person I have. Okay, and then we're going to do Kylie. Anne and then Kylie. And then the collective. Okay. Anne, Kylie, and then collective. You're welcome, Danielle. Did that resonate for you? Danielle says promised land. Hallelujah. Good. I'm glad. Let me just see what else is happening here in the chat. I just love Black colloquialisms. The promised land. Okay. Jennifer says the date was typed wrong. Oh, Jennifer, I'm sorry. It's more likely, Jennifer, that I'm probably just gonna refund you, sweetie. Because I am tired, but there's like two Jennifers. Which one do I refund? That's the question. There was more than one Jennifer here today, I think. There were two Jennifers. Jennifer, let me know which Jennifer to refund and I'll just refund you, baby. Okay. And let's do this. And P, what's Ann say? Montgomery, Alabama. 2/4/1977. 6:38 p.m. Let's see. What's going on in my love life? I'm so confused. That's a good question, Anne. I don't know, but let's find out. Ooh. Ooh, and ooh. What are you doing? Ooh, Anne. Mm-mm-mm. Girl, what are you doing? This is telling me that you got some love going on and it looks good. It looks really good. It looks like you're moving into a commitment season. Natal Neptune, natal Jupiter. I hope it's not with two people, Anne. I really hope it's not with two people. I hope you are not out here with two different mans. Do you have two different mans? And is that what you're doing? You got two mans and you don't know what to do, or you got a lady and a man, or two ladies, and you don't know which way you want to go, hon. Because this is telling me that you're stepping into a love season. It's the love boat over here. I love this. This looks so good. This looks really nice. I see love. I see Jupiter heading through your seventh house, bringing opportunity for expansion, conjunct Neptune. That's faith. And Venus is about to join the party. And this is like your season for love and commitment, hon. This is your time. So listen, I see this and I'm not confused. I want to know why you're confused. Like, what is the problem? Because this is telling me that you have really beautiful love energy showing up for you. It's all trine, your natal partnership asteroid. Like, this is telling me that you're moving into a season of commitment. Like, they say wedding season. Like, this is your season. You don't get energy like this every year, hun. What I'm seeing here in your chart, Anne, is once in 12-year kind of energy, and even more rare than that. So if you're confused about who to choose, I don't know what to tell you, because if there are people in your life with this energy, everyone's a great option. I don't see any bad choices with this energy. It's just a matter of what your heart wants and being willing to surrender to what your heart wants. This is a very beautiful love energy. Most like people wait years, more than a decade, to get a transit and energy like this. It looks gorgeous, gorgeous. The only thing that I'm seeing here for you with Saturn opposite Moon is I do see it puts you in a commitment state of mind. And with Saturn moving through Aquarius, I mean, you can't really rush it. There may be some things that are non-traditional about it. I would refrain from trying to get friends and family to weigh in on it. And I would start to really tune in to your own intuition and what your own heart says and what you want and how you feel about it and what works for you and your person. Rather than trying to get it to look like something that other people have, I would start to work on shaping this in the way that allows the two of you to be the best versions of yourself to yourselves and one another. So, yeah, this looks amazing. Like, I'm seeing no interference from the outer planets other than that Saturn opposite Moon. Totally non-traditional, kind of scary. Yeah. Stop letting other people weigh in on it and just focus in on what's going to give you and your person the most life force resource the two of you the most so that you can have what you want. There's all kinds of shapes and sizes and configurations of healthy relationships. Find the configuration that's going to work for you and your person and focus there. Try not to let other people weigh in on it and pass judgment on it. It is not for them. You're moving into a season of love and it's going to flourish by allowing the relationship to look the way that works best for the two of you. Okay. So yummy. I love this. This is super yummy. Super yummy. Ooh, I love this. You got to tell us what happened. Invite us to the wedding. And tell us everything. Don't leave any details out. This looks amazing. All right. So we just did Anne. I'm going to do Miss Kylie, and our list is closed. And then we're going to do Kylie, and then we're going to do the collective. Amazing, amazing, amazing energy. Cool. Yeah, let us know. Show us how you're working it. Give us some ideas for what can work. Hey, Miss Maya, great to see you. Welcome into the room. You're welcome. You're very, very welcome, Anne. Yes, yes, yes. No, Kylie's writing her question. She's she'll come. I know she knows her question is next. I know. She left out a lot of good details there. The vent. You and I are both like, so what's really going on, Miss Penrose? What is she doing? Tell us everything. That's okay. She'll tell us when she's ready. Jennifer, let me know which Jennifer I am refunding so that I can get you your refund, baby, since it wasn't typed correctly. I need a good channeled song, y'all. One moment. Too funny. Let's see. Bummed I couldn't get into my PayPal, but I just subbed so I can get notified for the next one. Yay! Very good. I'll probably be around not next week, but the following or the following, yeah, not next week, but the following to do this again. Nice to have discovered you. Yay, Elia. I'm great. I'm glad we discovered you too. I'm glad you joined us. Aquas like to keep secrets. It's funny. It's not just Aqua and Scorpio, the vent. A lady has to keep something secret. Yes. Enjoy that mystique, my love. Enjoy that mystique. Okay. So, yes, Flower's like, can we live vicariously through you? Miss Flower, who's like, yes, I will take all the male attention. Thank you very much. uh, she'll tell us when she's ready, I'm sure. But just know we're cheering for you, Anne. Have fun with this transit and definitely carve out what works for you. Don't try to force other people's ideas onto what works for you. Let it be your creation. Amazing. Okay, let me see. Where is Jennifer H. The PayPal is Jennifer H. Okay, let me go in there. Let me go in the PayPal and refund Miss Jennifer since I did the birthday incorrectly. Okay, I see Jennifer Z. Jennifer H. Okay, got it. Got it. Yeah, I have no problem giving people refunds when I did something wrong. Sorry. There you go. All right, so you should have that, Jennifer. Now let's see what's going on here with Miss Kylie. Okay, yes. Let me get the chart together. Kylie. Moving to my new regimen. Still struggling over here, waiting until it's over. Okay, Waukegan, Illinois. 2:15 a.m. But what's the date, Kylie? What's the birth date? I know, Jennifer, this group is hilarious. Aren't they good? I love this group of ladies. They're amazing. Um, amazing, amazing group of people. I feel so blessed, like that this is who gathers when I do a live mini reading, that it's like Kylie, Hope, Flower, the vent. You guys are extraordinary people. Mark pops in from time to time. Just, hello. Spreading some light. You guys are amazing. 326. Oh, happy birthday, Kylie. But what year, Kylie? 326 of what year? It's been 1,207 days. Flower for what? And what year, Kylie? Hope Glitterati. Yeah, I'm supposed to sign up somewhere. What are we signing up for, Hope? Um, don't devent me. Scorpios like to be told secrets. Yeah, Scorpios also like to keep secrets too. Your secret is safe as houses with a Scorpio. 96. Thank you. 1996, 2:15 a.m. Okay, cool. Um, Scorpio thinks that what they ate for breakfast is a secret sometimes. I'm like, what the fuck are you lying about that for? Just fucking tell the truth. Okay. Serving handiwork or realness. Since I've had flour, girl, I'm gonna pray for your drought to end. That is not okay. That is not okay. Okay. I know, because Anne over here making it sound like she's dripping with men and vitamin D. She needs to share the secrets. Okay, so Kylie wants to know how to implement her new regimen. Um, she says, I don't even lie. You may not lie, but I know you withhold all kind of stuff, burying leads and whatnot. Okay. Um, Let me see what Kylie says here. Where is it? What was it that Kylie asked? Okay, Kylie, you wanted to know how to implement your new regimen. What's your new regimen, Kylie, so I can help you? Is it a food regimen, exercise regimen, a work schedule? Is it something else? Like, is it like boundaries with certain people? Like, what are we looking at? What kind of new regimen are we talking about, baby cakes? Yes, Blu-ray. Hello. Yes. Mark likes to jump in once in a while with like a quick hello and some emojis, which I love. So good to see you, Mark. This is a lot of judgment for someone who's seen my chart. Oh, the vet. It's because I've seen your chart, sweet pea. That's how I know. That's how I know. I know you like to keep all the things inside, all the feelings inside. Kylie's trying to move. Okay. But Kylie, what's this new regimen you want me to look at for you so I know what I'm dealing with? Is it the move? Are you trying to figure out how to balance the relocation in your daily life? Like, give me a little bit more clarity so I know how to help you or know how to be supportive. Everything is changing, ma'am. That's a tough question. Okay. Um, okay, I see Saturn, Mars, and Juno bunched up in late degree Aquarius. Yeah. Okay. Um, I'm gonna say I hate work. I'm moving. I have health issues and breakups. Okay, got it. Got it. Thank you, Kylie. That's enough for me to start with. I see this Uranus placement here. Um, a day in my life, 2020. A day in my 2020 life is very rude. Life is being rude to Kylie right now. Yeah. And I mean, that's Uranus through the fourth house. I remember when that transit happened to me, I felt like I was low key having a second nervous breakdown. And my first was really not cute. I remember being in my closet and crying in my old apartment when Uranus moved through my fourth house, because I was feeling like, oh my God, I can't, I like my whole life is falling apart and I'm falling apart from the inside out and I don't know what to do. Like I couldn't figure out which way was up and everything hurt with that particular placement, everything. And it's just because so the best I can liken this to is like lightning hitting the inside of a beautiful piece of pottery. And when lightning hits the inside of that pottery, it looks like the pottery cracks and explodes. And what's happening there is lightning, Uranus, the divine initiator, is bringing in a lot of light into your vessel so that you can hold more light. But when the piece of pottery, the vessel explodes to hold more light, it's pretty fucking uncomfortable, I gotta say. You're getting a lot of divine information, a lot of divine insights. I thought I would need to move during that transit too. When Uranus hit that place in my chart, I frankly was really worried about being homeless at that point in time, but I didn't end up being homeless. I did make it through it. I did move in with my parents for a short period of time during that period of time, Kylie. And you may need to too. I think you mentioned that you needed to move in with your parents while things kind of got sorted. And because some of what's happening here is the base of your chart, the very bottom of your foundation is getting imploded with Uranus transiting the baseline of your chart. But what happens on the other side of this is you get to a level of divine insight, divine awareness, a major up level in your life, major clarity, but it takes a little bit for the dust to settle. Because like I said, your vessel is getting exploded or imploded so that you can hold more light. And that's, like I said, extraordinarily uncomfortable. Now, how to navigate this, how to manage this. What do you do when your whole life is imploding? Other than sit on the floor in your closet and cry, which is what I did. In your case, you have a lot of beautiful support coming in through. Let me see. We've got this Jupiter Neptune situation. Jupiter, Neptune, having a conversation with your Venus. I mean, as much as I know you probably don't want to move home, I don't know how that's possible. I have been doing that. um, the I see home wherever home is and whomever home is. That's going to be a really safe place for you while you implode a little bit. I'm tired of people. Yeah, I was tired of people during that transit too. I remember I still don't really fuck with people all like that, except for y'all and low key on the low key because y'all are over the internet and I don't have to deal with y'all in my day to day life. You don't have my phone number, so that's how that works for me. Kylie, you might get into a similar place of reclusiveness while you go through this because it can feel a little raw as you move through something like this. Thankfully, Chiron's done with your sun, Kylie, thankfully. And this is going to give you a little bit of respite and a bit of a breather with that Chiron being done with your sun. But if you can be home right now, that is going to be the safest, most comforting place for you to be for a little while you're sorting through a lot of this. I know you probably don't want to, home has its limitations and constrictions, but I'm seeing here to some degree that is going to be the place where you get the opportunity to rebuild yourself. And you get the opportunity to figure out what happens next with a lot less pressure. For you, it looks like home. I mean, not everyone can say this, but when I'm looking at your chart for what home is like, for you, you actually have whatever your home circumstances, it's safer for you than it is for most people. Um, I don't see that your family would belittle you. I don't see that your family would give you shit about needing to come home for a short period of time. They might be a little confused. And I see your mom can sometimes be maybe just a little bit like you don't know where she stands sometimes on things. Like when she can have like a dual personality. But what I'm seeing here is the potential for you to ride this out in that safe place is going to, because I see with this energy, your nervous system can be a little bit shot. And so, what you need is a bit of a safe landing place, a cocoon, so that while you're moving through this transitional phase where everything's shifting from the inside out, you can be in a place where you are not, your nervous system isn't pushed over the edge and with more extreme. Does that make sense, Kylie? Let me see. Um, let me see. The headache I already have. I don't know which headache that is, but what I will say is that if you can kind of not stretch yourself even more, um, that would be really good because life is already stretching you. You don't need to be pushing yourself to have all the answers right now. They are going to come in time, but you do need to integrate this energetic upgrade, which is pretty much what Uranus through the baseline of the chart provides. You did have Chiron over your sun, so I see you're just recovering from that. Kylie, how does what I'm saying resonate for you? I am certain it is not what you wanted to hear, but how does it land for you, sweetheart? Um, I see this Saturn, Mars, Juno conjunction in a square to that Venus. And that is providing a bit of tension because I'm seeing Saturn's kind of trying to drag you into an up level. Uranus, too, Kylie. They're dragging you into an up level. And I can see you wanting to not have to do it, but your life is pushing you to up level anyway, hun. Life is saying you're going to have to leave certain people, certain circumstances behind anyway. My moon causes a lot of issues. Yeah, the Gemini moon, it's not the easiest moon placement, but it's not the worst either. And your moon can give you what I like about your moon is it gives you patience with yourself and curiosity with other people. And I think that's kind of what you need to do at this time is give yourself the same level of curiosity and patience, Kylie, that you would lend to and offer others, knowing that they are going through a hard time. Kylie, I see that you have a gifting for making people feel like comfortable and safe if they're having a hard time and letting them just explore and figure out who they are. For you, sweet pea, you need to give that to yourself right now and make space for that in your day. Let's see what's going on and the tarot for you, Miss Kylie. Oh, I like how these just all. Did I even shuffle these? These are some old cards. Let me try this again. Let me shuffle. Try and shuffle like an adult. What's the worst moon placement, Kay? Worst moon placement. Frankly, here's one placement I don't like to see. I really hate seeing the moon with Mars and with Pluto. I don't like seeing that. Because this is someone that can be a person who has really tumultuous emotions and not have control over them. They can lash out at other people, especially if it's in an earth sign. The vent. That's my moon, bitch. You don't have moon sitting with Mars and with Pluto at the same time. The vent. I don't think you do. And not all bunched up like on top of each other in an earth sign where you get physically violent with other people. You don't, that's not you. Let's see what the tarot has to say. What guidance can you provide for Miss Kylie for this transition in her life? There's a lot of transitional energy here. Oh, no, she said Libra. Okay. Yeah, I think you do have a Libra moon, the vent. Oh, Kylie. Wow. This is showing me already that you're in Kylie jail and you have put yourself in Kylie jail. I don't like to see this. Yeah, I'm not violent unless you're a bully. Then you, and of course, and then you asked for it. Okay, Kylie, this is Page of Pentacles reversed, Five of Pentacles upright, Queen of Swords upright, bottom of the deck, the wheel. Um, this is telling me that you put yourself a little bit in Kylie jail, hun. Um, and you need to let yourself out of Kylie jail for things to move forward in your life. I love the Light Seer Tarot because the images are so descriptive. Page of Pentacles talks about new foundations. And the beginning of growing roots. But when it's reversed, growing the roots are withheld. That foundation isn't there. And the very next card, the following card, the Five of Pentacles, lets me know they're not there because this Five of Pentacles card in the Light Seer's Tarot has this woman who's kind of like crying and she's looking down, but because there's this big old locked door behind her, but sitting at the corner, there's a little key that's like blending in almost. And so if she wanted to go through the door, she could, but she would have to look up and see the key. And what's happening instead of going through the door is she's grieving, she's mourning. She's mourning that some changes have happened. She's mourning that the door got shut in the first place. She's on the other side of the door of things she wants. It's accessible, but she has to be willing to pick up the key. Closing out this spread, we have that Queen of Swords energy. And this is really about having the capacity to be really rational, to not be ruled by your emotions, to be thoughtful and strategic in a very feminine way. And so that includes honoring your feelings, your emotions, but not letting those emotions run your show. Recognizing where those emotions are telling you it's necessary for you to have really good boundaries, really good clarity about your needs, and being thoughtful about getting those needs met. You're going through a maturity transit. And really, I mean, with your Saturn return on approach, I'm not surprised that life is really handing you the business around playtime being over and being time to really adult on certain things, being time to really focus in on, okay, what the fuck am I doing here on earth? This Queen of Swords energy, when you can embody that, the Page of Pentacles comes upright, and then you do get access to, at the bottom of the deck, to the Wheel of Fortune, things turning in your favor, Kylie. But it is going to require quite a bit more head over heart decisions. Feel your feelings, but then you need to parent yourself like the adult and adult your way through this. So that's what this is talking about for you, my love. That's what we got. Thank you so much, Kylie, for letting me read for you. I'm going to do some collective stuff now. I'm going to give y'all some collective energies. See what we got for the people in the room at this time. What's the general message for you guys? Who's in the room and who comes and listens later? Okay, let me come back to the chat. Let me see what's going on here in the chat. This new Jamaican dude just texted me, actually remember my day. Folklorati says, I'm in trouble. The man says, stop the press. Where did Kylie go? Y'all just keep talking. Where is Kylie, my love? Kylie, last thing you put here was 9. Oh, Kylie, I hope that resonates for you, sweetheart. And if you need to go home for a little while, it's okay. I needed to go home during that very same transit. All right. General messages for the collective here. Let's do this. I'm going to pull one of my Black Angel and I'm going to pull my Lightworker Oracle deck. Happy belated birthday, Miss Kylie. You hang in there, sweetheart. I know this isn't an easy transit, but we've got you, hon. Okay. I know she's not even in the chat anymore. Maybe she went to Mars. Maybe she was like, fuck this noise. I'm out of here. I don't want to adult. I want to go to Mars. Done with this. 9 of Swords. I'm tired. Yeah. I get it, babe. I do. But this is also why going home at this time is really going to support you if you can. Not everyone can. It looks like you might be able to. So if you can, definitely take advantage of that support, if that support system, if it's there. All right, collective energies for everyone here from our Black Angel card deck. Let's get the collective energy. It's even, yes, that's true, the event. It's tough to go home. It's okay to have to go back. It's even better that you can go back because not everyone has that option. Some people have extraordinarily abusive backgrounds. Some people have parents who have died and there's no home to go back to. Okay, collective energy, the drummer. Let's have a look at this. What does this want us to know about the drummer energy? I like this one for us. Okay. Ooh, this is a good one for all of us. The drummer, you express your soul by going through the fear, waking path. See, I knew this was for us. Waking path, truth telling, sleeping path, fearful. Ooh, there's all kind of truth in this chat. The drummer has voice, which is not merely the utterance of words, but the profound expression of the soul. In the waking path, there is no silence with the drummer. You communicate with many forms of rhythm. With drummer qualities, you may sing, write, play an instrument, or be involved in drama or theater. I definitely say there were some theatrics in the chat today. You are constantly expressing life's experiences, and people rely on you for the truth that needs to be spoken. Silence that comes from fear is life-threatening to your soul. To express oneself is to exist. And we talked a lot about self-expression today, guys. That was definitely a theme. Love yourself, express yourself. Your divine work is to awaken the soul by speaking from fearful places within. You know all too well that the true voice lives in that fear, bringing light and shedding light on the places that are dark. In the sleeping path, as a drummer, you can be misunderstood because your fear can cloud your truth telling. Your soul screams out for understanding. In the sleeping path, there's a constant struggle between what your soul wants to express and your fear. Your very being may have been misinterpreted because you are not being clear about what's true for you. You may have given up many times, which has led to silence and fear of not being heard. Your essence may have been lost in your ability to articulate and shape an existence that includes your uniqueness. You may have selected this card because you need to look at when and how you lost your voice. Ooh, somebody tell it. Let me say it again for the people in the back. This card may have come up for us as a collective today because we need to look at when and how we lost our voice. You may be feeling unseen as well. Search for your voice among the wounding experiences of your life. Why do you think you were silenced? Do you feel like a victim? What voice were you using? Your soul revival is dependent on speaking through the fear and knowing that you are still a wonderful person. Examine the truth in your voice. Our truth as Black women is not always welcome, so we do not always practice truth telling. Truth can cause pain to others, but silence can cause distrust, pain, and eventually the disappearance of your soul. In soul revival, learn to compassionately deliver your voice and remain sensitive to people in your environment. The sensitivity will ease the struggle you experience in expressing your soul. Recognize the fear as an indication that you are present in the moment. Know that a very powerful voice comes through in that fearful presence. Trust that you will recover your rhythm once again. That's a good one for this group. It's a very good one. Okay, let me see what's going on here with the Lightworker Oracle deck. How did that resonate for you guys? How did that one resonate? Let's see what the Lightworker Oracle deck wants to share with us. Our Lightworker message. Yes, I love when you guys have the song lyrics going on. I love it. The vent says that was shade to River. It was not shade to River. It was shade to everybody here. There were all kind of theatrics going on. I knew you were going to say that. The vent it was not shade to River. There was a lot of theatrics going on today, including from you, boo. Don't try to play. Don't play me like you ain't had no theatrics going on. Ooh, Scorpio sun, Scorpio ascendant, Taurus moon, Blu-ray. Yes, another Scorpio in the house. That's funny, the vent, how you noticed all the Aries came through in the day and it was all the Scorpios that came through at night. I didn't notice that till you said that. All right. Move to the beat of my own drum. Yes. Yes. Brian Macedo, welcome. I have enemies coming out in these transits. Someone is mailing pictures of me to my family. Ooh, Brian, hang in there, buddy. That's a rough place to be. Let me get this Lightworker message for all of us. What's the message that you want to bring through, Lightworker Oracle deck? What's our message? Oh, Star Child. I feel like this one is especially for us, but especially for Kylie. Let's have it. I love the Star Child card. It's such a pretty card. Card number 8. The light of the stars exists within you. The earth wants you to share that light with humanity. You are asked to understand that you are meant to be here, that you have spiritual work to accomplish. Give up the idea that you belong somewhere else to another home in the stars. Instead, let the starlight of your inner being shine here on earth, where it shall make such a positive difference in the world. Fall in love with Earth's beauty. She can and will support you in all ways. Have you been dreaming of other places you would prefer to be? Are you wondering if there is more to life on this planet than suffering and struggle? Gosh, this has actually really been me lately. Perhaps you know you have a mission, yet you doubt that you can succeed. Perhaps you love your life here, but you yearn to experience the spiritual purity that exists in the higher vibrational fields of the stars. You may feel like a tourist in need of a fix of your home language to endure adapting to a very different world. Grounding yourself here on earth enables you to fulfill your life mission. You cannot accomplish this without feeling that you belong here. Your feet need to be planted on earth. Relax and trust that you are meant to be here. You have a special light to share and a particular spiritual vibration to live, so that the quotient of embodied spiritual light on earth increases. You are part of an important team of spiritual beings working to assist humanity to grow spiritually. The challenge for a star-seeded soul is to accept human beings as they are without despairing over their darker side. Let me say it again for y'all who chit-chatting in the back, because some of y'all are missing this. I see this chit-chat going. Let me say this again for y'all. The challenge for a star-seeded soul is to accept human beings as they are without despairing over their darker side. Without despairing over their darker side. The violence may frighten you, but your love will help humanity learn to use that violence to dismantle old structures and create new ways of being. It can be channeled to energize humanity with a can-do attitude towards creating a more loving and functional world. Remember, you came to this planet to learn and to help heal others. You agreed to take this journey because you can assist both the earth and humanity to evolve their frequency. It is possible, and you are helping to make it so. There are 3 truths that will help you embrace your journey on this planet. Number 1, you carry the purity of your star ancestry in your heart. You can return through meditation or relaxation at any time. You often return to your star-born home during sleep, and the loved ones from that place are very aware of your journey here and are helping you every step of the way. They send you frequencies from home, like divine care packages, which fuel you for your earthly task. Number 2, you are so filled with love that you are capable of loving all on this planet. You have compassion, even for those who are very wounded and fearful, and at times act out in ways of violence, cruelty, and ignorance. Now, the human capacity for courage, compassion, and light is increasing, and your work as part of the team of light loving beings is already having an effect. And number 3, as a star-seeded being, you have special resources for your journey here on earth. Your every spiritual request and need will be met by a loving team of helpers. You get to have a lot of fun in your healing mission if you choose. It doesn't only have to be hard work, though of course sometimes it will be. Just remember that the stars shine with joy in the sky, and you can shine as a star with joy upon the earth. This is your nature. This is how you can best fulfill your mission. So there's an invocation here, and I'm going to read it for you guys. If you want to close your eyes, take a deep breath, place a hand upon your heart, or just open your palms upwards. I call upon the star wisdom of my own spirit and ask that my love, light, power, presence, protection, and assistance shine forth for the highest good. May I shine divine beauty and joy in my life now and always. I feel a deep and true connection to my spirit, to the earth and the universe. May love flow through me according to its own intelligence and healing wisdom to all beings upon earth. Through divine grace and my own free will, so be it. Ah, there you go, guys. Those are our closing messages. It's really, really sweet. I like to see that. That's really nice. Fun stuff, huh? It was great to hang out with you guys. Thank you all for being here. It's a treat to do this with you. If you're new and you haven't subscribed yet, please hit that subscription bell and that notification bell, subscribe button and notification bell, because that's how you'll know when I go live next time. You can also jump on my private list. I think the link to do so is below this video. When I go live to do live mini readings, I do tend to give the private list like a day or so's heads up so that they know if they want to pop in, say hello, or just make a little bit of time to get a question answered if they need some support. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with you. I can do that extended reading for you over at K Moon Astro. Thank you so much, Kylie, for placing that link there. You can book a 30-minute or you can book a full reading. Yes, I'm going to go hang out with Spiritual Baddie now. I'm going to go listen to Marie while I put some things away. That package that came in earlier from Amazon, I'm going to unpack that and have some tea and settle down for the evening. But it was so much fun to be here with you guys. I absolutely adore you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll see you guys in a couple weeks. We'll do it all again.